Christine Jessup. In the peaceful, tight-knit community of Queensville, Ontario, the small town had an idyllic sense of safety, with familiar faces and unlocked doors. Parents like Janet Jessup often allowed their children to play outside without worry, trusting that their small town would keep them safe. On Wednesday, October 3, 1984, Janet didn't feel the need to rush home to greet her 9-year-old daughter, Christine Jessup, when school let out. Life in Queensville was so tranquil that such a routine felt entirely normal, until Christine never came home that day. Christine Jessup was an adventurous and independent child, full of curiosity and imagination. She enjoyed exploring the graveyard behind her home, spending hours lost in her own world. Like her older brother Kenny, Christine had a passion for baseball, but her true love was for animals. She found comfort and companionship in her dog, Freckles, and even kept a pet frog named Harold, which she housed in the damp, earthy basement of her home. Christine's playful spirit and love for animals painted a picture of a young girl with a deep sense of wonder and attachment to the world around her. On October 3, 1984, Christine Jessup returned home from school, filled with excitement to share her impressive music class records with her mother and brother. She knew that her father, Bob Jessup, would not be home, as he was serving an 18-month jail term for defrauding elderly family friends and was incarcerated at the Toronto East Detention Centre. Upon entering the family's 2-story farmhouse, Christine quickly realized that neither her mom nor her brother was home. Despite this, her cheerful demeanor likely remained as she awaited their return, unaware of the tragic events that were about to unfold. Christine wasn't overly concerned. She found a coin in the change jar and decided to head to the nearby store to buy a pack of gum. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Earlier that day, she had made plans to meet her friend, Leslie Chipman, at the park just across the street from the store around 4 p.m. At exactly 4 p.m., Christine arrived at the park, excited to meet her friend, unaware that this would be the last time she was seen. As planned, Leslie Chipman went to the park and waited for Christine to show up. Meanwhile, 10 minutes past 4 p.m., Janet Jessup arrived home with her son, Kenny. She noticed Christine's red bicycle lying on its side outside the home, and its kickstand was damaged. Upon entering the house, they noticed that Christine's jacket was hanging on a hook that was higher than she could normally reach. The mail and newspaper had been brought inside, and her school bag was placed neatly on the counter. As the sun began to set around 5 p.m., Christine still hadn't returned home, which was unusual for her. This raised immediate concerns, as she was typically prompt and dependable. A panicked Janet decided to go look for her in the areas she loved to hang out. She went to the park and the graveyard, calling out her daughter's name. She placed a call through to Christine's friends, not excluding Leslie Chipman. Leslie, however, told Janet that she had planned a park date with Christine but she never showed up, so she went home after waiting for hours. On hearing this, Janet tried so hard not to panic, but it seemed impossible. Janet felt a deep sense of unease. She and Christine shared a close bond, doing everything together. Though she allowed her children some freedom, she always knew where they were. Now, as the hours passed with no word from Christine, she began to regret not being home in time to greet her daughter after school. That feeling of unease quickly grew into a sharp worry, as something just didn't feel right. Just 20 minutes of delay was all it took for Christine, her sweet, sensitive, feisty, adorable daughter, to disappear with no trace. The day was getting dark, and Janet decided to call the York Regional Police for help. At the time, children going missing was a common case, but the cases were always solved with answers provided within 48 hours. Parental abduction or child runaway was more often than not the usual explanation for a missing child at the time, but, in the case of Christine Jessup, both scenarios did not make any sense. I mean, both of her parents were accounted for, and Christine was never a type of child to run away from home. Back then, Whenever Christine went to spend the weekend with her grandparents, she would always call home to hear her family's voices and say hello. In the 1980s, the York police force was small, with only one officer for every 860 residents. There were no specialized units for major crimes, and the force had never dealt with a case involving child kidnapping or murder. Their inexperience quickly became evident as they took on the case, leading to complications in the investigation from the outset. According to reports, when a police arrived at the Jessup's house, he removed Christine Jessup's jacket from the hook for closer inspection. Investigators were also said to have come in through the back and side doors of the house. The plastic bag used to wrap the newspaper was also thrown in the trash without being checked for fingerprints, which could possibly belong to the killer. Also, the Jessup's home was not restricted as a crime scene, as neighbors were seen coming in and out of the home, unintentionally touching one or two things that might have compromised any kind of crucial evidence if Christine Jessup had been abducted from her home. The police set up a search party which also included residents of Queensville, to help carry out a series of random searches of the area. The search yielded no results. Christine was never found. It was as if she had vanished from the surface of the earth without a trace. Her disappearance shocked the people of Queensville, who were used to looking out for one another. The community was left in disbelief, wondering how a 9-year-old girl could simply disappear without a single clue. According to Mark Johnson, one of the search party volunteers, the residents of Queensville were full of anxiety and concern. In her words, she said, "There is a feeling of disbelief that something like this could happen here." Due to how severe the situation was, Bob Jessup was later released from jail on humanitarian grounds. Bob and Janet then pleaded with the public to help in their daughter's return. The police knew that kidnappings are not just done randomly. The police believed that Christine Jessup's abduction was likely committed by someone who had an existing connection with the family. They asked the Jessups to provide a list of people who had access to their home when no family members were around. One of the names provided was Calvin Hoover, a close family friend who worked with Bob Jessup. Just a day after Christine's disappearance, Calvin's wife, Heather Hoover, traveled to Queensville to offer comfort and support to Janet, helping the family in any way she could. Sergeant Raymond Bunce of the York Police had an interview with Heather. Her alibi was that she was at her workplace on the day of Christine Jessup's disappearance. When asked about the whereabouts of her husband on that day, she said Calvin Hoover had been at work too. After responding to every question thrown at her, Heather took permission to leave, telling the officer that her husband and her children were home waiting for her, and that she needed to hurry home. However, Calvin Hoover was never interviewed. Calvin Hoover was a man with dark hair, protruding front teeth, and a slim face, which appeared even slimmer when he wore his oversized glasses. At the time of Christine Jessup's murder, he was a 28-year-old tradesman from Scarborough with a penchant for drinking, partying, and gambling. Despite his flaws, Hoover had a certain charm that filled a room when he entered. To strangers and coworkers, he appeared friendly, but those who knew him more intimately described him as a selfish person, more concerned with his own interests than others. He also had a tendency toward revenge, a trait that became evident to his close family and friends. Calvin Hoover met his wife, Heather, in the mid-1970s. After they got married, Calvin adopted Heather's 2 boys, and later they had 2 more boys together. Their small home was located in a housing development just west of the Toronto Zoo. Calvin and Heather Hoover worked at Eastern Independent Telecom, a small communications firm in Markham that supplied telephone wiring for businesses all over the area. While Heather worked in the dispatch department, Calvin worked in the installations under Bob Jessup, Christine's father, who was the lead installer at the time. Calvin Hoover's job, which allowed him to move around freely, gave him the opportunity to leave work for hours at a time without providing an explanation. Over time, he developed a close friendship with Bob Jessup, and the 2 families frequently gathered for barbecues and birthday parties. Janet and Heather also grew close, forming a strong bond and finding in each other a best friend. Janet had even nicknamed Heather. She jokingly called her the Goofy Newfie. Also, Heather Hoover would many a times babysit Christine Jessup, who often called her Auntie Heather. Regardless of the 50 kilometers distance between the 2 families' homes, Janet and Heather would frequently meet to catch up over a pot of tea and watch their children play. They had even had one of such visit 2 days before Christine disappeared. On the October 1st, 1984, Janet Jessup took her 2 kids, Kenny and Christine, to go visit the Hoovers. Lately, she had been exhausted, taking care of 2 children while her husband was in jail. She needed moral support and felt her friend, Heather, could give her some encouraging words. When she arrived at the Hoovers' home, Janet told Heather that she and Kenny would be going to visit Bob in jail in 2 days. It is, however, possible that Calvin Hoover overheard Janet's conversation with his wife and knew Christine would be home alone. Or maybe Heather Hoover had innocently told Calvin what Janet had said about going to visit her husband with Kenny. Either way, 2 days later, on the October 3, 1984, Calvin Hoover decided to do the unthinkable. The theory was that since Christine Jessup knew Calvin Hoover as a family friend, she probably entered his car without much convincing. He probably told her he was driving her to where her family was, which of course she would have been excited about. Days went by without the Jessup's family, and the police knowing that the culprit was right under their noses. The case went cold for a while, and all the Jessups did was to pray for the safe return of their daughter and sister. Christmas came, but without Christine around, the Jessup's house didn't feel like celebrating. No Christmas tree, and Kenny only got few presents. By the time it was December 31st, 1984, 3 months later, while people prepared to enter into the new year, in the village of Sunderland, just 56 kilometers east of Queensville, a man named Fred Patterson and his 2 daughters had gone looking for their dog on the large, wooded property next to their house. A while later, Patterson could spot something unfamiliar that looked like a heap of garbage beside a half-dug pit. On getting closer, he realized with horror that it was a badly decomposed corpse of a little girl. The corpse had suffered deep, multiple stab wounds to the chest, and these, according to the medical examiner, were later determined to be the official cause of death. The body wore a beige turtleneck sweater with a blue pullover, and a blouse with missing buttons. Close to the body's right foot was a pair of little girl's panties. A recorder which had the name, Christine Jessup, written on it, was also found laying in a tall grass. When Christine's family heard the sad news, they became inconsolable. Their painful waiting and wondering had come to an end, but now, there is a lifetime of mourning ahead. Since body was found in Durham region, the case was transferred from the York Police to the Durham Regional Police, where Inspector Robert Brown then began handling the case. Questions such as why Christine's body was found in Sunderland bugged the police. Sunderland was all country roads, farmland and forests, which was not really far or close from Queensville. The police was not aware that Calvin Hoover must have chosen that area to commit his atrocities because of his familiarity with the area. He was said to have had a school friend who lived just a few kilometers away from the crime scene. Calvin and his friend would often meet to go kayaking and backcountry camping. Calvin already knew the area like the palm of his hands. He chose to take Christine few meters into the dense forest where he would not be interrupted or seen by passing motorists. Inspector Brown worked day and night on the case. He divided his detectives into 2 teams. They worked tirelessly to find the culprit. They followed all leads except the accumulated boxes of notes containing leads from the York Regional Police investigation. This box had a notebook in which the name and address of Calvin Hoover was written, but investigators from the Durham Regional Police disregarded the work of the York Regional Police, saying their efforts to the case was amateurish and a waste of time. They, however, followed all other leads like the family friend who had uttered strange dark sayings, a kid in the neighborhood who always carried a knife, and even Jane Jessup, but none of these leads gave the answers they wanted. During the investigation, Calvin Hoover's name never came up. On February 14, 1985, Fitz and Shep, who were detectives in one of the teams assigned to the case, visited Christine's family and asked for another list of suspects, people they think could have harmed their daughter. The Jessups, however, could not easily name anyone, but the detectives pressed harder. Just over the fence of their home lived a tight-knit family called the Morans. They had a 25-year-old young boy named Guy Paul. He was kind and respectful and had no criminal record. Guy Paul was never one to drink or smoke. The only law violations he had were only a couple of speeding tickets. However, Janet recollected that Guy Paul did not participate in the search for Christine Jessup when almost everyone in Queensville had. Guy Paul, who played the clarinet and kept honeybees, was regarded as a weird type of guy by the detectives. The Morans were practically good with handiworks. The Moran family, known for their kindness and trustworthiness, was well regarded in the neighborhood. Alphonse Moran, the father, was a retired engineer, Army veteran, and college instructor who preferred to handle all home repairs himself, often with the help of his 6 children. A few weeks before Christine Jessup disappeared, Janet Jessup had asked the Morans if she could list their name and address as an emergency contact for Christine at school. Alphonse Moran gladly agreed. Guy Paul Moran was the second youngest of the Moran children. He possessed the same intelligence as his father. Alphonse taught Guy Paul to weld when he was just 10 years of age. He would often ask his son to assemble some mechanical clocks he had intentionally scattered. They often worked together fixing cars at their backyard. Guy Paul was a young man who loved woodworking and unraveling puzzle-like problems that required patience and focus. He possessed a photographic memory. He often retained the serial numbers of his favorite possessions in case they got stolen. By the time Christine Jessup went missing, Guy Paul was in 3 bands. He loved music and was a prodigy on the clarinet. On February 22, 1985, detectives Fitz and Shep went over to the Morans and engaged Guy Paul in a conversation. He was invited into their car for a casual chat. Guy Paul was asked how well he knew Christine Jessup. He said he did not know her that well. He said there was a huge age gap between the both of them. Christine was more than 16 years his junior, so they never had much cause for interaction. He claimed to have once helped her catch Freckles, her dog, who was running loose. He also recalled talking about gardening to her. And the last interaction he ever had with the Jessups was when he had gone over to help relight the pilot on their furnace. The investigators questioned him about his whereabouts on the day Christine disappeared. Moran said he had been at work, a furniture manufacturing facility at Steeles and Weston, 57 kilometers to the south. However, detectives Fitz and Shep later discovered that Guy Paul had left work early around 3:32 p.m. That meant he could have returned home no earlier than 4:14 p.m., which appeared to be too late to kidnap Christine Jessup before Janet and Kenny got home at 4:10 p.m. They further asked him why he never helped with the search for Christine. Guy Paul Moran said that if Christine's family had asked him, he would have gladly joined in the search, but, at the time, he and his father were installing weeping tile around the home's foundation. Guy Paul's explanation made sense and his alibi was rock solid, but Fitz and Shep saw him as a suspect who was guilty. The detectives further engaged Guy Paul in a playfully conversation asking him what he thought about Christine Jessup. Guy Paul Moran described her as sweet and innocent. However, he innocently added the statement, "But they sometimes grow up to be corrupt," which in a general sense, he is right. As girls become adults, they lose their childlike innocence. But to the detectives, Guy Paul had an evil motive to tarnish Christine's innocence. After their conversation, Guy Paul went home and continued with his normal life. In weeks following Christine Jessup's murder, Calvin Hoover kept his mouth shut. He had the guts to also show up for Christine's funeral and wake, blending with the crowd and offering his condolences to the family. Calvin Hoover was detectives' worst nightmare. He had no criminal background and did not show any form of perverseness. He was not loud or boastful. He made sure he did not draw attention to himself. He seemed careful enough not to have been seen picking up Christine Jessup after school, but at the same time, Calvin Hoover perpetrated his crime in a hurry that he had left a trail of leads. His semen was on Christine's panties, and a single dark hair was found in her necklace. The hair strand was taken to the forensic for testing, but with the intention of finding a match to Guy Paul's DNA. Guy Paul Moran, who had gone to his jazz group for rehearsals, was told that the band leader's daughter, accompanied by her friend and classmate, who happened to be an undercover police officer, was doing a cosmetics class project on hair analysis. She asked people in the jazz group if they would not mind her plucking a few strands of everyone's hair. Guy Paul Moran, who loved her eyes, did not even mind at all. She plucked everyone's hair but later discarded them except for Morin's. The undercover police then handed over Morin's hair to her colleagues Fitz and Shep, who took it to the Center of Forensic Sciences for DNA testing. The forensic scientist never really engaged in any DNA testing. She only microscopically compared the hair color from Christine's necklace to Morin's, and concluded that the match was consistent. This was all Detective Shep and Fitz needs to arrest the wrong guy. In the evening of April 22, 1985, Guy Paul Morin was on his way to band practice when he saw police flashing lights in his rear-view mirror. He thought he was being pulled over because he wasn't wearing his seatbelt. He did not have an idea that 14 other police officers were around the area. 2 cops approached his car, and he was surprised to recognize the detectives he had spoken to about Christine Jessup's weeks before. Thinking it was nothing to stress about, he greeted them, "What's up, guys?" In response, Fitz and Shep told him they were arresting him for the murder of Christine Jessup. A baffled Morin exclaimed, "What? It seems you're describing a dramatic turn of events in the story." As Guy Paul Morin was brought in for questioning, he realized that the situation was spiraling out of control. In his mind, he had made an honest mistake, but now he was facing the full force of the law for a crime he had no part in. Meanwhile, Calvin Hoover, likely keeping tabs on the investigation into Christine Jessup's murder, picked up the newspaper 2 days after Morin's arrest and was shocked to see the headline, "Musician who lives next door charged with Christine Jessup murder." This could be a turning point as Hoover's connection to the case deepens, and the true culprit is yet to be revealed. I bet at that point, he was relieved to see that the search for the real killer would stop for a while or even forever. His wife, Heather Hoover, who had kept a photo of Christine that the little girl had given her, often visited her at the cemetery. During her visit, Calvin would stay by her side, giving out words of comfort as she mourned. After Morin's arrest, Bob and Janet Jessup were shocked by the news that their daughter's killer had been just over the fence of their home. In an interview with the media, Janet said, "Last summer, they came over and gave us honey from their bees. They were so good to us. That's why it's such a shock." For Detectives Fitz and Shep, the easy part of finding a suspect was done. The difficult part was finding strong evidence that could convict Guy Paul Morin for Christine Jessup's murder. They reviewed Morin's rock-solid alibi and concluded that he couldn't have traveled the 57 kilometers from work to his home in time to kidnap Christine Jessup before Janet and Kenny arrived home at 4:10 p.m. They then retraced Janet and Kenny's route on the day Christine went missing and suggested that Janet must have forgotten the exact time she came home. Janet, however, denied forgetting because she immediately looked at the wall clock when she walked into the house. As time went by, the detective's constant pressure eventually made her review her timing. She then said she returned home around 4:35 p.m. At trial, the prosecutor tabled flimsy evidence just to crown Guy Paul Morin as the murderer he is not. A cigarette butt that was found next to Christine's body was almost presented as an evidence until investigators realized that Morin never smoked. The Morin family, however, told the court that their son had not arrived home on the day Christine went missing until 5:30 p.m., and that was because he had stopped for groceries and gas after work. But a psychologist who interviewed the Morin family testified that they were a part of a secretive, protective, pathological family system. The police planted an undercover police sergeant named Gordon Hobbs in Morin's cell. He came back to court days later with untrue stories. He said Morin had made stabbing motions toward his own chest, demonstrating the way he had killed Christine Jessup. As if that wasn't enough, Gordon Hobbs also allegedly said that Morin had confessed by saying that he would red rum the innocent. According to Morin, this story was horribly twisted. He said Hobbs had asked him what his favorite movie was and he had told him about the 80s horror film named The Shining, in which a little boy repeatedly croaks red rum in the scariest scene of the movie. Red rum is the backwards spelling of murder. Since Morin couldn't remember the title of the movie at the time, he referenced red rum instead. This allegation appeared to seal the fate of Morin to the extent that his lawyer was afraid they would lose the case. After the first trial phase, he was declared not guilty, but with no other suspect and the people of Queensville being afraid for their children's life, the verdict was appealed and he was then scheduled for another trial. This time, Morin, who was then 32 years, was however sentenced to life in prison. The judge asked him if he had any comment. Morin repeated the same thing he had been saying since the day he was arrested on the way to his band practice. In his words, Morin said, "I am not guilty of this crime. It's a travesty of justice what's happened today. I'm appealing." Morin was however handcuffed and taken to the Elgin Middlesex Detention Center in London, where he stayed for a while until he was brought to the federal prison. During the time Guy Paul Morin was given a life sentence, Calvin Hoover and his family lived in a 2-story home in Oshawa and were slowly drowning in debt. In the year 1991, Calvin Hoover had declared bankruptcy, owing $28,000 against assets of just $11,000. Aside this, he battled different diseases which included undiagnosed bipolar disorder, depression, and panic attacks. He would often use alcohol and drugs for temporary relief. While Guy Paul Morin was imprisoned, other inmates saw him as the bigger sinner compared to all of them because he was convicted of child rape and murder, and they all wanted to deal with him for such convictions. Luckily for him, the most feared inmate had listened to his story and believed he was innocent. He then told other inmates not to lay their hands on Morin. Even at that, his life was still in danger. He was getting threats from every corner of the prison. He could not go anywhere without the most powerful inmates. Morin passed time in prison reading geography books that made him imagine he was traveling around the world and not stuck in one position. In 1993, while some people believed he committed the crime, majority of the people in Ontario believed he was innocent and should be freed on bail. Morin had a glimmer of hope again. He then hired a new lawyer, James Lockyer, and a co-counsel, Joanne McLean. Morin was granted bail in February 1993 after his lawyer successfully filed for appeal. At that point, Morin had spent 2.5 years in courtrooms and almost 18 months locked away in 6 different facilities. His parents, Alphonse and Ida Morin, had mortgaged their home many times in order to keep up with their son's legal bills, which amounted to roughly $500,000. Guy Paul Morin's appeal was set to begin in January of 1995. His lawyers went over his previous trials and at a point, they became aware of the significant breakthroughs in DNA. All evidence gathered from Christine's crime scene were tested again. Christine's panties alongside Morin's DNA were sent to a forensic lab. Few days before the trial, there was news from the lab saying the semen on Christine's panties does not match Guy Paul Morin's DNA. 3 days later, after this was confirmed, Morin was proven innocent and set free. All charges against him were dropped and his criminal record wiped. Guy Paul Morin was given a sum of $1,200,000 in settlement by the Ontario government. He could have gotten more if he had pursued a trial, but he had been in enough courtrooms and knew how slow the system is. It would have taken him years to receive a settlement. Calvin Hoover, increasingly paranoid and consumed by fear, couldn't shake the thought that the walls were closing in on him. His habitual trips to the local pubs to drown his anxieties became his only solace. But even then, he couldn't escape the dread that came with knowing that Guy Paul Morin's acquittal meant the search for the real killer would soon intensify. Hoover's mind raced, haunted by the knowledge that his careless actions at the crime scene had left behind crucial evidence that DNA science could soon uncover. Regret gnawed at him as he recalled not having disposed of Christine Jessup's body properly, a mistake he would soon come to regret even more. With every passing day, the pressure mounted, and Hoover knew it was only a matter of time before the police came for him. By 1996, Calvin Hoover and his family had moved to a low-rent housing complex in Ajax. Their marriage was threatening to break up. At this point, the Hoovers were no longer in contact with Bob and Janet Jessup, who had divorced. Calvin Hoover got deep into gambling and doing drugs. One night, he had gotten drunk and had crashed his truck. He was charged with a DUI and his license was confiscated for a year. This was the last straw for Heather Hoover, who soon divorced him. Calvin Hoover continued chasing work, women, gambling, and drugs. He had a strong relationship with his coworker from Burlington named Joanne Rocca. They both shared a likeness for gambling and had strong connection. In 2003, they got married in Las Vegas. However, His happiness was short-lived as Joanne died of natural causes in 2009, not having the opportunity to know what kind of monster her husband was. Calvin Hoover was haunted by so many demons. He had sleepless nights, tortured thoughts, depressive episodes and panic attacks. It was too much that he attempted to end it all in 2014. He tried committing suicide by motor vehicle, but he survived it. Steve Smith, a Toronto police detective, was a 13-year-old kid in 1984 when Christine Jessup was murdered. Smith, who grew up in Hamilton, playing all sort of games with his best friends, could remember when Christine Jessup went missing, and after many years, he still couldn't get his mind off the case. In the year 1996, he joined the Toronto Police and had since then helped solve some of the worst cases in the country. When Smith was transferred to the Homicides Department in 2019, he quickly showed interest in cold cases. In his words, he said, "These families have waited so long for answers." Since the Durham Police had flawed the Christine Jessup's case, it was transferred to the Toronto Police. Smith brought in more staff to assist with the case. They followed so many leads and struck out lists of 300 people through DNA. Nothing worked. However, in May 2019, Smith heard about a 2-week forensic genealogy seminar being held at the Ontario Police College. Smith did not know much about forensic genealogy, but he knew the process was successfully used a year earlier to solve a case. Before now, the process of forensic genealogy had never been tested in Canada, but when Smith received authorization from Toronto Police to try out genetic testing on a cold case, he opted for the Christine Jessup's case. Smith then submitted the DNA from Christine's underwear to Othram Inc., a Texas-based genetic testing firm, which generated a profile and uploaded it to a database called GEDmatch. They began fletching out a family tree to narrow down the suspect. This process was time and money consuming, but Detective Smith never gave up. After turning a family maze into a family tree of 33,000 descendants, the genealogist was however able to pinpoint Calvin Hoover as the owner of the sperm on Christine's underwear. Smith could not recognize the name. He went through Christine's case file and saw that he was never mentioned as a suspect. Hoover knew the Jessup's family so well and often had access to their homes, but the police never interviewed him for over 3 decades. Smith typed Calvin Hoover's name into 2 different police databases called CPIC and Versadex to figure out where he lived and whether he had a criminal record. However, Detective Steve Smith soon learned that Calvin Hoover had died in 2015. For years before Steve Smith joined the Homicide Department, Calvin Hoover, who lived outside of Port Hope in a small bungalow with one of his sons, was a sad, anxious, isolated man. At a point, his doctor had prescribed him a depressant called clonazepam for his anxiety and panic attacks, but it never worked. According to one of his sons, Calvin Hoover had said the pills were messing with his head. One day, the son who lived with him went out to a wedding. Hoover, who was home alone, opened a bottle of red wine, stepped into the garage, sealed the door with tape, put headphones over his ears and switched on the generator, allowing carbon monoxide fill up the garage. When his son arrived, he found his father slumped dead over the lawn chair where he sat with an open bottle of his sedatives. In the bathroom of the main bedroom, his family discovered a yellow sticky note against the mirror, with the words, "Hope you all have a good life." Calvin Hoover decided to be a coward to end it all without using his final moment to confess his crime and exonerate Guy Paul Morin once and for all. He did not even think of giving his former friends, Bob and Janet Jessup, a peaceful end to their mystery. He took the secret to his grave. Detective Steve Smith was heartbroken when he discovered Hoover died 4 years earlier. It meant he would never face the consequences for his evil act. In order to conclusively determine if Calvin Hoover was the killer of Christine Jessup, Smith and his team went to the coroner's office where Calvin Hoover's blood samples had been retrieved after his death. DNA from the blood samples was then tested for a match to the DNA on Christine Jessup's underwear. The results came out a match. Finally, after 36 years, detectives were able to deliver the news of who killed Christine Jessup to her family and friends. Heather Hoover, on hearing the news about her ex-husband's evil act, said 10 years, "He didn't show shit. He didn't show nothing. How does somebody do that?" Janet Jessup's words carried the weight of a mother's pain, relief that the mystery had been solved, yet haunted by the unshakable truth that her daughter could never come back. Kenny Jessup's statement reflected the complexity of their emotions, a bittersweet mixture of relief and sorrow. To learn that the killer was someone they had trusted, someone close to their family, made the pain even deeper. It was a cruel twist of fate that the person who had been among their circle was the one who had taken Christine's life. The emotional toll of the case was not only about the loss of Christine but the betrayal that came with it, further complicating the healing process. Bob Jessup's words reflected the deep pain and anger that had been carried for years, knowing the truth about his daughter's killer but feeling helpless for so long. His expression of wanting justice in the most raw and visceral way highlighted the immense grief and frustration he had endured. Meanwhile, Guy Paul Moran's response, despite the years of suffering he had experienced, was remarkably composed. He expressed relief that the Jessups would finally have closure, but also conveyed a sense of inevitability, as if he had always known the truth would eventually surface. While the justice system had failed him, Moran's grace in the face of years of wrongful accusations stood in stark contrast to the man who had taken Christine's life. Moran's words echoed the profound relief he felt after the truth finally came to light. While the justice system had initially failed him, the breakthrough in forensic science proved his innocence, allowing him to reclaim his life. His community and loved ones shared in that relief, as they knew Guy Paul Moran had never been the monster he was painted to be. At the same time, the memory of Christine Jessup, a bright, compassionate young girl with a love for life, her family, school, and sports, remained etched in the hearts of those who knew her. Though her life was tragically cut short, she would always be remembered for the joy and warmth she brought to those around her. Moving on to the next case. Darlene Zetterauer. Darlene Zetterauer and Barbara Schreiber, close friends from Savannah, Georgia, had an inseparable bond that spanned their childhood. In June 1975, the two girls were filled with excitement as they looked forward to a summer of adventure in Hollywood, Florida. However, their plans took a dark turn on the evening of June 18, 1975. The girls left Barbara's home, telling Barbara's mother that they were going to spend the night at their friend Valerie's house. Yet, their actual whereabouts that night remain unclear, and reports about their movements vary. The lack of clarity surrounding their plans and the subsequent disappearance has made it difficult to piece together exactly what happened. The conflicting details about their movements that evening have only deepened the mystery of their case. However, most accounts suggest they stopped by the home of a friend, Gail, a close friend of Darlene. It was a sunny June day in 1975 when Barbara Schreiber and Darlene Zetterauer, both 14 years old, strolled down the streets of their Hollywood neighborhood. They paused on a bench at the corner of Sterling Road and Northwest 40th Street. Gail, the last verified person to see the best friends alive, vividly recalls spotting them sitting together on a busy street bench in Hollywood near the intersection of Route 441 and Hollywood Boulevard. Her memories of Darlene paint a picture of a lively, fun-loving girl with a unique way of pulling back her hair with her fingers. On that warm summer evening, the girls, who had no car and were unable to drive, relied on hitchhiking to get around. It was a common practice for youngsters like them, seeking a sense of freedom and adventure. They were enjoying the simple pleasures of their carefree summer, filled with laughter and excitement before entering high school. However, the atmosphere of normalcy shifted when Gail, a friend who was with them, recalls seeing a white van pull up near the bench where the girls were sitting. According to Gail, both Barbara and Darlene appeared to willingly get into the van, seemingly without any hesitation. What seemed like an ordinary encounter quickly took a dark turn, as the white van drove off with the two girls, and their fates would soon become shrouded in mystery. Once the door closed, their fate was sealed. Unlike Gail, Darlene and Barbara were bold and outgoing girls. Gail wanted to join them on their escapades, but she had a strict father who would not have approved of her entering a stranger's van. Gail ultimately decided to stay back. It was this keen parental guidance that ultimately saved Gail's life, as it was the last time Darlene and Barbara were seen alive. Barbara and Darlene's disappearance shocked the community, leaving their families and friends desperate for answers. The unsettling mystery surrounding their abduction remained unsolved until the morning of June 19, 1975. While out on a family fishing trip, a family stumbled upon a horrifying discovery along the canal. There, lying side by side, were the lifeless bodies of the two teenage girls. The scene, found approximately 4 miles north of Andytown, an outpost long forgotten by most, was chilling and devastating. The girls had been abandoned in this remote location, their lives tragically cut short. The discovery marked the beginning of an investigation into the brutal end to a promising summer, and the search for answers into what happened that night on June 18, 1975. Investigators revealed a chilling truth. Both victims had suffered a fatal gunshot wound, likely from a large caliber bullet, perhaps a .45, evident from the substantial amount of blood at the scene. Blood splatter analysis indicated that both the girls met their untimely demise where their bodies were found. Conflicting reports emerged regarding their state of clothes, with some suggesting they were fully clothed, while others hinted at the possibility of something even more sinister. They were both brutally forced before the fatal massacre. Following the discovery of Barbara and Darlene's bodies, Gail, the last person to have seen them alive, shared her fearful reflections with the media. "I was scared for them," she recalled, her voice filled with unease. "I did not understand what was happening. I am grateful that I did not follow them into that unknown situation." Gail's solemn words highlighted the chilling reality of the tragic events. She spoke with a sense of regret and fear, believing that whoever was responsible for the girls' fate was simply a sick individual. Her testimony added to the sense of horror that surrounded the case, further deepening the mystery of what had transpired that evening. The overwhelming uncertainty surrounding the events leading to the tragic end of Barbara and Darlene cast a shadow over the community. The initial investigation led the detectives to Valerie, the supposed host of the planned sleepover, which revealed the stark truth. The teens had never arranged to spend the night. It was a ploy often used by Barbara and Darlene when they sought to venture out without their parents' knowledge. According to investigators from Broward County, witness interviews suggested the girls might have been attempting to hitch a ride north, possibly in pursuit of illicit substances. Despite the overwhelming community and media support driven by the innocence and youth of the victims, investigators were hindered by the lack of modern technology, which made capturing the elusive perpetrator nearly impossible. There were no leads, and without the technological tools available today, the case grew more and more challenging as time went on. The investigation eventually went cold. Broward County Sheriff Detective Andrew Giannino carried the burden of the cold case for decades, dedicating himself to the relentless pursuit of justice. His efforts were supported by numerous detectives, deputies, crime scene investigators, and forensic specialists from the Broward Sheriff's Office, all of whom continued to search for answers long after the case had gone cold. Their unwavering dedication to unveil the truth behind the cold case eventually reaped fruit decades later. In early 2023, the Broward Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit took charge. They were met with stacks of reports, numerous crime scene photos, boxes of evidence, and the clothing worn by Barbara and Darlene. Detective Roberto Casares from the BSO Crime Scene Unit meticulously examined Darlene's clothing, isolating DNA trapped within the garment fibers. This meticulous process finally yielded what the detectives had been waiting for nearly 50 years. After nearly half a century of dead ends, the Cold Case Unit achieved a significant breakthrough by extracting a complete DNA profile of the suspect. With this newfound evidence, investigators combed through databases, eventually finding a match. The DNA linked Robert Clark Keebler to the case, confirming him as the primary suspect. This revelation provided a sense of relief after years of painful uncertainty, bringing justice for Barbara and Darlene within reach. Further investigation into Keebler's past uncovered a disturbing history of armed robbery, forced intercourse, and aggravated assault, with incidents spanning from California to South Florida, painting a grim portrait of the man responsible for their tragic deaths. Authorities confirmed Keebler passed away in 2019 in South Florida, closing the door on the chance for direct accountability. Yet the pursuit of answers for the victims' families persisted. Detective Janina's investigation led him to believe that Robert Clark Keebler drove Barbara and Darlene to the isolated Everglades where he subjected them to horrific assault before shooting them. Before the DNA testing, there had been no evidence linking him to the case. As the case concluded with a sense of closure, a new chapter of inquiry unfolds. Investigators are now exploring the possibility that Keebler could be linked to other unsolved crimes, particularly the flat tire slaying and other cases in South Florida. The relentless search for DNA evidence continues as detectives comb through past leads and clues to connect these cases. Barbara and Darlene, whose futures were tragically cut short, are deeply missed by their families and all who loved them. Their story serves as a poignant reminder of potential unfulfilled, a life stolen before it could truly begin. This tragedy, forever etched in history, continues to echo, with hope that answers and justice may still be within reach, thanks to the efforts of the community and investigators. Moving on to the next case. Edward Eugene Pottmeyer. In September 1998, a 48-year-old woman was jogging on a bike path in the Fair Lakes area of Fairfax County, Virginia, when she was assaulted by an unknown man who implied he had a knife. The man fled the scene on foot after assaulting the woman. 2 years later, on August 3, 2000, at approximately 11 p.m., the same unknown man forced his way into a home on Parkside Drive in Fairfax, Virginia. He attacked and assaulted a 66-year-old woman who had been asleep. The woman fought him off and managed to escape by jumping from a second-story balcony and running away. Another 4 years later, on December 6, 2004, around 10:45 p.m., a 51-year-old woman was in her basement in the 9900 block of Whitewater Drive in Burke when she saw a man exposing himself outside her sliding glass door. The victim yelled and the man ran away. DNA evidence was collected in each of these cases from the crime scenes. Traditional DNA testing was also conducted. An STR profile for the unknown male suspect in each case was developed and entered into CODIS. The STR profile from each scene matched to a single unknown male. Despite extensive efforts by law enforcement to identify the man responsible, no known matches were found. The cases went cold due to a lack of viable leads. In an attempt to finally identify the man responsible for these violations, the Fairfax County Police Department teamed with Otero. They wanted to determine if advanced DNA testing could help identify the man responsible. In 2023, the Fairfax County Police Department submitted forensic evidence to Otero. Othero's scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown man. Othero's in-house forensic genetic genealogy team then used this profile to conduct extensive genetic genealogy research. This ultimately provided new investigative leads to law enforcement. A follow-up investigation was conducted using this new information. The investigation finally led to the identification of a possible suspect. A DNA sample was collected from the potential suspect and compared to the forensic evidence from the crime scenes. This led to the positive identification of the man responsible. He is known to be 58-year-old Edward Eugene Pottmeyer of Chantilly, Virginia. Following the confirmation of his identity, the Fairfax County Police Department obtained warrants for his arrest on charges of forcible sodomy and abduction with the intent to defile. Detectives were able to connect his DNA to the 3 decades-old assaults. On Wednesday, June 5, 2024, Pottmeyer was taken into custody. He was booked at the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center with the assistance of the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office. He is being held on no bond. Detectives would like to speak to anyone who may have information about these cases or believe they had unlawful contact with Pottmeyer. Anyone with information about these incidents is urged to contact the Fairfax County Police Department's non-emergency phone number at 703-246-7511. Tips can also be submitted anonymously through Crime Solvers by calling 1-866-411-TIPS 866-411-8477. Victim specialists from the Fairfax County Police Department's Major Crimes Bureau, specifically the Victim Services Division, have been assigned to provide the necessary resources and assistance to the victims involved. Moving on to the next case. Gail Marlene Johnson. On September 15, 2000, a teenage couple taking a walk through Long Lake Regional Park in New Brighton, Minnesota, discovered the remains of a woman in a swampy area. The body had been exposed to the elements for several months, resulting in mummification. The woman, believed to be Caucasian, was estimated to be between 25 and 50 years old and stood 5 feet 5 inches tall with medium-long strawberry blonde to red hair. No clothing was found with the remains, but one white tennis shoe was located near the body. The cause could not be determined due to the level of decomposition. However, investigators believe someone had taken her life, and she had possibly been stabbed. Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension collected DNA material from the remains back in 2000, but it did not match any missing persons in their database at the time. Despite a plethora of leads, investigators were unable to identify her or the perpetrator. The case went cold. In 2011, Detective Gary Sykes with the New Brighton Police Department had this to say about the case. He remembered the 911 call that September 2000 afternoon. He investigated the case back then and was still investigating it in 2011. A lot of work over a lot of years, and we are really no closer now than we were back then. He has compared her to some 350 missing women. He has examined dental records and every other lead that has come in. Any case where you cannot get to the conclusion that you want to get to is tough. I think that there is somebody who knows how she got there and what happened to her, said Sykes. She deserves better than what she has got. The couple that found the victim recalled that day. They are Jennifer Leach and her husband, Nathan. We both at the time said, it's a body. It's a body. It's a body. The two were in high school that September day. Rollerblading through the park, they rolled up on a shoe still tightly tied and no one was around. It seemed really odd. It did not add up to us, said Nathan. They walked up a nearby deer path, and that is when they found the woman's body. Finally, on September 15, 2023, the New Brighton Department of Public Safety announced that they have learned the identity of the woman in what was now a 23-year-old cold case. The identity of the woman has been revealed to be 40-year-old Gail Marlene Johnson. At the time of her demise, investigators believed she was last known to reside in Minneapolis. Investigators began working with Astria Forensics and built a DNA profile in order to establish a family tree. Using this profile, the DNA Dope Project and investigators were ultimately able to establish a genetic connection to Gail's family. Investigators obtained a DNA sample from a family member and confirmed the genetic familial connection. New Brighton Public Safety Director Tony Patsnick stated, "It has been 23 years, and we never gave up on finding out who this woman was and what happened to her. Identifying her provides an important new clue as we continue our work to determine the circumstances of her tragic end." Investigators are urging anyone who knew Gail or had been in contact with her before her death to contact the police department at 651-288-4141. Moving on to the next case. Harlan L., Serene. In September 2001, partial skeletal remains of an unknown male were transferred to the Jackson County Medical Examiner's Office in Kansas City, Missouri. Despite efforts to determine the man's identity, the details surrounding the original discovery date and other circumstances remain unclear. Due to the lack of information, the man was initially referred to as Jackson County John Doe. In June 2011, details of the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. Despite the efforts by law enforcement investigators to identify the man over the years, no matches were found. The case went cold due to a lack of viable leads. In 2023, the Jackson County Medical Examiner's Office submitted forensic evidence to Otero. They wanted to determine if advanced DNA testing could help identify the man. Othero's scientists successfully developed a DNA extract from the forensic evidence. They then used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive genealogical profile for the unknown man. Othero's in-house forensic genetic genealogy team then used this profile to conduct a genetic genealogy research. This ultimately provided new investigative leads to law enforcement. A follow-up investigation was conducted using the new leads. This led investigators to potential relatives of the man. Reference DNA samples were collected from the potential relatives and compared to the DNA profile of the unknown man. In July 2024, this investigation led to the positive identification of the man. He is now known to be Harlan L. Serene, born December 3, 1934. Harlan was known to have lived in the city of St. Joseph, Missouri in the 1980s. Moving on to the next case. Jack Jones. The unidentified man, later known as Pinellas County John Doe, was found in July 1992 on a sidewalk at 19th Street and Central Avenue in St. Petersburg, Florida. After being diagnosed with head trauma, he was taken to Bayfront Medical Center, then transferred to Gulfport Convalescent Center Nursing Home 2 months later. Despite medical care, he passed away on October 9, 1992. His identity remained unknown, and the case was classified as a mystery for many years. Investigators have continued to seek answers, hoping for a breakthrough in identifying this man and understanding the circumstances surrounding his death. When the man was initially found in July, he was wearing a red checkered shirt, a pair of blue pants, and eyeglasses. He also had a pocket knife with him. He was described as having brown eyes, black bushy eyebrows, and gray hair. He also had a mole on the left side of his face, as well as on his right temple. He was estimated to be between the ages of 40-60 years. He was approximately 6 feet tall and weighed around 8 pounds 146. His identity was a mystery at his time of demise and in the 32 years since. In July 2008, details of the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. A composite sketch was developed and released to the public in hopes that it would generate new leads about the man's identity. Despite extensive efforts by law enforcement investigators to identify the man, no matches were found. The case went cold due to a lack of viable leads. In 2022, the St. Petersburg Police Department submitted forensic evidence to Othram. They were hoping to determine if advanced DNA testing could help identify the man. Othram's scientists successfully developed a DNA extract from the forensic evidence. They then used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown man. In July 2024, after extensive forensic genetic genealogy work by Othram's in-house team, the mystery of Pinellas County John Doe was finally solved. Using the man's DNA profile, the team was able to trace potential relatives, leading to a breakthrough in the investigation. Reference DNA samples were collected from family members, which confirmed the identity of the man as Jack Jones, born February 18, 1932. Jack had last been seen by his family in June 1992, just before he was found in St. Petersburg, Florida. This identification brought closure to a case that had remained unsolved for over 3 decades. Moving on to the next case. Michael Ray Schlicht. On September 14, 1974, 2 people off-roading in Aliso Viejo, California, discovered human remains belonging to a male on the side of a trail. The man appeared to have died a few days before being found. Initially, the incident was ruled accidental, caused by alcohol and diazepam intoxication. However, in 1980, investigators uncovered the bodies of other men who had also died from alcohol and diazepam intoxication. Noticing a pattern, they began to suspect that foul play could be involved. Confirming their beliefs, over the years, the bodies of multiple young men were found throughout Southern California. Some of them were found near where the 1974 John Doe's remains were located. In May 1983, Randy Stephen Kraft, later known as the Scorecard Slayer, was arrested for taking the life of a California Highway Patrol officer conducting a traffic stop on Kraft. There was a body belonging to a male victim, later identified as Terry Lee Gambrell, in the front seat. There were several empty beer bottles and an open prescription bottle of lorazepam tablets at his feet. Prescription bottle of lorazepam tablets at his feet. In the trunk of Kraft's vehicle was a coded list of his likely over 67 victims. In May 1989, Kraft was convicted. Now 78 years old, he remains incarcerated at San Quentin State Prison. The 1974 John Doe has long been thought to be an early victim of craft, but for so long, he remained unidentified. Despite attempts to establish the victim's identity, he was interred at El Toro Memorial Park in an unmarked grave. In November 2022, investigators began using genetic genealogy to try to identify John Doe and eventually found relatives in October 2023. The victim was identified as 17-year-old Michael Ray Schlicht of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. The teenager loved warm weather according to his family and was known to hitchhike. His family members requested privacy and planned to install a headstone to mark his final resting place. In 2022, investigators with the Orange County Sheriff's Department enlisted the help of Othram Laboratories to solve the case. They developed a DNA profile from the victim's tissue samples and were able to identify his potential grandparents. The couple's granddaughter informed investigators that she hadn't seen her 17-year-old brother, Michael, since April 1974. A DNA sample from a woman believed to be John Doe's mother confirmed the victim's identity as Michael Schlicht. While it is suspected that Randy Stephen Kraft was responsible for Michael's death, police have continued to investigate the case. Moving on to the next case. Christina Renee King. Christina Renee King, affectionately called Cricket by her family because of her petite size, was born in 1972 and lived in Kansas City, Kansas. She was married to Christopher Wayne Goodall, a professional roofer, and their marriage was filled with love and devotion. In 1988, they welcomed their first daughter, April, followed by the birth of their second daughter, Ashley, 3 years later. Due to Christopher's inability to fully support their family with his job, Christina sought other ways to provide for them. Reports suggest she began offering escort services in the Central Street area to make ends meet. Unfortunately, at some point, Christopher was incarcerated, deepening Christina's feelings of hopelessness. Despite the stigma associated with her circumstances, those close to her knew her as a kind-hearted person. However, the harsh realities of life on the streets forced her into a difficult situation, one that many failed to see beyond the label, missing the humanity behind her struggles. Christina experienced a brief period of incarceration, but her recent release from prison marked a somber chapter in her life. Unfortunately, the day after her release would be her last. In 1998, April, who was in 5th grade and celebrating her 10th Christmas, received devastating news. On Christmas morning, a group of boys scavenging for scrap metal in the driveway of an abandoned nursing home made a horrifying discovery. They stumbled upon a partially unclothed body, bearing signs of severe beatings and abandonment. The victim had endured blunt force trauma to the head, with her pants partially pulled down. Her bra, shoes, and personal belongings were found scattered nearby. Her face had been brutally disfigured. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Contributing to the horrific scene, the Kansas City Police Department informed Christina's family, delivering the heartbreaking news that would change their lives forever. The victim was identified as 26-year-old Christina King, and an investigation was launched to uncover the truth behind her tragic death and to identify the person responsible. Penny Barnett, the mother of Christina, consistently followed up with the KCPD in her quest for information. However, unbeknownst to Barnett, the police had actually obtained a lead. A used condom discovered at the crime scene alongside Christina's lifeless body. Unfortunately, there was a significant amount of negligence and incompetence on the part of the police, but I will delve into that later. On one occasion, during a phone call, Detective Terry Mass treated Penny Barnett so harshly that she ended up hanging up in tears. When her husband questioned her about her distress, she explained that Detective Mars had been insensitive and used inappropriate language when discussing Christina. The police seemed to hold a clear bias against Christina, often referring to her as just a street walker and therefore not a priority in their investigation. This prejudiced attitude became evident throughout the case. Later in life, April had the chance to view the autopsy photos of her mother, which left her horrified by the numerous injuries, abrasions, and bruises covering Christina's body. In 2010, Christopher Goodall passed away, leaving the two girls orphaned. However, even before this tragedy, their family had already been fractured by Christina's untimely death. For 5 years, Ashley and April had been fending for themselves, with Ashley, at just 14 years old, scouring Quindaro in search of the person responsible for her mother's murder. Quindaro, once a thriving settlement, had become an abandoned ghost town, and was considered unsafe during the 90s. Ashley found herself in perilous situations, desperately seeking closure. Eventually, she got into a truck with someone she believed had a connection to her mother's killer. This individual was initially considered a suspect because Christina King's cousin, along with 2 other women, had allegedly stolen a large amount of his illicit substances. However, this turned out to be nothing more than a rumor circulating on the streets. Fortunately, he was not the person Ashley was searching for, and he did not harm her. 2 decades went by without significant progress in the case. Then, in December 2021, the family came together at the intersection of North 27th Street and Sewell Avenue for a prayer vigil and a balloon release in honor of Christina. The vigil had been organized by Justice for Wyandotte, an advocacy group committed to promoting transparency in law enforcement. The group extended their support to Christina King's investigation, as they aimed to assist the loved ones of those who had been mistreated by the legal system. Khadija Hartway, a member of Justice for Wyandotte, took charge of coordinating the entire event. During her address to the attendees, she emphasized the significance of cases like Christina's, highlighting the urgent need for the Kansas Police Department to establish a cold case unit. Hardway urged the new police chief to allocate existing funds towards the establishment of this unit, as she believed it will enhance transparency in addressing both cold cases and ongoing investigations. This plea prompted a significant response within the KCPD, ultimately resulting in a breakthrough in Christina's case. The newly appointed police chief, Carl Oakman, took Hartway's request seriously and acted swiftly. Upon being sworn in on January 1, 2021, he made a firm commitment to establish a cold case unit within the department. True to his word, by January 2022, Kansas City's first cold case unit became operational, staffed by 3 dedicated full-time detectives. This unit would prove instrumental in resolving long-standing cold cases. Understanding the origins of Justice for Wyandotte is essential. It all began with Pearl Davis, a 43-year-old mother. Born in 1953, Pearl Barnes was Khadija Hardaway's cousin, and a devoted mother to her 2 young children. Pearl, also known as Semima Musa, was an active member of the Kansas City Islamic community. She worked tirelessly to provide for her children, offering her services as a skilled seamstress, and running a transportation business that catered to the Chillicothe Correctional Facility. In addition to her many responsibilities, Pearl worked as an SRS driver, ran a daycare, sold dinners and bean pies, and remained deeply involved in her family's life. With such a strong presence in the community, her sudden disappearance did not go unnoticed. Unfortunately, Pearl's lifeless body was discovered on November 22, 1996, in an abandoned house on Lafayette Avenue in Kansas City. The property had once belonged to her late mother. The autopsy conducted on Pearl revealed a chilling and disturbing truth. She had been brutally stabbed more than 40 times, her clothing forcibly removed and scattered nearby. The responsibility of investigating this case fell upon Detective Roger Golubsky of the Kansas Police Department. However, Detective Golubsky faced allegations of misconduct, as he had abused his position of authority on multiple occasions. From 1983 to 2008, the Kansas Police Department failed to properly investigate a series of similar cases involving women, most of whom were working women of similar ages. These women often found themselves grappling with homelessness, substance addiction, or engaged in escort services. The tragic fates of these women were marked by horrific methods, including strangulation, asphyxiation, blunt force trauma, or stabbing. Their lifeless bodies were callously discarded in secluded areas or abandoned buildings. Shockingly, all of these women were found either partially or fully unclothed, with their pants pulled down or shirts removed. Their clothing was often discovered nearby, further highlighting the brutality of these crimes. Christina King, too, endured these terrifying circumstances. As time passed and the cases grew cold, it became increasingly evident that something was amiss with Golubski. Despite his familiarity with most, if not all, of the women who had been mercilessly slain, none of the case files indicated his knowledge of these individuals. Furthermore, despite the abundance of potential physical evidence that could have been analyzed, these particular cases received insufficient attention from forensic experts. As a result, evidence collection was often limited, and efforts to identify potential perpetrators through DNA or other forensic means were inadequate. The level of incompetence displayed was truly staggering. In Christina King's case, the Kansas Police Department had received a DNA match with a potential suspect but failed to pursue a follow-up investigation. Khadija Hardway, deeply moved by the prolonged neglect of Golubski's victims, began pleading for justice. She found the motivation to rally the community, organizing demonstrations to ensure the unsolved cases, the faces of the affected women, and their stories would not be forgotten. Driven by Pearl's case, Khadija partnered with like-minded women to establish a non-profit organization called Justice for Wyandotte in 2020. The organization worked diligently to combat the department's corrupt individuals. Officers were observed using excessive force, bullying, intimidating, fabricating evidence, wrongfully arresting individuals, and coercing false testimonies to avoid false accusations and imprisonment. Thanks to Justice Fourier and Dutch shedding light on the crimes, they exposed the systematic corruption. They brought attention to the case of Lamonta McIntyre, who was falsely accused and imprisoned for 23 years for a crime he did not commit. Despite being exonerated in 2017, he never received justice. Golubski remained free, but many unresolved issues lingered, particularly regarding his victimization of women. During her work with the Justice for Wyandotte organization, Khadija Hardway arranged a meeting with Carl Oakman, a former candidate for chief of police. In this meeting, she emphasized the disturbing and unacceptable indifference surrounding unsolved cold cases in the community, underscoring the lasting emotional toll on Kansas City families and their loved ones. She passionately advocated for the creation of a cold case unit within the Kansas City Police Department. Following the meeting with Oakman, Justice Fourier initiated an awareness campaign and petitioned for the establishment of a dedicated cold case unit, aiming to address the numerous unsolved cases that had occurred in Kansas City since 1965. In 2003, police received a DNA match from the condom found near Christina's body, identifying Gary Davis as the suspect. Surprisingly, he was not immediately questioned, despite being closely monitored by Wyandotte County Community Corrections. Gary Davis, a 52-year-old Kansas City resident, was a truck driver in his early 20s at the time of the alleged incidents involving Christina and Pearl. Due to the nature of his job, it was understandable why he had managed to evade suspicion back then, as he often traveled far from the crime scenes. Despite the police being aware of his whereabouts, it took 20 years to arrest Gary Davis. The investigation moved slowly, with a 14-month delay before questioning the suspect, followed by years of stagnation. After a public appeal for justice for Wyandotte in 2021, it took another 18 months to process the DNA, form a team, and finally apprehend the perpetrator. In 2022, the cold case unit made a breakthrough, linking the DNA from both crime scenes to Gary Davis Sr., the initial suspect. Investigators also found a Facebook page matching Davis's name and description, with controversial posts about truck driving and societal issues. When attempting to contact him, officers found only one operational phone number out of 3 listed with a full voicemail inbox. Finally, in September 2023, Davis was arrested and charged with the murder of Christina King, with bail set at $500,000. Importantly, there was no statute of limitations, ensuring that justice could be served regardless of the time that had passed. If convicted, Davis could face life imprisonment. In a surprising turn of events, Wyandotte County District Attorney Mark Dupree and Kansas City Police Chief Carl Oakman jointly conducted a press conference to commend their investigative efforts. Dupree highlighted the relentless work of the detectives, while Oakman underscored the importance of a thorough investigation over the significance of the DNA hit. Both officials stressed the meticulous effort required to ensure the correct suspect was identified. Meanwhile, in March 2022, attorney Cheryl Follett, representing Kansas City, exposed the corrupt environment within the Kansas Police Department. She issued a statement targeting not only disgraced Detective Roger Golubski, but also the culture that allowed his misconduct to persist. Golubski, who was responsible for an unjust arrest, faced federal charges, including kidnapping, sexual assault, and human trafficking. Currently, the Kansas Police Department is working with other law enforcement agencies to investigate whether Davis could be connected to other homicides, either in the region or potentially far beyond, given his profession as a long-haul truck driver. Davis is currently considered a suspect or person of interest in at least 8 other cases. The creation of the Cold Case Unit, driven by Justice for Wyandotte, has led to the resolution of 11 additional cases. It is clear that the Kansas Police Department is accountable for the delayed arrest, which could have occurred much earlier. The department owes the victims' families, especially Christina's daughters who sought closure for years, a sincere apology and a detailed explanation. The families, who have endured prolonged distress, were ultimately victims of the department's failure and incompetence. Moving on to the next case. Edward Anthony Neese. In October 2003, 2 fishermen discovered the body of a man in a drainage area on freight property in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. The man had no identification, and his description did not match any missing person reports from the area. An autopsy revealed no trauma to the body, and the cause of death was determined to be drowning. However, the manner of death could not be determined, according to police. He was estimated to be between 30 and 40 years old. Bensalem police compared the unknown man to numerous missing person reports over the next 19 years without success. He was buried beneath a marker bearing a placeholder name in the Doylestown Cemetery while attempts to identify him continued. A former Bensalem Township Police detective and cold case investigator, McMullen, 54, became preoccupied with finding a modern way to solve open-ended cases. In 2022, he founded Cold Case Initiative, a nonprofit that helps fund such investigations, which can be expensive. In December 2022, Bensalem police obtained hair samples from the Bucks County Coroner's Office that were collected at the autopsy. The samples were sent to a private laboratory which obtained a DNA profile. The funding was received from Cold Case Initiative. In October 2023, the search and subsequent investigation led investigators to speak with a man that said his son went missing around the time the body was found. He provided a DNA sample, and it was a match. The body was then identified as Edward Anthony Neese. "This one is our first solve," McMullen said Tuesday. "We are so excited." Edward's father, 75, a retired diesel mechanic, said that these days, he is still feeling foggy, a little confused about it all. "I waited 20 years for word about my son," he said. He and his former wife would go to police stations to file missing persons reports and to check in to learn whether officers had picked up any clues. This was before cell phone days when you could maybe find someone, he said. He added that the spot where his son was found was not far from his home. "I just found it extremely hard to believe someone could go missing less than a mile from your house, and it takes 2 decades to find out," he said. "I do not know what to say. I have felt relief but sadness, but then I get to have closure." He was buried properly. "His mother and I have been up to the cemetery, and we changed that nameplate from an unknown to his name. We are now in the process of putting up a gravestone." Edward, who was 31 when his body was discovered, had worked as a forklift operator at a trucking firm in Delanco. He was really happy, making real good money. Things were going well for him, but the Bensalem police stated that they would like to acknowledge the dedicated work of the Bensalem Township Police Department detectives and the Cold Case Initiative partnership. Without their help, the family of Edward Anthony Neese would still be left wondering what happened to their loved one. Although the man has been identified, officials have not revealed whether the manner of his death has been determined or if foul play was involved. Moving on to the next case. Julie Ward. Julie Ann Ward's passion for wildlife photography led her to Africa in 1988. A skilled photographer, she had long dreamed of capturing the continent's wildlife up close. Tragically, her dream was cut short when, just before the conclusion of her journey, she disappeared without a trace. This sparked a long and relentless search by her father, John Ward, who dedicated the next 35 years to uncovering the truth of her fate. Julie was remembered by her family, particularly her parents, John and Jan, and her two younger brothers, Tim and Bob, as someone whose love for nature and adventure left a lasting mark on those who knew her. Julie's journey took her to Kenya, where she embarked on a tour of some of Africa's most renowned wildlife reserves. She was part of a group organized by a travel company, but she had a keen interest in venturing out on her own to capture more intimate shots of the animals. Julie's love for photography led her to be particularly drawn to the Masai Mara, a popular destination known for its diverse wildlife. However, on September 6, 1988, Julie's journey took a tragic turn. She was last seen on a remote part of the reserve, but by the time she failed to return to her group, panic set in. Despite an immediate search effort, there was no sign of Julie. Her disappearance became a major mystery, with many wondering if she had encountered an accident, been attacked by wildlife, or worse, had fallen victim to foul play. During her stay at the Well-Dixon estate, Julie formed a strong bond with Paul and Natasha. The couple often invited her to join them on outings and excursions, and Julie became very comfortable with them. She also spent a lot of time with their dogs, enjoying the peaceful and scenic surroundings of the estate. Julie continued to photograph wildlife in the area, even capturing some of the local animals on their property. As her time in Nairobi drew to a close, Julie began making plans to visit other parts of Kenya. She was particularly excited about going to the Masai Mara, where she hoped to witness and document the Great Wildebeest Migration, a rare and awe-inspiring natural event that had been a dream for her as a photographer. Her trip was meant to culminate in the stunning images that would showcase her passion for wildlife, but her plans would soon be interrupted in the most devastating way. She later rented a cottage from the couple's neighbor in August of 1988. On the September 2nd, Julie and her Australian friend, a biologist, Glenn Burns, drove to Masai Mara in Julie's second-hand Suzuki Jeep, which she had purchased in Nairobi. The two had planned to watch the annual wildebeest migration from neighboring Tanzania's Serengeti National Park into the Mara. They set up camp at the Sand River campground. The next day, the two drove across the park but were interrupted in their travels by their Jeep breaking down. The delay in fixing the Jeep left Julie stranded at the Morris Arena Lodge for a bit longer. Despite the inconvenience, she made the best of the situation, enjoying the lodge's serene environment and continuing her photography work. Julie kept in touch with her family and friends, reassuring them that she was safe and well, though clearly growing frustrated by the delay. Glenn, having returned to Nairobi for his conference, kept his promise and arranged for a replacement fuel pump to be sent. During her solo stay, Julie continued to make the most of her time in the area, and she was in high spirits when she spoke to Glenn on the phone, eager to return to Nairobi and resume her travels. However, little did she know, her next few days would lead her down a dark and dangerous path, marking the beginning of a mystery that would go unsolved for decades. On July 6, 1988, Julie was last seen alive at the lodge. Despite the promises of a quick return to Nairobi, she never made it back. Her sudden and mysterious disappearance would send shockwaves through her family and friends, sparking an intense search for answers that would last for years. He sent that replacement pump on the September 5th. However, it arrived late in the day, so Julie spent yet another night at the Mars Serena Lodge. On September 6th, around midday, Julie left Serena Lodge for Sand River Campground. Her plan was to collect the 2 tents that she and Glenn had left on site 3 days prior, and after grabbing her gear, her intention was to head to Nairobi. David Njoko, a clerk at the Sand River Campground, saw Julie at around 2 p.m. inside the campground. After leaving the campsite, Julie's journey seemed straightforward, as she was heading towards Kikarak Lodge, a known waypoint on her route to Nairobi. Constable Gerald Carroll's account of helping her dismantle the tents and witnessing her departure at 2:30 p.m. added a degree of certainty to the timeline. However, from this point onward, Julie's whereabouts became a mystery. Despite the clear path ahead, Julie never reached her destination. The next known sighting of her was non-existent. As the hours passed without any contact or indication of her arrival at Kikarak Lodge or further progress, her family and friends grew increasingly concerned. The case took a disturbing turn as Julie's Jeep, along with all her belongings, was later found abandoned. But where was Julie? Her sudden disappearance amid the vast, rugged terrain of Kenya raised many questions, and the search for her became one of the most perplexing and unresolved mysteries of the time. She had booked a plane ticket back to England on 10th of September, and before she was to leave, she had planned to spend some time with the Well-Dixons. When Julie did not show up on 6th nor 7th, the two got worried and contacted local hospitals and police stations along the Nairobi-Mara road, fearing that Julie might have been in an accident. When she did not appear for her flight on 10th, the Well-Dixons reported her missing and notified Julie's father, John Ward. John took a flight to Kenya, arriving on the September 12th. By this point, Julie had been missing for 6 days. The discovery of Julie's abandoned Jeep in the Makinde stream was a pivotal moment in the search, but it only deepened the mystery surrounding her disappearance. Despite the Jeep being found, there was no sign of Julie, no footprints, no personal belongings scattered nearby, and no immediate evidence to suggest what had happened to her. The absence of her was unsettling. The police arrived quickly, and an investigation was launched, but the terrain was difficult, and the search area was vast. While the discovery of the Jeep provided a starting point, it also raised further questions. Had Julie been abducted, or had something else occurred that led her to leave the vehicle behind? Had she been injured, or was there a more sinister force at play? John Ward, refusing to give up hope, continued his relentless pursuit of answers. The search effort was extended, and many questions still lingered, with no clear leads emerging despite the extensive resources and time dedicated to the search. Among the items found inside the car were a map, 2 bottles of beer, a pair of binoculars, as well as some personal belongings. John found the location of the car I'd given, that it was off of the road and appeared to be heading towards the river. However, the SOS written in the dust on the roof of the Jeep filled him with hope. Perhaps Julie had her car break down again and had decided to walk on foot. Later that same day, Chief Game Warden, Simon McCullough, stumbled upon a suspicious burned-out campfire. The campfire was located near Ole Modiak Gate. Upon further inspection, he discovered human remains amidst the ashes. John rushed to the scene. In the ashes, he found a left leg, jaws, spinal column, and a lock of hair. A skull was found in a nearby bush 1 month later. The rest of the body appeared to have been burned to ashes. John, in a later interview, said, quote, "The fire was about 4 feet in diameter. In it there was a mug, some burnt sunglasses, and film cassettes. Even though I knew it had to be Julie, I wanted to go through the ashes to see if there was something I could find and identify. The odor was one of burned flesh. The fire itself was black and oily. I could find nothing that I could identify. The gathered evidence was peculiar, lacking any signs of a struggle nor blood. There was also the faint smell of petrol." The first autopsy was done by Kenyan police pathologist, Dr. Adel Shaker, who confirmed that the remains were that of Julie Ward. In his report, Dr. Shaker noted that, among other things, the remains have been cut using a sharp implement, and there were subsequent attempts at burning them. To him, this pointed towards a clear case of homicide. However, the official investigation into Julie's death presented a conflicting narrative. While Dr. Shaker unequivocally deemed Julie's death a homicide, stating that the lake was cleanly cut and drenched in petrol before being set on fire, the police disputed this conclusion. Instead, they proposed a theory suggesting Julie was struck by lightning and subsequently mauled by a wild animal such as a lion. When a copy of the autopsy report was eventually seen by her father, it was crudely altered with words crossed out or typed over. John said, quote, "Where Dr. Shaker had typed cleanly cut as far as the leg and jaw were concerned, these words had been changed to torn and cracked. You were starting to talk about an attack by animals and not human beings. It was later found that the autopsy results had been altered by Dr. Shaker's boss, Dr. Jason Cavity, a health advisor to the Kenyan government. In a later interview, Dr. Shaker said, quote, "He took the report. I heard him saying, 'No, no, no,' and saw him underline through some words. I saw him underline through the words, cleanly cut. He said it was only my opinion. I wasn't happy about this, but Dr. Cavity was my boss." John took Julie's remains to England and a second post-mortem was carried out by Professor Austin Gresham. This second autopsy confirmed Dr. Shaker's initial findings. The investigating police officer in charge of the case, Superintendent Machiri Wanjo, speculated that Julie may have been depressed and may have gone on to commit suicide. He further suggested that Julie was sexually promiscuous. Dr. Shaker said Superintendent Wanjo told him that Julie was, quote, "a loose girl." The superintendent spoke of suicide and how she could have cut her off and may have lit a fire, which could have spread. Kenyan investigators were reluctant to call the death a murder and refused to conduct a homicide investigation. John Ward accused the Kenyan government of wanting to cover up the murder in order to protect the country's tourism industry. Due to this, John Ward decided to launch an investigation of his own. Over the years, he has made several trips in a desperate search for the truth. Following the discrepancies in the autopsy report, an inquest was held into Julie's death in Nairobi. During the inquest, when questioned about the alterations of Julie's death certificate, Dr. Cavity faulted Dr. Shaker's English, arguing that the Egyptian's command of the English language was poor and that his own motive in altering the report was only for the purposes of precision. Yet at the same hearing, Dr. Cavity admitted that out of hundreds of autopsy reports Dr. Shaker had written in the past, this was the first time his lack of English precision had necessitated the editing of his report. B. Inquest also heard the findings of Professor Austin Gresham, who confirmed Dr. Shaker's findings, stating that the injuries on Julie's jaw and her skull indicated she had been decapitated from behind with a sharp blade. The magistrate eventually concluded that Julie was murdered by a person or persons unknown. However, he ordered that no further investigation was required. In February of 1990, at John's urging, the UK Foreign Secretary, Douglas Hurd, sanctioned an inquiry by Scotland Yard investigators, who subsequently travelled to Kenya in order to probe Julie's case. The initial investigation led to the conclusion that two park rangers, Peter Capon and John Majori, were responsible for Julie's murder. The investigation revealed evidence placing Julie at the gate post. Both rangers had been in the Masai Mara Reserve that day, linking them to the scene. However, during the subsequent trial, confusion arose regarding the clerk and the police constable's testimonies. The clerk, David Choko, and the police constable, Gerald Kairuri, were the last people to see Julie when she left Sand River Campground to go towards Nairobi. They came under suspicion during the inquest when Scotland Yard detectives were able to prove that Julie's signature had actually been forged. The clerk, David, had entered Julie Ward's details in the gate register and had signed her name to make it appear that she had signed herself out of the game reserve. Initially, David remained adamant that Julie herself had signed out and had left the Mara. After handwriting experts confirmed that it was not Julie Ward's handwriting, David admitted that actually he had made the entry and had signed against Julie Ward's name afterwards. He said it was not because he wanted to create the impression that she had left the Mara when he knew she had not, but because he had forgotten to give her the register to sign when she had already left. He says that as she was already gone, he was forced to sign on her behalf in order to save himself from possible disciplinary action for lacking vigilance in his work. While both the clerk and the police constable claimed they saw Julie leave the campground alone, a later unnamed witness told investigators that they had actually seen an armed man in military fatigues sitting inside of her car. Despite this, all four individuals, the two park rangers, the clerk and the police constable, were acquitted due to insufficient evidence. Later, the chief warden of the reserve, Simon McCalla, became a suspect himself after it was found that he had actually not ordered a search for Julie by any of the 113 rangers under his command. At 11 a.m., on the day Julie's jeep was spotted, McCullough was informed immediately. However, rather than swiftly heading to oversee the ground search, he instead drove 50 kilometers in the opposite direction to Serene Lodge. Not until mid-afternoon did he eventually reach the scene. By then, more than 30 individuals, including rangers, police, and council workers, had already been there and departed for the search. Before towing away the vehicle, police removed Julie's personal belongings and transported them to Sand River Police Post for safekeeping. Among the items removed were maps, a pair of trainers, 2 bottles of beer, binoculars, and various other items such as tents and sleeping bags. When McCullough finally arrived on the scene at 3 p.m., there was no one at the vehicle. However, during the trial of the 2 park rangers, McCullough told the judge that after he arrived on scene, he, quote, peeked inside, and in the car he said he saw maps, a pair of shoes, 2 bottles of beer, and a pair of binoculars. The inconsistencies in McCullough's statements, coupled with his prior knowledge of the Jeep's location and his dubious behavior, fueled suspicions that he was somehow involved in Julie's disappearance. His claim of never driving, despite witnesses contradicting him, raised red flags, especially considering he had driven John Ward during the initial search. The fact that he was the one to arrive at the Jeep's location 3 hours before McCullough's arrival, with items already removed from the scene, further suggested that he had prior knowledge about the Jeep's whereabouts. The oddity of the Jeep's location, off the main road and across difficult terrain, in a spot Julie, a seasoned traveler, would likely not have chosen, only added to the growing doubts surrounding McCullough. If Julie had been driving, it was hard to explain why she would have taken such a perilous route when a safer road was nearby. This mounting evidence raised serious questions about whether McCullough had played a role in Julie's fate, or if he was merely an unfortunate bystander to a far darker event. The investigation into his possible involvement continued, but his shifting stories only deepened the mystery surrounding the case. During the investigation, the police uncovered records of a motor accident involving a vehicle that McCullough had been driving. Moreover, McCullough had radioed at 4:26 p.m. to say that he had found Julie's remains. It was later discovered that McCullough had left the gully, where Julie's Jeep was found, at 4 p.m. For him to have found the body at 4:26, it would have taken him only 26 minutes to cover the 10-kilometer journey in a southeasterly direction in a desolate corner of the Masai Mara. When police tried to retrace McCullough's path, they discovered the quickest journey from the gully to the site of Julie's remains took precisely 26 minutes. This would mean that he traveled directly from Julie's abandoned car to her remains. The area where Julie's hacked body was discovered had no car tracks leading to it, and is identifiable only by a distinctly shaped large tree set among dozens of other smaller trees and bushes. The hidden and secret nature of the environment in which Julie was discovered directly contradicted McCullough's claim that his search was merely that of chance. His story of finding Julie's remains randomly was met by much public and private speculation. Those close to the case say such insider knowledge suggests that McCullough probably had prior information about this specific location. He claims he was led by vultures circling in the sky, but it was pointed out that you could not see an elephant that distance, much less the speck of vultures circling in the sky. A Swiss TV crew had offered their assistance to the investigation using 5 radio-equipped vehicles in the search for Julie. However, McCullough told them to mind their own business. The crew had also heard rumors about Jonathan Moy, son of then Kenyan President Daniel Arap Moi, somehow being involved in the murder of Julie. The crew had heard rumors that Jonathan had been seen with a group of men in the very same park. The Swiss TV crew recorded their account at McCullough's office prior to leaving Kenya. They said that they found McCullough sitting head in his hands, saying that he had been summoned to a meeting with President Moi. Just days after Julie's remains were found, McCullough disappeared from his post at the park. At first, the official line was that he was on leave, but it was later found he had been suspended. He never returned to his position of senior warden of the Masai Mara Game Reserve. One afternoon, while Julie's father was in Kekorak Lodge, he met a woman who told him, quote, "The man who killed your daughter is Jonathan Moy." She said that she had heard allegations about Jonathan Moy everywhere in the park, particularly in the nearby village where Julie's remains were discovered. Later, A letter was sent from Kenya to the UK in which an unidentified writer recounted an incident from September of 1988, the exact same time that Julie went missing. The writer, employed at Kikarok Lodge, described standing near the lodge's gas station waiting for transportation home. She remembered seeing 3 men dragging a white woman from a Land Rover into the government guest house, which was reserved for heads of state and VIPs only. Substantiating this further, in 1992, Valentin Orijo Kadapo, part of a secret militia allegedly paid for by President Moi to target his political adversaries, claimed in an interview that Julie was killed at Jonathan Moi's direction and in the presence of others. The Kenyan government has since repeated the existence of such training camps and has denied Kadapo's employment by them. In September of 1995, Kadapo spoke openly to the UK Daily Mail stating that he witnessed Julie's murder himself. He asserted that Jonathan Moi ordered for her to be killed after allegedly sexually assaulting her. Jonathan Moi denied any involvement in the case. He claimed he was on his family farm at Aldama Ravine, 250 kilometers away from Mara at the time of Julie's death. Due to his status and lack of evidence, nothing could link him to the crime and, therefore, no investigation was done. Valentin Kadapo fled Kenya in fear for his life after making such testimony, and lived in exile until his death. Some suggested that Julie may have witnessed illicit activities and was consequently killed for what she knew. Others speculated she may have worked for the British intelligence agency, and that she may have taken pictures of militia camps in the Mara. Such actions, they say, could easily get one murdered in the desert. In 1997, the Director of Criminal Investigations in Kenya appointed a new team of detectives in order to examine the evidence in Julie's case. McCullough was finally charged with Julie's murder. The DCI said that it was evident McCullough had not only deceived authorities about his awareness of the items in Julie's car but that he was also deceptive about his knowledge of the whereabouts of her remains and that he covered up her murder. Despite all this, he was acquitted due to lack of evidence. In 2012, John published a report in Nairobi Law Monthly claiming that Jonathan Moi killed Julie. He gave all of the information he had gathered over the years and published it for the world to see. In the report, he revealed that in 2009, former Superintendent Muchiri Wanjo, who had originally suggested that Julie's death was a suicide, contacted him to talk about what he now considered was Julie's murder. Wanjo claimed that after interviewing a number of civilians, rangers and police officers, he had suspected Jonathan Moi for Julie's murder. However, he said that when he went to his senior officer with this information, he was told to, quote, look somewhere else. He then says he was forced to change his story and avoid any mention that Julie was murdered. He also claimed that McCullough was not involved in Julie's murder directly but that he was told to get rid of her body. He finished his conversation saying that he wanted to meet John again and show him some papers on the various people interviewed. However, John never heard from him. He was later told that Wanjo had died. However, the circumstances surrounding his death was never released to the media. In the report, he also spoke of an informant who had previous ties with Jonathan Moi. This informant shared details and presented photographs of himself with Jonathan Moi. The informant alleged that on September 6, 1988, Jonathan, accompanied by his farm manager, his bodyguards and his driver encountered Julie along their route through the Masai Mara. He says that the conversation turned aggressive, resulting in Julie being sexually assaulted by Jonathan. The informant claimed that fearing Julie might report the assault, Jonathan instructed his bodyguards to kill her. The informant disclosed the names and locations of the bodyguards, the driver, and the farm manager. Additionally, he mentioned that the farm manager, Ibrahim Chub, was married to one of President Moi's daughters and was a close personal friend to Jonathan Moi. Ibrahim supposedly distanced himself from his friend Jonathan due to these events. Allegedly, during an argument between the two, Ibrahim was heard to shout at Jonathan in anger, quote, "One day I will blacken your name around the world for what you did to that girl in the Mara." In 1999, Ibrahim was killed in a car accident. When John Ward met Ibrahim's father, he claimed that Ibrahim was not actually the victim of a car accident, but that he had been murdered. He said that an autopsy report revealed marks on his wrists resembling rope imprints, and significant bruises all over his body indicating severe blunt force trauma. The fellow grieving father said that the doctor suspected Ibrahim had likely been suspended by his wrists and beaten, fatally damaging his spleen. The father recounted details from a witness who said they saw a wooden log being placed across the road, which caused Ibrahim's car to swerve and crash. The witness says they observed Ibrahim retrieving a briefcase from the vehicle before being attacked by 3 hooded men. The witness said that initially she believed it was a robbery. Despite authorities labeling Ibrahim's death as an accident, his father believes his son was murdered due to the fact that he was about to reveal what he knew about Julie's death. He says that he was killed by Jonathan's associates in order to keep him quiet. Julie's father also reported that in 2004, a former Kenyan intelligence officer disclosed that he witnessed Julie's brutal murder in an anonymous interview with the Kenyan newspaper. He claimed that 3 men in the reserve assaulted and then murdered her. The officer detailed how Julie was coerced to drive her jeep miles from the Sand River camp, positioning it in a gully. He says that she was then forced to create an SOS mark in dust on the roof of her car suggesting an accident, and subsequently for help. The officer admitted to being too frightened to intervene at the time, and said that he remained fearful of coming forward even years later. In 2018, Julie's father asked authorities to get the DNA of Jonathan Moy to confirm if he was responsible for his daughter's murder. However, nothing came of it. In 2019, Jonathan Moy died of pancreatic cancer. His father, the former president of Kenya, passed away 2 months later. With the death of both men, John Ward hoped that those who previously felt afraid to speak up would now summon the courage to come forward. So far there has been no updates on the case, and nobody has come forward to add additional details. Julie's father dedicated 35 years of relentless pursuit in seeking justice for his daughter's killer. John Ward's unwavering dedication to finding the truth about his daughter's disappearance is a testament to his immense love and determination. His self-financed efforts, including over 200 trips to Kenya, and his personal investment of over £2 million, demonstrated his relentless pursuit of justice for Julie. His meticulous investigation, from interviewing witnesses to preserving DNA evidence, illustrated his tireless commitment to uncovering the truth, even in the face of such a complex and unsettling mystery. John's passing in 2023, just after the loss of his wife, Jan, marked a heartbreaking chapter in a long saga. Yet, his sons, Bob and Tim, vowed to continue their father's mission, honoring both his dedication and Julie's memory. Their resolve to carry on John's work reflects the lasting impact of a father's love and the unyielding hope for answers, no matter how many years may pass. The search for justice and closure for Julie continues, fueled by the enduring legacy of John Ward's commitment. Moving on to the next case. Linda Sue Anderson. On April 18, 1993, a biologist conducting a tortoise survey near Tropicana Avenue and Durango Drive in Las Vegas, Nevada, came across a haunting discovery. Partially buried under dirt and covered by several large rocks was a handmade quilt. Upon closer inspection, the biologist noticed human hair and the distinct smell of decomposition. According to Terry Miller, a cold case investigator with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, LVMPD, the Clark County coroner determined that the woman had likely died in mid to late 1991 from multiple gunshot wounds. Despite extensive investigative efforts, her identity remains unknown, and she was named Jane Tropicana Doe. The case went cold. In February 2023, the Metro Police requested that Othram conduct a forensic genetic genealogy investigation of the remains. At last, after more than 3 decades, the LVMPD Cold Case Section identified the victim as Linda Sue Anderson, also known as Linda Sue Andrews. Linda's brother's DNA matched with the then unidentified victim. She was a 38-year-old mother of 3 at the time of her demise and stayed in Henderson, Nevada. Her family last heard from her during a phone call in 1991. Unfortunately, her children thought for all these years that their mother abandoned them due to her suffering from a mental illness, and therefore, she was never reported as missing. Mikkel Kalishin, one of Linda's daughters, told the 8 News Now investigators. so this whole time, we were thinking that she left us, and she did not love us. This is a huge thing in our lives. Linda was living with her husband in Henderson, Nevada, while her children were staying in northern Nevada with their father. We called each other all the time on the phone, Mikhail said. But one day in 1991, Michael's stepfather told her and her siblings that their mother decided to leave and start a new life. He came home. Her stuff was gone, Mikhail said about that conversation. She left a note that she was starting a new life. She does not want anyone to go find her. Mikhail never saw the note, she said. A copy of divorce records filed in 1992 reveals her stepfather believed he last saw Linda in October 1991. Mikhail said she was told her mother was living a double life and having an affair. Everyone was just shocked, she said. They were like, I do not understand why she would leave her children. Linda would not do that. And then we were just like, well, she did. She left us. Mikhail said she hoped one day her mother would contact her. She never expected that call from Metro Police. To know that she had been slain, and we are wondering if she suffered, and we are wondering what she is thinking and who did this to her. We do want to find answers. The hope now is that Linda's identification would lead to more information about who took her life. If you have any information about Linda Sue Anderson or the circumstances surrounding her death, please contact the LVMPD at 702-828-3521. Anonymous tips can also be submitted through Crime Stoppers at 702-385-5555. Moving on to the next case. Noah Donahue. Noah Donahue was a kind, intelligent, and popular teenager with a bright future ahead of him. A gifted musician and passionate about rugby and basketball, Noah thrived at St. Malachy's College, the Catholic grammar school he attended in northern Belfast. Throughout his time there, he earned numerous accolades and was an only child, raised single-handedly by his mother, Fiona Donahue. On June 21, 2020, at 5:41 p.m., Noah left his home in South Belfast to meet some friends at the popular Cave Hill hangout. The boys were reportedly planning to work toward earning extra credits for their Duke of Edinburgh award. Noah was wearing a black helmet, a khaki North Face jacket, gray shorts with an emblem on one leg, a tie-dyed blue hoodie, Nike trainers, and a backpack containing his phone, schoolbooks, a reading book, and his laptop. He set off on his black Apollo bicycle. Over the next 8 minutes, CCTV footage showed Noah traveling up Ormo Avenue and entering Victoria Square. Between 5:50 and 5:53 p.m., the 14-year-old traveled on Royal Avenue and York Street. According to Noah's family, the choice to travel on these last two streets was an odd one as it was not the most efficient or safe way for him to get to Cave Hill. Reportedly, it was a potentially risky area for Noah, who was a mixed-race Catholic. This has led his family to ask the question, why did he choose this path? Between 5:53 and 5:57, Noah traveled towards York Gate. He was seen on surveillance footage without his backpack, and it is unclear how he came to be without it, but a 33-year-old man named Daryl Paul appeared in court in November 2020 for theft of the bag. According to news reports, Paul attempted to take Noah's laptop to a pawn shop but was turned away because the owner recognized it as belonging to the 14-year-old. Paul was identified via CCTV footage and claimed that he'd found the backpack. After failing to pawn the laptop, he gave it to 28-year-old Maria Nolan for safekeeping. It was found by police in her room in the hostel she was staying at. Her mother claims that while Maria had struggled with addiction, she was no killer and didn't know the laptop belonged to Noah. She is not suspected of being involved in Noah's disappearance and subsequent death. Returning to Noah's journey, the teenager was next seen on surveillance footage at 5:57 p.m. where he traveled along North Queen Street. Around this time, he lost his phone as it was found near a children's play park on the street by a civilian later on who handed it to police. At 6 p.m., Noah cycled towards Grove Wellbeing Center. He then fell from his bike just before the junction with Shore Road. A passing motorist stopped and attempted to aid him, but the 14-year-old got back on his bike and continued on his way. 1 minute later, he was seen cycling without his jacket. Another minute later at 6 o'clock and 2 seconds p.m., he entered Northwood Crescent from Skegnell Avenue. Noah's helmet was later found between 1723 Northwood Road along with his bike, which was left abandoned. Further down the road at number 63, most of his clothing was recovered. It had been placed on a wall. However, his jacket and shorts have never been found. The last sighting of Noah on CCTV was at 6 o'clock and 3 seconds p.m., where he was seen going between houses 89 and 91 naked. Authorities originally reported that this occurrence had taken place at 6:10 p.m., which would leave 7 minutes of time unaccounted for. However, they later corrected this statement and claimed it took place exactly at 6:0:3. Noah's family have noted their suspicions about this change in time. No witnesses saw the teenager removing his clothes, and no CCTV showed the incident either. Later that evening, Noah's mother Fiona reported him missing. An extensive search occurred over the next 5 days involving 100 of local volunteers as well as the police and the 14-year-old's family. Then at 9:45 a.m. on Saturday, June 26, 5 days after Noah was last seen, his loved one's worst fears were confirmed. Noah's body was found in a storm drain behind 85 Northwood Road. Notably, the storm drain had been inspected by the Department for Infrastructure a week before the teenager went missing. It had been left without a padlock. 2 days before Noah's body was found, the padlock was put back on the drain. It was eventually cut off by law enforcement on the 26th, and the area was subsequently searched. It was described as a 1-kilometer stretch of drain without lighting. Prior to Noah's autopsy being conducted, Superintendent Clark stated his suspicion that foul play was not involved. The post-mortem revealed that the cause of death was drowning. There was no physical evidence of a head injury, although it has been theorized by online sleuths that Noah may have suffered a closed head injury. Very little movement has been seen in Noah's case since his autopsy. It has been noted that there were many blind spots on his journey, and that CCTV revealed only 9 minutes of the total time he was out on his bike. Additionally, his family have speculated that he may have been attacked, which is what led to him losing many of his possessions and seeming distressed towards the end of his journey. Noah's case has been shrouded in controversy since the very start, with the Police Service of Northern Ireland, who had control of the case, receiving much of the criticism from both locals and Noah's family for their failure to handle the case. Firstly, they wrongly told the Donahue family that they'd leafleted the homes on the street where Noah was last seen, but this was untrue. Secondly, authorities had only investigated around 22 of 180 CCTV cameras that were on his route the day he went missing, and detectives had failed to contact residential homes and businesses to ask for copies of their footage. Thirdly, no sample of the water in the storm drain was taken, and the water in Noah's lungs was never compared to it, making it unclear if Noah drowned in that storm drain or somewhere else. Additionally, the lawyer hired by the Donahues stated that the autopsy raised more questions than answers. But that is not where the negligence ended, as law enforcement also failed to track Noah's phone GPS for months, didn't investigate his laptop folly for around 6 months, and finally, did not properly update the Donahues, leaving them to find out many of the case's updates by reading the local papers along with the general public. 18 months later, Noah's case still has many people baffled. If his demise was truly an accident, what happened to cause him to behave in such an erratic and distressed manner? It has been proposed that the 14-year-old suffered an extreme mental break. This is the theory that law enforcement believes. They suggest that Noah entered the storm drain himself, wandered too far and drowned. Initially, they thought he had hit his head after falling off his bike, but they have since walked this idea back, as there is currently no evidence that suggests he did. The next two theories in Noah's case propose the idea that he was assaulted off camera. Online sleuths have suggested that he got rid of any items that could identify him while he fled from the attacker, and this is the reason why he ended up taking a different route than normal. It has also been postulated that these attackers chased Noah afterwards and he hid in the storm drain, but was found and drowned by the attackers. If this was the case, however, Reddit users have noted that whoever it was managed to avoid leaving behind DNA evidence and evaded both eyewitnesses and CCTV cameras. The final theories in Noah's case suggest that his behavior was the result of a drug-induced psychosis or confusion, or that he had at some point sustained an undetected injury to his head. Few people believe the former notion, but many feel that the head injury might explain the teen's odd behavior. While an inquest into Noah's demise was held, it was found that the 14-year-old's death was simply an accidental drowning. Earlier this year, the Sunday World published a news article about a prisoner who claimed that his former cellmate had admitted to the abduction and slaying of Noah Donahue. The former cellmate was released from prison in July of 2021. According to the prisoner, the cellmate broke down and admitted that while on his way to carry out a vigilante attack on a local sex offender, he saw Noah and attacked him. Afterwards, he bundled the teen into his car, took him to his flat where he assaulted him further, and then killed him. The former cellmate then allegedly said that other people had helped him dispose of the body. However, the police were unable to find any evidence linking this man to the scene and don't believe he was involved in the case. In the aftermath of Noah's death, his mother Fiona began a social media campaign, #RememberMyNoah, as she continues to look for answers in her son's death and demands accountability from the Police Service of Northern Ireland. She also established the Noah Donahue Foundation, which focuses on supporting the causes that were important to Noah. To date, the foundation has made donations to the search and rescue team that assisted in the search for Noah while he was missing, as well as to 2 local football clubs and the music department at Noah's school. Anyone with information about Noah or Inger's case can contact Crime Stoppers UK anonymously at 0800 555 111. Moving on to the next case. Angel Ormiston. In the summer of 1992, Angel Ormiston was a 17-year-old high school student living in the quiet, middle-class suburb of Mentor in Lake County, Ohio. Known for her radiant smile and golden blonde hair, Angel was friendly, approachable, and loved spending time with her friends. Her social nature often led her to hang out with friends and drive around town, enjoying music and the freedom that came with it. Like many teenagers her age, Angel was navigating the journey of growing up in a small town, but her life was tragically cut short, leaving her family and friends to cope with the deep loss. Angel had the freedom to go wherever she pleased, thanks to her own car. The Great Lakes Mall, a popular spot in the community, was one of her favorite places to hang out, and she also worked part-time at a burger restaurant there. On the afternoon of July 31, 1992, Angel told her mother that she was heading to the mall to pick up her paycheck and run a few errands. However, by the next morning, Angel hadn't returned home. Since it wasn't unusual for her to spend the night at a friend's house, her mother initially thought she was there, and no one was immediately concerned. But as the hours passed, her family began to worry when Angel never showed up, setting off a chain of events that would change their lives forever. Angel didn't really have rules when it came to checking in with her mother, Jackie, because she wasn't a particularly strict person. Since Angel's mother was aware of her high level of independence, she didn't worry as much as some other parents would have. Angel never had a lot of rules guiding her life because her father, a long-haul truck driver, was also frequently gone from the house. 2 days later, when Angel's older brother went to the mall to do a little shopping, he spotted something that concerned him. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. In the parking lot of the Great Lakes Mall was the 1981 white-color Honda Civic owned by Angel. He approached Angel's vehicle and peered inside to find her pocketbook and hairbrush lying on the seat. He immediately called their mother, who responded to his call and came to pick up Angel's car. Jackie, their mother, was however still of the opinion that Angel was with Stacy, her best friend. Stacy's residence was the first one she tried to call, but no one picked up. At this point, Angel's mother started to worry and ultimately made the decision to call the police to report her daughter missing. It was now August 2, 1992. Angel had last been seen on July 31st. When questioned by the police about why she had delayed so long before reporting her daughter missing, Jackie explained that she believed she had to wait 48 hours before making a report. Jackie once more resorted to Stacy, who was Angel's closest friend and the person most likely to know where Angel was. Stacy and Angel spoke on the phone when they were separated despite spending practically every day together. But on this particular weekend, Stacy had been baking cookies at her sister's place, so she was shocked when Jackie eventually called her. She hasn't seen Angel all weekend and has no idea where she could be. Jackie, who had assumed that her daughter had been with Stacy since she departed on Friday afternoon, was horrified to learn of this. The Mentor police undertake a thorough search right away, and Larry Fish is named the case's lead detective. He began by thoroughly searching Angel's vehicle, but no indication of foul play was discovered. Additionally, nothing appeared to have been stolen. Instead, it appeared as though Angel had stood up and walked away from her car by herself. However, no one who knew Angel well could comprehend why she would want to pack up and leave town. She was highly loved, outgoing, and popular. She also planned to attend college in the future. Investigators started to look into the idea that Angel may have been taken because there were no indications of a fight. Numerous fingerprints were found on her car when it was dusted for them, but they could all be linked to Angel's friends and relatives. Inadvertently, this made them all suspect. First, Detective Fisher contacted her father's trucking company, but dispatch records indicate that he was out of the state at the time of Angel's disappearance. He then demanded that Jackie undergo a polygraph test, but to the amazement of the detectives, Jackie declined to do so. Jackie and her strange behavior came under closer scrutiny by the detectives. They questioned her about a number of things, including why she took so long to report her daughter missing and if she thought Angel had been the victim of foul play. Why then did she move Angel's car, potentially disrupting any evidence? However, the police lacked concrete evidence against Jackie and were unable to legally compel her to take the polygraph test. The burger business where Angel worked was the last location she claimed to have been to, so the police began to investigate there. When the police arrived, the burger restaurant, Angel's co-workers claimed that she never showed up there that day and that her paycheck was still available. However, when Angel's co-workers revealed to the investigators that they already knew what might have happened to Angel, the investigators became alarmed. They told the detectives about a peculiar male manager they had who enjoyed preying on the young female employees and would frequently linger nearby while they changed into their work uniforms. This manager had been fired for sexual harassment, including instances where he had touched several of the employees in an inappropriate manner. After investigators looked into his background, they discovered that the individual has a history of having contact with minor girls. The employees continued by saying that the manager had a thing for Angel in particular, and would frequently pay her additional attention, keep an eye on her while she worked, and make lewd remarks about her. They added that he had found every opportunity in the little kitchen to converse with and approach Angel. Due to this recently discovered information, the manager was elevated to the top of the list of suspects. He was promptly located by the police, but he flatly denied any involvement in Angel's disappearance. He claimed he hadn't seen Angel since the two of them had worked together, and that day he had been far from the Great Lakes Mall. He actually had the timesheets to show that he had been employed at another fast food restaurant at the time. The suspicion that the burger restaurant was somehow connected to Angel's disappearance persisted in the minds of the investigators. They questioned the manager and staff members once more and learned a secret that Angel had been hiding from her family. When Angel told her mother she was going to pick up her paycheck, she never mentioned that it would be her last. It appeared that Angel had been fired from her job for consistently being late. Everyone associated with her place of work was eventually cleared. The police was once more back to the very beginning. Angel's friends and family couldn't figure out why anyone would want to hurt her. She was a kind and trustworthy girl who didn't tend to have enemies. Investigators had a tendency to think that her trusting character may have allowed someone to take advantage of her, and that she may have left with someone who intended to harm her. Stacy, Angel's best friend, was the last person to see the victim alive in this instance. The last person to see a victim alive is typically the one who has done something sinister. The investigators once again decided that Stacy was definitely a person of interest. Police made the decision to speak with Stacy. They had a 4-hour conversation. Stacy was eager to share all the information she knows with the detectives, but her alibi remained the same. She spent the entire weekend baking at her sister's house. She did provide one potential lead for the detectives, though. She named a student at their school whom she advised the detectives to look into. The student was Mark Satka. According to Stacy, 19-year-old Mark Satka had just received his honors diploma from their school. Mentor High and Angel had a strong admiration for Mark and yearned to be in a relationship with him. Angel's relationship with Mark over the summer was a secret only to her closest friends. The largest secret was revealed by Stacy afterwards. Angel was pregnant with Mark's child. Stacy said that Angel had wanted to tell Mark she was pregnant before she vanished. She had hoped that he would embrace her and want to start a relationship with her and raise the child. However, Mark was scheduled to enroll at Akron University and was alleged to have just been leading Angel on throughout the summer. He didn't seem to be interested in a long-term relationship with Angel. On hearing this, Mark Satka was rounded up by the police right away to be questioned. Mark was shocked to learn that he was being investigated over the case and insisted that he and Angel were not even dating, let alone that she could be pregnant with his child. He claimed that although they had only ever had one sexual encounter, it had been a long time ago. Then he said he had a girlfriend and had been dating her for 2 years. According to him, he worked until 5 o'clock that Friday and then went to the mall to buy a present for his girlfriend. Later, he then had pizza with friends. Police started investigating his alibi and began by looking into his workplace. They proceeded to Mark's place of employment, and his time card did show that he was speaking the truth about his attendance at work. When they took Mark's shopping route to the stores, they discovered that he could have made the trip in the time he claimed. The friends Mark claimed he linked up with that night were finally approached. They verified they had met for pizza and a movie at 9 o'clock, but Mark was unable to present any witnesses for the shopping outing. Nobody recognized Mark when investigators questioned staff members from the stores he claimed to have gone to. This made the investigators question Mark's account of this time, period. Due to this gap in his evening, the detectives asked Mark to take a polygraph examination. He agreed and did really well on the test, proving that he wasn't giving false information in his responses. Mark was no longer considered a suspect as a result of his cooperation and the polygraph test. The police then reverted to the original assumption that Angel either fled town or was kidnapped from her car by a different offender. They suspected Angel may have fled to have her pregnancy alone since she knew her mother would not approve of an abortion. Once more, there were no leads for the police to pursue until a few weeks later when a prisoner at the Lake County Detention Center provided a tip. According to him, in Cleveland, there was a prostitute named Angel who fit Angel Ormiston's description of a blonde between the ages of 17-20 with a lovely smile, and who was found wandering the streets alone. The description was a perfect fit for Angel. The prisoner claimed to have seen Angel moments before his arrest. He continued by saying that a man by the name of Pimp Gaddy had employed Angel. When Detective Fisher contacted his Cleveland colleagues, they confirmed that the police in Cleveland were aware of someone going by the name of Pimp Daddy. He operated his business out of a 2-story building on the outskirts of the city. Runaways, strays, and troublesome youths made up his workforce, but they had been told not to speak to authorities or divulge their names. Police could only attempt to save Angel once. They made the decision to raid the location, specifically during their busiest hours, which was a Friday evening. Police were able to locate the said girl after a search warrant was approved. While she acknowledged that her name was Angel, she remained silent. The only way to determine if this was the missing Mentor, Ohio resident, Angel Ormiston, was to call her mother Jackie and urge her to travel to Cleveland to meet the young woman and maybe identify her as her daughter. Jackie prepared herself for the worst, but it was discovered that the girl was not Angel Ormiston when she got there. Nevertheless, this act did result in some good when the little girl's family was found and she was sent home, rescuing her from a life of crime, drugs, and prostitution. In an effort to get Angel's name and story in the media, Jackie, who was inconsolable, invited every local news station into her home. She pleaded for information and begged for assistance in finding her daughter innumerable times. Flyers that Angel's friends created were dispersed across the neighborhood. In order to gather a sum of $10,000 for Angel's safe return, the community turns to local businesses, organizations, and charity for donations. Within a month, the Mentor Police Department received thousands of tips. Police spent a lot of time investigating the tips, but to no avail. Because Jackie believed the police weren't acting quickly enough, the Ormistons had to hire their own private investigator, but this did not provide any results either. After more than 3 months, Angel was still missing. Despite the lack of progress in her situation, her mother remained optimistic. In case Angel ever called home, Jackie left a voice note for her on her answering machine. As the months passed, there was frustration among Angel's family and friends, and rage at the police station intensified. The search for Angel Ormiston ended when a local man went hunting with his dog on December 15, 1992. The dog detected a scent during their walk and moved in the direction of a drainage ditch. The man then became aware of a sizable form that was covered in a sheet and had a rope tied around it. He noticed something that appeared to be a human hand when he pulled back the fabric. Despite being severely decomposed, the body had been lying face down for several months when it was discovered by investigators, which is roughly how long Angel has been missing. Green duct tape and an old piece of clothesline were used to bind the corpse. Police were able to identify the body as being that of a female despite the fact that it was completely unrecognizable. Everyone recognized the person in their hearts. In an effort to identify her killer, the forensic team collected her bones and started digging through the earth for any evidence that could help with the case. The coroner was able to identify Angel Ormiston's remains on December 16, thanks to dental records. The small town's residents were shocked when the news of Angel's murder traveled throughout the community. An autopsy revealed that Angel had suffered a traumatic head injury as well as 2 stab wounds to the chest. Those stab wounds were determined to be the cause of death by the coroner. She had been violently and angrily stabbed. At least the police had physical evidence by this point to try to identify the murderer. The forensic team was able to retrieve a blue piece of carpet fibers which was stuck to the duct tape. In their search for the matching blue carpet, police put together a list of all the houses associated with Angel, including her family and friends. One of those residences belonged to Mark Satka's parents. The boy Angel had been seeing all summer. The house was empty at the time of Angel's murder since it was up for sale, but Mark had been spotted using it. There were only 2 persons with the keys at that time, Mark and his mother. When the police went over to the house to look at it, they discovered it had been sold, but they were permitted by the new owners to search the house. The owners have entirely renovated the house, with the exception of 2 rooms and the basement. Investigators observed blue carpet squares on the steps as they descended into the basement. They then took some samples to compare with the blue carpet fibers discovered on Angel's remains. They also observed that a part of the laundry room clothing line had been removed. This was also hurriedly processed in the lab, and the findings support their suspicions. There was a match. The carpets, stairs, and walls of the basement all had small blood stains, and a bloody thumbprint was also obtained for testing. The police soon arrested Mark Satka for Angel's murder the day after they found his basement of horrors. His arrest came 5 months after Angel Ormiston vanished. Mark was still acting defiantly and was attempting to persuade the police that they lacked sufficient proof to prosecute him. Investigators were, however, looking at his car at the same time. Even though Mark had made an effort to thoroughly wash his car, the job fell short. The exact roll of green duct tape that was used to bind Angel was still in his car, along with remnants of blood in the trunk. After being challenged by Detective Fisher with all of these tangible evidence against him, Mark finally acknowledged doing something stupid. When asked what stupid thing he did, he said that he killed Angel. He claimed that he brought Angel to the house with the purpose of having intercourse with her, but that he became angry when she revealed that she was pregnant and that he was the father. When Angel refused to get the abortion he insisted she have, he got angry and knocked her to the ground by his repeated punches. He hurried up the stairs and raced to the garage to retrieve a knife and stabbed her twice. Detectives questioned if Angel was alive or dead before he stabbed her. He responded that she was alive since he could see her breathing. Mark then dragged her up the stairs after wrapping her body and tying a laundry line around her legs. She was placed in his car and he drove to the woods to discard her body there. He went back home to clean up before going to dinner with his friends. The entire time that Mark had been eating pepperoni pizza and having fun with his friends, Angel's body had been lying in a shallow grave. After Mark's interview and confessions, he was accused of killing Angel. The news brought some relief to Angel's loved ones as authorities finally made progress in the case. Mark led investigators to the roadside spot where he had discarded Angel's car keys and then guided them to a remote location where he had thrown away the knife used in the crime, though the weapon was never recovered. Mark's motive for killing Angel was rooted in his belief that she was a hindrance to his life. He saw her as a complication, especially since she was pregnant with his child. Despite not having any genuine feelings for Angel, Mark felt he would be burdened with responsibility for her and their unborn child, which he clearly resented. In February 1993, Mark pleaded guilty to aggravated murder and kidnapping in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. During the investigation, he had passed a polygraph test, which was a reflection of his lack of conscience. Throughout the process, Mark showed no remorse for his actions, further illustrating his indifference to the crime he had committed. Moving on to the next case. Barbara Follett. The 1930s was a monumental decade in world history. In 1930, the first ever FIFA World Cup took place, Pluto was discovered and named, and future astronaut Buzz Aldrin was born. In the years that followed, the Hindenburg disaster shocked the world, famed aviator Amelia Earhart vanished, and ultimately, World War II began. Over time, many of the most intriguing mysteries of the 1930s have faded into obscurity. One such mystery is Barbara Follett. Born on March 4, 1914, in Hanover, New Hampshire, Barbara Newhall Follett appeared destined for greatness. Her father, Wilson, was a literary editor, critic, and university lecturer, while her mother, Helen, was a children's author. It was no surprise to her parents when Barbara's creativity and talent for writing emerged during her homeschooling sessions. The little girl excelled in writing and reading activities. And by the age of 4, she'd begun to write her own poetry. Barbara's writing often dealt with the themes of nature and the wilderness. Her first novel, The House Without Windows, revolved around a young girl who ran away from home to live in nature with the animals. The book was published in 1927 when Barbara was just 12 years old, and it was praised up and down the nation. Her second book was published when she was just 14 and once again was critically acclaimed. However, despite her promising career, vivid imagination, and endless talent, Barbara was living under a cloud. In the lead-up to her parents' separation in 1928, her father had begun to spend more and more time in New York, where he'd met and fallen for a woman 20 years his junior. The separation of her parents devastated Barbara, who was very close to her father. Reportedly, he was the biggest supporter of her creative endeavors, and he essentially abandoned her following the divorce. Not willing to quit just yet, however, Barbara encouraged her mother to start anew. Helen placed her other daughter Sabra into the care of a family member before she and Barbara headed off to start a new adventure, sailing from New York to Barbados and exploring the Caribbean islands. While traveling to Washington in 1929, Barbara met 25-year-old Edward Anderson. He became her closest companion, and Barbara ultimately fell in love with him. But the relationship Barbara wanted never took off, and she returned to the U.S. with her mother. From here, she enrolled in university, but quickly decided it wasn't for her and ran away to San Francisco. By all accounts, Barbara appears to have led a turbulent life as a teenager and young adult. By the age of 16, she was working as a secretary in New York City. She continued to write manuscripts but had fallen out of favor with publishers, meaning her newer work never saw the light of day. In July of 1934, she married Nickerson Rogers. The pair had met in the summer of 1931 while traveling across Europe. At last, the young woman seemed fulfilled and happy. But this euphoria did not last long. Just a few years later, in 1937, Barbara began to express her dissatisfaction with the marriage. In 1938, she began to suspect Rogers of having an affair and became increasingly distressed by the notion. On December 7, 1939, Barbara, now 25, left the home she shared with her husband in Massachusetts, and was never seen or heard from again. According to Rogers, he and his wife argued and she left. She never came back and took with her $30, the modern-day equivalent of about $558, and a single notebook. All of her documents, manuscripts, and other personal possessions were left behind. However, Rogers did not report her missing until 2 weeks later, claiming that he was waiting for her to return. It is possible that the couple had argued because Rogers had asked Barbara for a divorce, but we don't know this for certain. 4 months later, Rogers asked the authorities to issue a missing person bulletin, but it was done under her married name, so the media did not pick up the case. Rogers also reportedly declined to publicize the case further, but this could have been due to Barbara's bad track record with the media. News outlets didn't actually pick up on her story until 1966. In 1941, Rogers reportedly attempted to divorce Barbara on the grounds of cruelty, but this was unsuccessful. However, he did eventually manage to get a divorce in 1944 and remarried shortly after. According to one of his daughters, Rogers hired a private investigator to help locate Barbara, but the investigator found no signs of the missing 25-year-old. In 1952, Barbara's mother Helen pushed for more to be done in her daughter's case. She suspected Rogers of being involved and even wrote him a letter that said, quote, "All of this silence on your part looks as if you had something to hide concerning Barbara's disappearance." She told him that she would do everything in her power to find out whether Barbara was dead or alive and where she was. Authorities never found a trace of Barbara after her disappearance. It has been theorized that she left to start a new life somewhere else. After all, she seemed to be an independent woman who loved adventure. It has also been speculated that she left to take her own life given her history of depression. One Reddit user pointedly noted that Barbara may have seen her husband's distant, cool behavior as an echo of her father's abandonment, which may have caused her great emotional distress. It's also been pointed out that her first love, Edward, passed away in 1937, and this may have added to the heartache. On November 25, 1948, a hunter found human remains in Mount Prospect Woods, which overlooked Squam Lake in New Hampshire. Barbara was fond of the area and had stayed in a nearby farmhouse with Rogers several times. The remains were skeletal, and some parts were missing, likely due to the weather and scavenging animals. But authorities were able to determine that they belonged to a woman in her mid-20s and that the skeleton had been there since at least 1939. For their parts, law enforcement determined that the remains were those of a 25-year-old pregnant woman named Elsie Whitmore, who'd gone missing from Plymouth in 1936. However, there has been some speculation that the remains actually belonged to Barbara due to the discrepancies between the skeleton and Elsie. The oddities are as follows. 1. Glasses were recovered from the scene, but Elsie did not wear glasses. 2. A size 7 shoe was found along with the body, but Elsie wore a 5 or a 5.5. 3. No belongings from the scene could be identified by Elsie's family. It's also been noted that the Plymouth girl was in the later stages of pregnancy at the time of her vanishing, yet there was no indication in these remains that the body was of someone who was pregnant. And 4. A water flask and a medicine bottle containing traces of barbiturates were found at the scene. As a result, investigators believed that Jane Doe had taken her own life. And wouldn't you know, Barbara was known to have been prescribed barbiturates for her disordered sleeping pattern. No death certificate for Elsie was ever released, and her family never received the bones for burial. In fact, her family never really accepted the remains were hers. There is also no indication as to where the bones were buried or where they went. Their location to this day is unknown. Investigators closed their investigation roughly 1 week after the remains were found, satisfied with their conclusion that the body belonged to Elsie. There is considerable debate online about whether the bones could belong to the 25-year-old Barbara. However, without access to the remains, her descendants cannot perform DNA testing to verify or refute this theory. No trace of Barbara has ever surfaced since her abrupt disappearance, and no evidence has emerged to confirm or rule out foul play. To this day, her vanishing remains an unsolved and perplexing mystery. Moving on to the next case. Blanca Mabel Otero Alvarez. Blanca Mabel Otero Alvarez was born in 1952 in Quichulite, El Chaco province, Argentina. When she was 21, her family moved to her parents' hometown of Chiliches in Spain. Although Blanca had been a schoolteacher in Argentina, she struggled to find work in Spain. Eventually, she secured a job with the National Rail Board. To be closer to her job, Blanca moved to Leon City, but she continued to visit her parents every week. Then, one day, she disappeared. She did not take anything with her. At first, her family did not report her missing because her father did not want them to. Finally, in 1997, they did report Blanca missing. By then, she would have been 45 years old. Within a few days of reporting her missing, the police found Blanca in the city of Gajan. She told the police, however, that she did not want to get in contact with her family. Her family was disappointed but determined to reunite with her. They made their way to Gillen, but learned that Blanca realized that they were on their way and gave up her apartment and moved on. In 2005, Blanca wrote a letter to her family that included a photograph of her. In the letter, she asked for forgiveness from her dad and said that she would make contact with her family more, but she never did. Little did her family know that Blanca changed her name to Ava and moved to La Fresneda estate. She was working, caring for children and pets, and cleaning houses. Her neighbors knew her for years without knowing she was a missing person. In August 2020, the local police received calls from residents in La Fresneda. They were concerned because they hadn't seen their neighbor, Ava, for a few days. The police had to force the windows open to get into her house. Inside, they found 68-year-old Ava sitting on the floor in her lounge. She was dehydrated and apparently absent mentally, not speaking, confused, and seemingly unaware of what was going on around her. She was taken to the Asturias Central University Hospital. Efforts were made to trace her next of kin, and it was eventually discovered that Eva was not listed on the local records. Finally, she was identified as the missing Blanca Otero Alvarez. Her family was contacted, and they were stunned to learn that Blanca had been found and was alive. Blanca's mother, now 90 years old, still needs to be informed that her daughter has been located. Moving on to the next case. Lam Yohe. Lam Yohe, better known as Alisa Lam to her peers at the University of British Columbia and the broader public, was a bright, thoughtful, and creative student. Her interests in fashion and talent for writing were overshadowed by the struggles of bipolar disorder and mental health challenges, which many believe played a role in her disappearance and tragic death. For almost 9 years, both amateur sleuths and professional investigators have searched tirelessly, scrutinizing every detail in hopes of uncovering the truth behind Alisa Lam's demise. Despite their efforts and the available evidence, these investigations have only raised more questions than answers, leaving the mystery unresolved and open to anyone willing to take on the challenge. As a hope to provide a more substantial reasoning built upon observable evidence and situational analysis, this is an examination of the bizarre circumstances surrounding Alisa Lam's confusing death. Alisa Lam was born on April 30, 1991 in Vancouver, British Columbia to two immigrants from Hong Kong, David and Yenna Lam. Her parents opened up a restaurant in Burnaby, Canada, and the family helped operate the popular dining spots called Paul's Restaurant for years. In 2010, Alisa started her first blog on the internet titled Ethy Fields. Throughout the next couple of years, she used the platform to showcase her love of fashion and clothing, often posting magazine articles and fashion-related photography. Alisa Lam often spoke candidly about her struggles with mental illness, expressing concern that her academic transcript, marked by dropped classes and irregular attendance, might reflect poorly on her. Despite these challenges, she wrote deeply and thoughtfully about psychology, emotions, and the human spirit. Her blog served as a canvas for her introspection, showcasing a bright mind and a reflective thinker. In her final post on her blog Ether Fields, Alisa announced a shift in her online presence to Tumblr, launching a page she titled Nouvelle Nouveau, meaning News New. On this platform, Alisa shared thousands of posts, including her own writings and curated works from other authors, alongside an array of evocative images. It was apparent on Tumblr that she held deep-rooted interests in classical books and films, experimental art, and design and fashion and culture. Sprinkled amongst these fascinations were bits of dark and brooding images, hinting at a more personal sadness and perhaps conflicted mind full of monsters, melancholy and misery. In fact, Alisa did have a history with a couple of psychological disorders. This narrative kept under wraps by her family for months after her disappearance and death. Specifically, she was diagnosed for bipolar disorder and depression. Bipolar disorder is a mental health condition characterized by episodes of depression as well as periods of unusually elevated mood, known as mania or hypomania. Alisa Lam managed her condition with medications like Dexedrine, Wellbutrin, and mood stabilizers. For much of her life, she coped with her struggles effectively, showing no significant signs of instability or risk to herself or others. Up until her ill-fated trip to Los Angeles in 2013, Alisa displayed resilience and functionality despite her challenges. It's essential to remember Alisa Lam as more than her diagnosis, a complex, thoughtful, and creative individual who lived with courage and humanity. She was a promising student at the University of British Columbia and obviously had a plethora of ideas about the world. She had a family, hobbies, and most importantly, a future. Unfortunately, it was cut short of its potential as the mystery of her fate began to unravel in December of 2012. Now let's explore the timeline of events leading to Alisa's death. On December 21, 2012, Alisa gives the first recorded mention of her desire to travel to the West Coast and visit a school in Santa Clara for potential transfer. On December 28, 2012, Alisa Lam mentioned on her Tumblr that she had misplaced her cell phone. As the new year arrived, she shared plans for her upcoming West Coast tour on January 5, 2013, marking the first time she suggested meeting people she'd connected with online. A few days later, on January 7th, Alisa booked her flight for the trip and posted a cryptic and unsettling message about the future on Tumblr. On January 9th, she revealed that paranoia had driven her to create a new Facebook account, her fifth, and she reposted a blurb she had written earlier that day. These entries provide a glimpse into her state of mind leading up to her tragic journey. Before the blurb is an introduction in which she claims, "This is the very start of my depression, and today I am feeling very low." Fast forward to January 18th when Alisa supposedly arrives in Vancouver on her tour. 4 days later on January 22nd, she supposedly traveled to San Diego for the next leg in her journey after missing her initial flight while getting lost in the airport. On January 24th, Alisa posts on Tumblr that her trip so far has consisted mostly of activities and actions that she participates in back at home on a normal schedule. With this post, she hints at her later actions in Los Angeles when she says, "Every now and then I do something entirely impulsive and reckless." On January 27, 2013, Alisa Lam posted on Tumblr about spending time with friends at a speakeasy. She mentioned losing another phone, though this one wasn't hers. It was a borrowed BlackBerry from a friend for her trip. The following day, January 28th, Alisa arrived in Los Angeles and checked into the Cecil Hotel, a budget-friendly accommodation near Skid Row known for its dark history. By January 30th, Alisa's roommates reported concerns about her odd behavior, prompting hotel staff to relocate her to a private room on the 5th floor to avoid disturbing other guests. On January 31st, the day she was scheduled to leave LA, Alisa was last seen by hotel staff and a bookstore clerk, Katie Orphan. Orphan described her as lively, outgoing, and friendly, despite being alone. This would be the final confirmed sighting of Alisa Lam. Orphan also said she was talking about what books she was getting and whether or not what she was getting would be too heavy for her to carry around as she traveled. Because Alisa was supposed to check out of the Cecil Hotel that day and travel to Santa Cruz for the last leg on her tour, both her parents were waiting for a phone call. In fact, Alisa had called her parents almost every night during her trip despite losing her temporary cell phone. After they heard nothing from their daughter, Mr. and Mrs. Lam flew to Los Angeles to file a missing persons reports and assist the Los Angeles Police Department in their search. Throughout the first week of February, both the Lam couple and the LAPD scoured the Cecil and the surrounding areas for any trace of Alisa. Tracking dogs brought in to aid in the search for Alisa Lam were unable to pick up her scent, leaving investigators without leads during the critical early days. Her hotel room revealed no signs of struggle, disturbance, or any suspicious items, deepening the mystery surrounding her sudden disappearance. On February 6, 2013, the LAPD issued an official statement online about Alisa's case, providing her description and urging the public to report any sightings or information. The following day, February 7, a press conference was held, but no substantial tips emerged. On February 14, the LAPD released a chilling piece of evidence, an elevator surveillance video from February 1. The footage showed Alisa entering the elevator, pressing several buttons, and behaving erratically, peering out into the hallway, gesturing strangely, and seemingly hiding from someone unseen. The bizarre clip quickly went viral, capturing the attention of amateur sleuths and media worldwide. The clip was unsettling to say the least, but gave investigators one more glimpse into Lam's final sighting and brought the case to worldwide attention. The missing persons search would soon come to an end, however, when on February 19, a Cecil hotel worker responded to multiple guest complaints about funny-smelling water and low faucet pressure. The employee went up to the rooftop water system, peered into the open tank and discovered Alisa Lam's naked body floating face up. LAPD was immediately notified and the water tanks soon became a crime scene. A couple of days thereafter, on February 21, the Los Angeles Coroner's Office issued a label of Alisa Lam's death as accidental due to the consequence of drowning with bipolar disorder, as a finding of other conditions contributing, but not related to the immediate cause of death. In June 2013, the Los Angeles Coroner's Office released the full autopsy and toxicology reports related to Alisa Lam's case. While the findings did not introduce any groundbreaking revelations, they confirmed that Alisa's body was discovered unclothed in the water tank, with her clothes, keys, and watch also retrieved from the tank, all covered in a sandy residue. Despite the official ruling that her death was accidental, the reports failed to quell public curiosity or skepticism. Over the years, the case has inspired an endless stream of theories, ranging from plausible scenarios to far-fetched conspiracies. These discussions, fueled by the enigmatic elevator footage and unanswered questions, have continued to overshadow the coroner's conclusions, ensuring Alisa Lam's story remains a haunting enigma. Many questioned the police investigation and even more saw possible holes in the final reports. Regardless, the timeline of Alisa Lam's death and its direct series of events blossomed into the most talked-about case of the 21st century. Without a doubt, the most controversial and scrutinized piece of the Alisa Lam case is the 4-minute CCTV footage that the LAPD pulled from one of the Cecil Hotel surveillance tapes situated in the upper corner of a main elevator carriage in the northern corridor. The video is a bit grainy and segments of it are hard to clearly make out. But one thing is for certain, Alisa Lam is the subject of the footage and is clearly reacting to something. The enigmatic elevator footage of Alisa Lam leaves an unsettling impression that's difficult to shake. While the exact reasons behind her actions will likely never be fully understood, the clip takes on an even stranger dimension when viewed through the lens of her apparent unease. Her cautious glances out of the elevator suggest she might have felt she was being followed. At times, it seems as though she could be speaking, perhaps to herself, adding another layer of ambiguity. The seemingly arbitrary pressing of buttons upon her entry, the empty hallways, and her indistinct gestures and movements create a puzzling scene. The video resists any straightforward interpretation, leaving viewers with more questions than answers, even after multiple viewings. There have also been some controversy surrounding the tape's origins. Some people across the internet claim the footage skips 1 minute of the time code, but because of its low quality, it's not easy to point out. Others say the footage itself has been tampered with, purposefully pixelating Alisa's mouth at various points, but these reports have either been denied or flat out ignored by professionals. One thing is for sure, The elevator footage from February 1, 2013 depicting the last known images of Alisa Lam have conjured both worthy concern and far-fetched conspiracies and remains the single most intriguing piece of evidence linked to the case. Since the day Alisa Lam went missing, the CCTV tapes were released and her body was discovered on the rooftop of the Cecil Hotel. Numerous theories have emerged worldwide, each attempting to unravel the perplexing mystery of Alisa Lam's death. Many of these speculations delve into the realm of conspiracy, veering away from grounded reasoning. Some suggest she was engaging in an elevator game to access alternate dimensions. Others propose she was influenced by supernatural entities, encountered paranormal phenomena, or even made contact with extraterrestrial beings. These ideas, while imaginative, lean heavily on hyperbole and coincidence rather than tangible evidence. They often serve to sensationalize Alisa's tragic end, transforming it into a narrative of science fiction or the occult, without offering any substantiated connection to the real-world facts of the case. For example, the location of the Cecil Hotel is in Skid Row of downtown Los Angeles. The area is infamous for its high crime rates and suspicious activity. Drug peddling and violent crime are common both outside and inside of the hotel, which has its own history of murder and suicide. In 1985, serial killer Richard Ramirez, dubbed as the Night Stalker, stayed in one of the 600 rooms of the Cecil in the midst of a killing spree that ended in the deaths of 13 women. Another homicide suspect, Jack Unterberger, stayed in the hotel in 1991. The Cecil Hotel, infamous for its dark history, was a frequent site for tragic events, including suicides in the 1950s and 1960s when individuals leaped from its rooftop. It was also the setting of a chilling unsolved case, the brutal 1964 murder of Pigeon Goldie Osgood, a beloved former telephone operator found mutilated in her room. Despite the macabre history of the hotel, none of its past tragedies directly connect to Alisa Lam's death. A more grounded theory suggests she may have been followed during her stay in Los Angeles, pursued through the Cecil's hallways, and ultimately murdered, with her body placed in the water tank by an unknown assailant. At first glance, this explanation appeared plausible. If you go back to multiple Tumblr posts that Alisa made throughout the end of 2012 and beginning of 2013, she was conscious about her outspoken nature and feared that one day her mouth would get her into trouble. At various points, she wrote about unsettling anxieties. One post read, "I'm going out tonight. I really hope no creeper comes near me." At least twice, Alisa was convinced trouble was lurking around the corner at the fault of her tongue, saying, quote, "I really need to be removed from society before my big mouth gets me in trouble and I get beaten up." Alisa Lam herself admitted in her writings, "My mouth is my downfall, and it will get me in trouble. I already do so many stupid things. I have trouble knowing where boundaries are, and it seems I always make the biggest mistakes at the worst possible moments." She reflected on how her impulsive actions often led to unintended consequences, particularly when attempting to cut corners or act without thinking. Additionally, she acknowledged a tendency to spark arguments with strangers, which raises the possibility that she might have encountered a confrontation in the wrong place at the wrong time during that winter in Los Angeles. This context adds another layer of complexity to the case, especially when paired with her peculiar behavior observed in the infamous elevator footage. After she enters for the first time and presses the floor buttons, she waits a few moments before slowly approaching the elevator's door frame. She then quickly sticks her head out in the hallway and glances from side to side in a hurried manner, then pulling back into the elevator. She pins herself against the wall and then into the corner, acting as if she was avoiding the vision of someone from outside. She goes back to the door frame once more and again, cautiously sticks her head into the open. From here, she makes a series of random movements before pressing more buttons. When Alisa returns outside for the final time, she appears to be communicating either verbally or with hand gestures, but no one is seen in the footage. This part of her movements could suggest that she was attempting to hide from someone, though her erratic footwork and dazed demeanor in the latter half of the video complicate the idea that she was actively fleeing from danger. These observations, combined with her Tumblr posts, raise the possibility that someone else could have been involved in her death. However, despite these suspicions, there are several counterarguments that suggest her death was not a homicide. For example, the absence of bruises or signs of bodily harm on Alisa's body seems to rule out the possibility of an assault. This discrepancy leaves the cause of her death open to interpretation and continues to fuel ongoing debate. All of her belongings were accounted for besides the long-lost cell phone, ruling out robbery or attempted robbery. The eyewitness testimonies by hotel employees and the bookstore clerk claimed she was completely alone and showed no signs of struggle or distress regarding another person. Cameras captured no other suspects around the time of Alisa's recording, and her lack of relationships in a new territory helped rule out a planned or just stated murder, as she had very little friends back at home, let alone Los Angeles. In the end, there was zero evidence confirming these theories about murder or foul play. This leads to a contradiction in the findings of the Los Angeles coroner's office. While the medical examiners prefaced their final conclusions with a disclaimer about the limited evidence, particularly due to the lack of blood samples for testing, they simultaneously state that the police investigation ruled out foul play. However, they also claimed that a thorough review of the case and consultations did not suggest an intention for self-harm. This creates a catch-22. The evidence doesn't conclusively point to either homicide or suicide, leaving the cause of Alisa Lam's death ambiguous and fueling ongoing debates and suspicions. The manner of death is classified as accident. So if there was no harmful intention either by Lam herself or a second suspect, then how exactly did Alisa accidentally climb up a massive cylinder, discover it was a water tank, lift up an incredibly heavy lid and jump into the dark water? And if the lid was already opened, why did she choose to climb in as a response? Murder and suicide are polar opposite explanations that have both been deemed inapplicable. Believers that Alisa was killed by somebody else linger over the fact that the rooftop access was protected by alarms on the doors and the fact that her accessing the water tanks required agility and strength. This sets a foundation for the theory that Alisa Lam's death was the result of a manic episode induced by her bipolar disorder. The toxicology reports confirmed the presence of medications, specifically antidepressants, in her system, which suggests that her mental state on the day of her death was influenced by these substances. These factors, combined with her previous struggles with the disorder, could have led to erratic behavior, such as her actions in the elevator footage. The presence of the fire escapes and the easy accessibility to the rooftop, where the water tank was located, strengthens the theory that Alisa may have wandered up to the roof during a manic episode, unknowingly climbing into the water tank. Given her mental state, she may not have realized the danger or the impossibility of escaping from it once inside. The lid on the water tank being lighter and easier to open than originally assumed further supports this theory. In this context, Alisa's death could be viewed as a tragic accident, where her mental health struggles, combined with the environment of the Cecil Hotel, led to an unfortunate series of events that ultimately resulted in her drowning. One of these drugs was bupropion, known to sometimes cause mania and bipolar disorder. Another mood-stabilizing medicine had metabolites traced to her enzymes, but Alisa's antipsychotic medicine was not found in her system. So in review, Alisa had only taken one of her prescribed drugs the day she passed and had only taken the others recently, if not at all, in the days leading up to her death. The toxicology reports also confirms that Alisa had no alcohol in her system or other recreational drugs. This rules out the possibility that she had been under the influence of substances while on camera in the elevator, or that something such as marijuana, pills, or drunkenness inspired her to climb into the tank. Her liver wasn't tested for rohypnol, and the absence of urine suggests she excreted any potential drugs before reaching the tank. Considering her mental health history and the effects of her prescribed medications, it's important to understand mania. Episodes can involve psychotic symptoms like hallucinations, delusions, and paranoia. One mental health expert described mania as disorganization yet appearing singularly focused, which could explain her seemingly random yet deliberate actions in the elevator, as though she had a specific purpose. Symptoms of mania also include psychomotor agitation, which involves repetitive, purposeless, or unintentional movements and behaviors. Dr. Daniel Morell reviews in a medical journal that these actions can result in the wringing of the hands, pacing, and taking off clothes repeatedly. All three behaviors were exhibited by Alisa, both in the elevator footage and in or around the water tanks. The fact that Alisa Lam attempted to go to the roof at all could be a response to hallucinations or delusions. What these might have been are unknown, and it would be unfair to Alisa's memory to assume and fictionalize her mental illness. It's crucial to recognize that manic hallucinations can involve all the senses, not just sight, which might explain why Alisa removed her clothing. The combination of irregular medication use, being in a foreign place, and lack of communication with home could have triggered her manic episode. Guests she stayed with reported her odd behavior, which led to her being moved to a private room. The final piece of evidence supporting this theory comes from a confidential source, referred to as Resident A, who wishes to remain anonymous, but their testimony offers further insight into Alisa's state leading up to her disappearance. After hearing about our investigation to the case of Alisa Lam and having little to no prior knowledge of this scenario, Resident A told us that a few years ago, they had a family member in Mexico commit suicide as a result of manic depression or bipolar disorder. Resident A stated that this family member died from drowning after plunging into the depths of a similar industrial water tank. Resident A also stated that this was a common occurrence for the family member who, as a result of their bipolar disorder, seeked out bodies of water whenever suffering from bouts of mania. Resident A confirmed that this family member was about 35 years old when they passed away, but had been suffering from mental illness for over a decade and had an inclination to run away and find attraction to water throughout the years. While this case has no direct relation to Alisa Lam, it's peculiar that both instances involve a confirmed bipolar subject who, as a result of their condition, drowned because of an unconscious gravitation to water. While there is limited research on phenomena like Alisa Lam's case, it's clear that her selection of the Cecil Hotel's water tank may not have been a mystery, but rather a tragic result of her psychological illness. After considering all available evidence, scientific research, and social patterns, it seems the chief coroner's initial report holds true, that Alisa Lam died accidentally from drowning as a consequence of bipolar disorder. Though various theories were proposed, the lack of concrete evidence and their speculative nature led them to be dismissed. The case has captivated people worldwide because it's often difficult to accept simple, tragic explanations for unsettling events. Psychological disorders are heavily stigmatized even today, but also very misunderstood. People don't want to accept that Alisa Lam was suffering from hallucinations due to bipolar disorder because that's only in her mind, and they struggle accepting such indistinction. Instead, it's far easier to tell our own versions of what we want to have happened. Something more fantastical or intriguing than mental illness. For example, some people believe another party was involved because Lam's cell phone was missing and her Tumblr remained active for months following her death. The simple explanation for some of the confusion around Alisa Lam's case lies in the fact that her original phone was lost weeks before her trip. Additionally, Tumblr accounts often populate with posts similar to previous content for a while after they go dark, which may have added to the confusion. Many struggled to comprehend how Alisa could make it to the rooftop and into the water tanks undetected. However, this is clarified in the undisputed material facts in the motion for summary judgment documents, filed after the Cecil Hotel was sued. According to Box 10, the rooftop access door is equipped with an electronic alarm system that alerts hotel staff when the door is opened. Box 14 notes that the alarm for this door did not go off at any point in January or February 2013. This means that Alisa used one of the 3 fire escapes to reach the rooftop, which was proven possible by an international guest at the Cecil Hotel via YouTube demonstration. In addition, the motion for summary judgment reports in Box 20 that someone could theoretically access the water tank by climbing to the top of an elevator utility room and jumping down on the water tank from above. This photo depicts the elevator utility room in question, which allows easy access from a red set of stairs and a joined ladder. The leap from that structure to the water tanks is also quite negligible, as seen put to scale with the size of a human portrayed here. In terms of the elevator video, our story-centric minds want to fill in the hallways on either side of the elevator with monsters and perpetrators, and supernatural phenomena. In the end, what truly happened on the night of February 1, 2013, remains a mystery only Alisa Lam herself could fully understand. What we can trust is that the unpredictability of mental illness, particularly her struggle with bipolar disorder, likely played a significant role in her disappearance. Alisa, a young woman grappling with an identity crisis and growing anxiety about her life's purpose, had been open about feeling the onset of depression and acknowledging the impulsive and reckless tendencies that could indicate a manic episode. These were signs she herself recognized, suggesting her mental state likely contributed to her tragic fate. Alisa Lam was at an age when many individuals begin to experience breakthrough symptoms of conditions like bipolar disorder and schizophrenia, which can be triggered by stress or changes in environment. The unfamiliarity of Skid Row, combined with insomnia and a lack of proper medication, likely contributed to her confusion and eventual manic episode. There is no single factor that led to her tragic death. It was a combination of her mental health struggles, circumstances, and the viral nature of the bizarre video footage that sparked unwarranted conspiracy theories. This examination of her case should serve as a step toward reducing the stigma around mental illness and fostering a more compassionate understanding of her challenges. Alisa Lam was indeed a remarkable individual, full of potential, with her own passions, interests, and dreams. Her story reminds us of the importance of supporting and caring for those who face mental health challenges. It's crucial to continue the conversation around mental illness, to offer help and understanding before situations spiral into something as tragic as Alisa's. By honoring her memory, we can foster a more compassionate society and work toward preventing similar tragedies from occurring in the future. Moving on to the next case. Inger Maria Hauser. Northern Ireland, home to over 1.8 million residents, is rich in history, culture, and stunning architecture. Its capital, Belfast, is one of the most visited cities in the United Kingdom. However, due to its turbulent past, particularly during the Troubles, a conflict that ravaged the country from the 1960s to the 1990s, Northern Ireland has many strange and unresolved cases. One such mystery involves Inger Maria Hauser. On March 31, 1988, 18-year-old Inger Maria Hauser arrived in London for the first time in her life. Born and raised in Munich, West Germany, Inger had decided to buy an Interrail ticket and spend her spring and summer exploring the UK and Ireland. The Interrailing ticket gave her unlimited travel around European countries for a length of time and was cheaper than buying individual tickets every time she wanted to travel. From Munich, Inger went to Holland. And from there, she got a boat to Harwich on the east coast of England before finally arriving in London. As she made her way up to Scotland, she visited Oxford, Bath, Liverpool, and Preston. Inger regularly called home and wrote her family postcards as she discussed her travels. In one note, she wrote, "You probably could not imagine how much I like England. You don't need to worry about me, for the people here are so lovable and ready to help." Inger arrived in Inverness and sent a postcard to her parents, noting that she was short on money. Around this time, she cashed in £8.20 worth of her traveler's checks and took her last photograph, an image of Grieg Street Bridge over the River Ness. From here, Inger made her way to the town of Stranraer, where she boarded the Galloway Princess ferry at 7 p.m. on April 6th. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video, which would take her across the ocean to Northern Ireland. In her final journal entry, the 18-year-old wrote, "Went from Glasgow to Ayr and from there to Stranraer to get over to Ireland. Saw the sea, beautiful and mysterious. Wonder where I stay tonight. Need more money." Inger was last seen wearing baseball boots, a long flowing skirt which was possibly multicolored, and a jacket which was possibly denim with a large blue rucksack. On top of the bag was a USAF badge. Several witnesses saw Inger after she boarded the ferry. The same witness saw her twice. Once entering the boat as a foot passenger alone with her rucksack, and once in the lounge without her back. A second witness saw the 18-year-old alone on the deck again without her back. This was the last confirmed sighting of Inga, and it is unknown where her bag was at this time. Authorities have noted that they are interested in finding out if the bag was with somebody else, or if Inger simply left it unattended. At 9:30 p.m., the ferry arrived in Larne, Northern Ireland. Ordinarily, most foot passengers would leave the vessel and get the train to Belfast from the nearby train station. However, Inga was not seen getting on the train. Aslan is a small port town on Ireland's coast. Its accommodation options in 1988 were limited, making it an odd choice of town for a traveler to stay in, and there appears to have been no record of her doing so. If Inga didn't walk to Larne or get the train to Belfast, and nor was she seen leaving the ferry on foot, it suggests the possibility that she may have exited the vessel while in a vehicle. Over 100 vehicles had been aboard the ship and 422 passengers were present at the time. While it is unclear where exactly Inga went after leaving the ferry, what is known is that she was never seen alive again. 2 weeks later, on April 20th, a sheep farmer discovered Inger's half-naked body in a clearing in a remote area of Ballypatrick Forest just outside Ballycastle, County Antrim, about a mile from the nearest public road. Inger had sustained a serious injury to her head and a broken neck and had been sexually assaulted before death. Her belongings had been dumped alongside her body, including her passport, journal, and camera. She was 40 miles north of Larne. Little is documented about the investigation into Inger's case, at least online. A retired detective superintendent named Alan Bailey noted that her body hadn't been concealed and her identity hadn't been disguised. It appeared that the perpetrator had been rather bold, perhaps even confident. It's also been theorized that the culprit was a local who knew the area well, given how isolated the forest was. The spot where Inger's body had been dumped required one to walk down multiple dirt paths to reach it. It was initially believed that Inga had been elsewhere for 2 weeks before her body was left in the forest, possibly held against her will during that time, as investigators couldn't find any damage from wildlife to her body. However, later, more advanced forensic techniques revealed that she had been in the forest for 2 weeks, meaning she'd been murdered just hours after arriving in Ireland. As there was no trace evidence at the scene, it was suspected that she'd been assaulted and slain elsewhere, and that the forest clearing was only the dumping site. One early theory was that Inga had met a soldier while on board the ferry. This notion came about as investigators believed that it was likely someone with military training who had broken the 18-year-old's neck. At this time, thousands of British troops were in Northern Ireland, many of whom likely would have trained in Germany. It was thought that Inger hit it off with one of these men and things had gone south. However, there was never any evidence that proved this theory. Another theory that was considered in 1996 was that Inger's murder was connected to that of a French woman named Céline Fagard, a hitchhiker who went missing in 1995 during a trip to the UK. She had accepted a lift from a lorry driver named Stuart William Morgan, who raped, strangled, and bludgeoned her. He kept her body in his truck for 10 days before dumping it, and was later convicted of the crime. However, the notion that the two cases are connected has been dismissed in more recent years. Today, it is generally theorized that Inga met someone on the boat who offered her a lift and somewhere to stay. As she was short on cash, she accepted their offer. Reddit users have wondered if it was an older man or even a couple, which perhaps reassured her that she would be safe. Inga's case is still unsolved but not forgotten. A cold case unit analyzed the DNA found on the young woman's body and swabbed 2,000 men looking for a potential match but found none. In 2018, it was reported that law enforcement believed there were a number of people involved in the crime, and they focused specifically on the village of Laffiel, not far from the forest. In 1988, it was revealed that a local IRA unit had identified a man with scratches on his face near the time of the crime, but never informed law enforcement about the suspect. In 2018, a 59-year-old man was arrested, questioned, and later released in connection with the crime, along with a second man. A case was built against both individuals and sent to the Public Prosecution Service. However, in 2020, it was announced that neither man would be charged due to insufficient evidence, and their DNA did not match the samples found on Inger's body. Sadly, Inger's father passed away in 2006, and her mother in 2019. She is survived by her sister and nephew, who, as of April 2021, are seeking a new inquest into her death. Moving on to the next case. Sharon Kinney. Sharon Elizabeth Hall was born on November 30, 1939, in Independence, Missouri, to parents Eugene and Doris. After her birth, Sharon spent some time growing up in Washington state, but by the age of 15, she and her family had returned to her birthplace. In 1956, at the age of 16, she met 22-year-old Brigham Young University student James Kinney at a church function. The couple dated from the summer of 1956 until autumn when James returned to university. Shortly after his departure, Sharon wrote him a letter explaining that she was pregnant with his child. Feeling responsible for Sharon and the baby, James returned to Independence, and the couple married on October 18, 1956. At the time, Sharon's age was falsely listed as 18. About a year later, the couple had a second, more formal wedding. By this time, Sharon, who had not actually been pregnant in the first place, had explained away her lack of baby by claiming she'd miscarried. However, she did eventually end up pregnant, giving birth to a daughter named Dana in the autumn of 1957. Following their second wedding ceremony, Sharon and James spent some time living in Provo, Utah before returning to Independence, where they both got jobs. Sharon as a babysitter and James as an electrical engineer at Bendix Aviation, where he mostly works nights. Sharon was keen on a life of luxury. She often spent large sums of money on frivolous things and attempted to live well beyond her means. She and James initially lived in a rented home next to his parents, but eventually built their own home, a ranch-style house elsewhere in the city. Eventually, Sharon grew restless. She'd had another baby, a boy named Troy, and she'd become bored of being a mother and a wife and yearned for excitement. As her husband was always working nights, she turned her attention to other men and began engaging in affairs. One of these relationships was with an old high school friend, John Balditz. By 1960, James was considering divorcing Sharon. He suspected that she was carrying on with other men and was also frustrated by her reckless spending habits. On March 18th, he spoke with his parents about the matter. Devout Mormons, James' parents encouraged him to stay and make their marriage work. He told them that Sharon would agree to the divorce if she was able to retain the house, keep custody of their daughter, and he paid her $1,000 in alimony. Still, James' parents insisted that the couple had simply hit a rough patch and just needed time to sort things out together. The next day, at around 5:30 p.m., Sharon heard a gunshot ring out from the direction of the master bedroom. She would later tell the police that when she went to investigate, she discovered the couple's 2-year-old daughter, Dana, sitting on the bed next to her father. He had a gunshot wound to his head, and Dana was holding his .22 caliber handgun. According to Sharon, James must have been cleaning the weapon when he decided to take a nap. He must have left the gun out as he went to sleep. Emergency services were promptly called to the scene, but James was declared dead by the time he arrived at the hospital. After his death, law enforcement began to investigate the incident. They were unable to obtain prints from the pistol's grip, however, and then failed to carry out testing for gunshot residue on both Sharon and Dana. Speaking with friends and relatives of the family, investigators discovered that the 2-year-old was known to play with firearms unattended, and in a test carried out by the police, Dana proved her ability to pull the trigger on a gun which was the same make and model of her father's. As there was no evidence to prove it was anything else, James's death was ruled as an accidental homicide. After the investigation was closed, James was buried and his wife collected on his life insurance policies, which were both the modern-day equivalent of around $230,000. Using this money, Sharon bought herself a new Ford Thunderbird from a car salesman named Walter T. Jones on April 18th. Walter and Sharon began an affair shortly thereafter. While Sharon wanted to get married again and thought Walter would be the perfect second husband, he already had a wife, 23-year-old Patricia Jones, his high school sweetheart with whom he had 2 children. In May that year, Sharon asked Walter to go to Washington with her. However, He declined her offer, and so she took her brother Eugene instead. Upon her return, she met up with her boyfriend and told him that she was pregnant with his baby. Sharon was sure that this would tip the scale in her favor, that Walter would have a strong reason to leave his wife and be with her. But Walter didn't announce that he would divorce his wife. Instead, he ended the couple's affair. Following the breakup on May 26th, Sharon decided to call Patricia and tell her that her husband was having an affair with Sharon's sister. The pair met to discuss the situation that evening. And according to Sharon, she dropped Patricia off a few blocks from home afterwards. But Walter reported that his wife never made it back to their house. He reported her uncharacteristic disappearance to the police the following morning. After notifying authorities, he began calling Patricia's friends and loved ones, hoping someone might have seen her. One of her friends, who carpooled with her to and from work, told him that the 23-year-old had mentioned being approached by a woman who wanted to meet her. Patricia had asked the carpool driver to drop her off at a street corner in Independence, and the friend noticed another woman waiting in a car nearby. They didn't recognize the woman, but when they gave Walter her description, it was immediately familiar to him. After hanging up, Walter called Sharon and asked if she had seen or spoken with his wife. She admitted that she had and informed him that she'd told Patricia of the affair. She then claimed that she'd last seen the 23-year-old when she dropped her off near their house. Sharon said that Patricia began speaking with an unknown man in a green 1957 Ford shortly before Sharon drove off. Walter and Sharon met later that evening where he insisted that she provide more details about Patricia's last known movements. He would later admit that he'd threateningly held a key to Sharon's throat. That same day on May 27th, shortly before midnight, Sharon and John Balditz, whom she had an ongoing affair with, discovered Patricia's body in a secluded lover's lane outside the city. She had been shot 4 times by a .22 caliber pistol, sustaining 2 wounds to her shoulder and 1 to her abdomen. The fatal shot was to Patricia's head. The bullet entered near her mouth at an upwards trajectory. She is estimated to have died at 9 p.m. on May 27th. Powder burns on the hemline of Patricia's skirt, which had been pushed up to her waist, indicated that the gun had been fired at close range at least once, and a white powdery substance discovered in her hair led investigators to initially theorize that she had been killed elsewhere and dumped in the secluded area. However, it was later determined that the substance was fly eggs. As no other crime scene could be located, the notion that this was not the crime scene was dismissed. Authorities attempted to locate the murder weapon and the bullet which had passed through Patricia's abdomen. They searched the lover's lane with the help of a group of Boy Scouts, but they were never able to recover the weapon despite going so far as to empty nearby bodies of water. The bullet, however, was eventually discovered buried in the ground underneath the body. On May 28th, Walter, Sharon, and John were all questioned. Both John and Walter admitted to dating Sharon in written statements. On June 1st, they both took polygraph tests which they passed. Sharon, however, would not put anything down in writing and refused to take a polygraph. Her brother, Eugene, was also questioned on March 31st, although he opted not to talk to investigators. That same day at 11 p.m., Sharon was arrested for Patricia's murder. The Jackson County Sheriff caught wind of her arrest and asked the prosecutors to consider a second murder, that of James Kinney. Following her arrest, Sharon was released on a $20,000 bond. Her preliminary hearing was scheduled for June 16th. Meanwhile, the gun used in the death of her husband was ruled out as being the murder weapon in Patricia's case. It was still locked up and under the possession of the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Reportedly, after James' death, Sharon attempted to get the gun back, but it was never returned to her. A male friend of hers then came forward and admitted that he'd purchased a .22 caliber handgun for the widow and registered it under her name, but she had asked him to re-register it under another. However, the weapon couldn't be found inside her house. Sharon originally claimed that she'd lost it on her trip to Washington, then recanted this story and said it had gone missing at some point. In mid-June, Sharon's trial was delayed as she was heavily pregnant with her 3rd child. She gave birth to a second daughter, Marla, on January 16, 1961. On June 13, 1961, Sharon's trial for the murder of Patricia Jones began. The prosecution cited both Walter and a police lieutenant named Harry Nesbitt as evidence of the motive behind the crime. Nesbitt recalled that Sharon had stated, "I was afraid I was losing him. He acted funny." Meanwhile, Walter told the court about how he had broken off the relationship after Sharon told him that she was pregnant. The prosecution alleged that Patricia had been killed because Sharon wanted Walter all to herself. However, they were unable to definitively establish if she owned or had ever owned the handgun that killed the 23-year-old. After calling 27 witnesses, the prosecution rested its case on June 21. Meanwhile, Sharon's defense team concentrated on challenging the motive and means of the crime, arguing that the mother of three had no reason to kill Patricia and pointing out that the weapon, allegedly linked to her, had not been proven to be the murder weapon. The jury deliberated for just over an hour and a half before acquitting Sharon of the charge, finding too many loopholes in the prosecution's case. Bizarrely, immediately after the verdict was announced, one juror asked Sharon for her autograph. She obliged before she was returned to jail to await the next trial. On January 8, 1962, the jury selection process began for Sharon's second murder trial. The prosecution's case heavily relied on their contention that she was so interested in seeing her husband gone from her life that she was willing to pay for it. They had John Balditz testify about the time that Sharon had offered to pay him $1,000 to kill her husband. However, John undermined his own testimony by claiming that Sharon may have been joking. This caused the prosecution to attack the character of their own witness. The prosecution also explained that James and Sharon's marriage was on the verge of breaking down at the time of his death, and noted that she'd been engaging in extramarital affairs which had caused the divide between the couple. They pointed out that Sharon would only be able to collect James's life insurance money if she was still his wife. Sharon's defense for their parts focused on the fact that much of the evidence in the case was circumstantial and called John Balditz a poor mixed-up kid who would sign anything and attacks the reliability of his testimony. They also observed that the police during their original investigation had thought James' demise was obviously accidental and presented testimony which supported the idea that James had often left guns in reach of his children and that Dana could pull triggers on toy guns which were stiffer than the one on the .22 caliber which had killed him. The jury deliberated for over 5.5 hours before returning a guilty verdict on January 11th. In April, Sharon was sentenced to life in prison and began to serve time in the Missouri Reformatory for Women. Her deceased husband's family continued to believe that Dana had been responsible for the death, and that it had been nothing more than a tragic accident, stating, "We still don't feel that she committed murder." Sharon, for her part, told reporters that the verdict was a mistake. A week after her conviction, Sharon's lawyers requested that she be released on bond, which was supported by a petition signed by 132 individuals who thought she was innocent. However, the motion was denied as first-degree murder was not a bailable offense. In response, Sharon's defense then requested that the conviction be vacated because the jury had delivered a verdict based on surmise and speculation rather than substantial evidence. They went on to list some errors that they alleged had been made before and during the trial. While this was denied by a judge in April 1962, the Missouri Supreme Court reversed the conviction in March 1963. A new trial was ordered on the basis of Sharon's defense having been denied adequate preemptory challenges during jury selection. She was denied bail in May that year, but 2 months later was released on a $25,000 bond which had been posted by her brother. As her second trial was scheduled, Sharon and her 3 children moved in with her mother. Her next trial began on March 23, 1964, but a mistrial was declared shortly afterwards because a law partner of one of the prosecutors had once been retained by one of the jurors. Sharon's third trial started on June 29 that year. A new witness testified for the prosecution, a female acquaintance of the mother of 3 who stated Sharon once joked that the witness should, quote, "get rid of the woman's old man like Sharon did." During this trial, Sharon took the stand to declare that she was innocent of all charges. A second mistrial was declared when the jury deadlocked 7-5 in favor of acquittal. Her fourth trial was scheduled for October of 1964. However, while free on bail, Sharon traveled to Mexico with her alleged new lover, a man named Francis Pugliese. She left her children in the care of their grandfather and traveled under the pretense that she and Francis were a married couple, using the name Jeanette Pugliese. Technically, although the bail itself didn't prohibit Sharon from traveling out of state, the company that posted her bail had conditions that required explicit written consent for such travel. Therefore, her leaving the state violated the conditions set by the company. In Mexico, Sharon and Francis registered as a married couple at Hotel Gin. While there, Sharon purchased a weapon, claiming that she felt unsafe because she was unfamiliar with the country. However, she and Francis had also brought 1 to 2 weapons with them across the border. So it's unclear why Sharon required a third gun. On the night of September 18, 1964, the mother of 3 left the hotel alone. While out, she encountered Francisco Ordóñez, a Mexican-born U.S. citizen, at a bar. She went back to his hotel with him later, telling the police that he had wanted to show her some photographs he had taken. However, in the hotel room, Sharon claimed Francisco made sexual advances towards her, and so she fired her gun at him in self-defense. She stated that she simply wanted to scare him off. Instead, she shot him in the chest, killing him immediately. The sound of the gunfire drew the attention of a hotel employee who entered the room and narrowly avoided being killed by Sharon too. The employee was shot in the shoulder, and he promptly fled the scene, closing the door behind him, locking Sharon in the room until authorities arrived. The police did not believe Sharon's version of events. They suspected that she had attempted to rob Francisco and had shot him when he didn't comply. She was quickly arrested for homicide and assault with a deadly weapon. The mother of 3 maintained that she didn't want to hurt anybody but had to defend herself. The police discovered the gun and ammo in her handbag and further guns and ammo in the hotel room she was sharing with Francis. Francis was also arrested. His crimes included entering the country illegally and carrying an unlicensed firearm. One of the weapons retrieved from the hotel was found to be the same one which had killed Patricia Jones. But because Sharon had been acquitted, she could not be retried for this crime. Both Francis and Sharon were tried in the summer of 1965. Francis was cleared and deported back to the U.S. while Sharon was found guilty and sentenced to 10 years in prison. She attempted to appeal her conviction, but was given a further 3 years behind bars as the court didn't believe that she'd been given a long enough sentence. In jail, she was nicknamed the Gunfighter, a name which was soon after adopted by the media. On December 7, 1969, 4 years after her conviction, Sharon was found to be not present for the 5 p.m. roll call in prison. However, her absence was not noted until a few hours later. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that her disappearance and presumed escape were reported to the Mexico City police. A large-scale manhunt ensued in the days following Sharon's vanishing act. The police suspected that she may have been going to visit a former inmate whom she'd grown close with, but they also notified the U.S. authorities, including the FBI, in case she attempted to make her way back home. Authorities initially believed that the prison guards had been bribed to look the other way as Sharon made her escape from prison. An atypical blackout had occurred around the time she vanished, and a door had been left unsecured when it should have been locked. Additionally, there were fewer guards on duty at the time. Theories began circulating about what may have happened to the mother of 3. Some suggested that her mother had helped her escape, others that she had a boyfriend who was in the police force, and he had been responsible for helping her flee. In the years since, it has been suggested that she disguised herself as a man to leave the prison and the country, while a 2002 article from the Southeast Missourian suggests that Francisco's family had helped her escape so they could kill her. The search for Sharon lasted until December 18th. Investigators suspected that she had traveled to Guatemala, though it remains unclear how they came to this conclusion. Sharon had become fluent in Spanish during her time in prison, and authorities believed this skill would help her blend in and travel to areas where Spanish was the predominant language. By December of 1969, investigators announced that they had exhausted all leads in the case. After Sharon failed to appear for her 4th trial in October 1964, a warrant for her arrest was issued. As of 2010, Sharon Kinney's case remained unsolved and was considered the oldest outstanding murder warrant in the Kansas City area. Her fate is still unknown. Sharon is described as a white woman with gray eyes. At the time of her disappearance, she weighed 125 pounds and had blonde hair. She is 5 feet 7 inches tall and has a skin pigmentation disorder, with a red port wine scar on the left side of her face. If she is still alive, Sharon would be 83 years old. Moving on to the next case. Valery Andreyev. Born on April 10, 1957, Valery Andreyev is more commonly known in his native Russia as the Orsk Maniac. Raised in the village of Shakursky, little is documented about his childhood. After leaving school, he became a trucker and, on the surface, seemed to lead an ordinary and well-intentioned life. He was married, had 2 children, and was not known to abuse substances or alcohol. His friends and family valued him and spoke highly of him. But everything changed in the mid-2000s when he started to behave differently. Valery became distant and isolated, preferring to work alone on long-haul drives and no longer engaging with his colleagues and friends the way he once had. It wasn't until 2012 that Russian investigators began to suspect there was more to Valery than met the eye. In June of that year, 18-year-old Olga Zurevleva disappeared. Witnesses saw her entering a white SUV, and the vehicle was captured on CCTV. It was later spotted in the city of Orsk. Luckily for investigators, the vehicle was far from commonplace. Only 2 such SUVs were registered in the city. One of them belonged to Valery. Investigating the 55-year-old truck driver further, authorities learned that Valery had been in the same location as Olga shortly before she vanished. This could be proven using his mobile phone data. Valery was arrested and detained in connection with Olga's disappearance a month later, but was ultimately released. However, his vehicle, company truck, and garage were all searched during his time in custody, and they showed traces of human DNA and blood. When his colleagues were approached, they reported that they had assumed the trucker had begun to use the services of sex workers because contraceptives, jewelry, women's underwear, hair accessories, and other feminine items were often found in his vehicle. Valery was asked to appear for questioning again, but he didn't come to the police station. He was last heard from on July 6, 2012 when he contacted his wife and has not been seen or heard from since. Valery's profession as a long-haul truck driver allowed him to access all sorts of routes and different areas of the country. After he was reported missing, an extensive search was launched with the aim that he could be tracked down before he attempted to leave the country, but no sign of him was ever found. The remains of his last confirmed victim, Olga, were found on September 10, 2013. In the years since he vanished, law enforcement has received dozens of calls and messages about possible sightings of Valery which indicate that he may still be in Russia or as nearby as Kazakhstan. Several areas in and around Russia have been searched in response to the tips received by investigators, but so far, the authorities have come away empty-handed each time. One of the most recent sightings of Valery was in October 2019 when he was positively identified in the Lugar district of the Leningrad Oblast region of Russia. The witness who saw him reported the sighting to several law enforcement bodies. But despite residents of the area confirming that they had also seen him, no actions were taken to capture and detain Valery by the Ministry of Internal Affairs or the Investigative Committee. At the end of that year, Interpol decided to take up the search for the elusive serial killer. In 2020, when Interpol announced they were searching for Valery, he was placed at the top of their list of wanted fugitives. A reward, the equivalent of $20,000 was offered for information on his whereabouts. In 2021, a witness reported seeing Valery near Moscow. Valery is now age 65 and is linked to the rapes and murders of 8 women. However, he is suspected of killing more than 100 women between 2006 and 2016. If he was truly responsible for such a horrific number of crimes, then Valery would be Russia's deadliest serial killer and one of the worst in the world. Valery Andreyev is still missing. He is described as a white male with graying hair, standing 5 feet 6 inches tall, and has a 5 cm scar on his abdomen. He is currently 65 years old. If you have any information about Valerie's whereabouts, you are encouraged to contact your local police station. Moving on to the next case. Victor Shoemaker Jr. Victor Dwight Shoemaker Jr., born on March 30, 1989, was his parents' long-awaited miracle. After years of trying unsuccessfully to conceive, Victor Sr. and his wife, Nettie, were overjoyed when Nettie became pregnant in 1988. In the spring of 1994, when Victor was just 5 years old, the Shoemakers brought him along to visit his grandfather in Kirby, West Virginia, for a family reunion. The home was on the outskirts of Short Mountain, a long, relatively low mountain of about 8,000 acres. Victor was very excited about the trip because he adored playing outdoors. Whenever he had the opportunity, he could be found paddling in nearby creeks and climbing trees. The only time Nettie let her son out of her sight was when they arrived at the house and Victor was given permission to play with his cousins in the woods behind the mobile home. And that's exactly what Victor did on the morning of May 1st at around 8 a.m. The young boy was being supervised by his cousins, Tommy, who was 9, and Lloyd, who was 8. According to the boys, the pair wanted to play with their BB guns, so they headed further into the woods, leaving Victor struggling to catch up. By the time they reached a small abandoned trailer, the 5-year-old told them he was hungry and wanted to go home. Neither of the children offered to take him back, so Victor began his journey to his grandfather's trailer alone at around 8:30 a.m. However, Victor would never make it back home. It wasn't long before a search was launched in an attempt to quickly locate the 5-year-old before darkness fell. Hundreds of local people turned up to help find him, and eventually helicopters were put to use and divers searched nearby ponds and creeks. The forest was dense and the chances of recovering Victor seemed to be growing smaller. A volunteer firefighter noted, quote, "Some of the brush is pretty heavy, and there are areas where you can't see 10 feet in front of you." During the search, an adult cousin of Victor's found what she thought might have been a sleeping spot for the little boy. 3 rocks were placed in the shape of a triangle with a stick in the middle, while 3 logs had been placed to the side. There was also freshly disturbed dirt next to it. Of the discovery, Victor's cousin said, "It looked like someone trying to build a house." After 5 days of combing through the scrub, the search for the little boy was called off. In the months following, the National Guard and Army Reserve units attempted to locate Victor, but were unsuccessful. In 1997, the FBI announced their interest in a dark blue 1990 pickup truck that was seen in the area at the time Victor vanished. It's unknown if the driver has any connection to the case, but investigators were keen to talk to them about what, if anything, they had seen. This car has never been located. At the time of Victor's disappearance, authorities stated their belief that the young boy had gotten lost and tragically died from exposure. The terrain in the area is rough and rocky, and in the days following his vanishing, the weather was cold and rainy. It seemed unlikely that the 5-year-old would have been able to survive the harsh conditions without shelter. However, Victor's parents do not believe that he got lost, claiming that the young boy was very familiar with the area. When initially questioned about his whereabouts, Victor's cousins, Tommy and Lloyd, reportedly gave the wrong location of where he was last seen. However, the pair were meant to be looking after him and were not meant to be playing by the abandoned trailer, so they probably didn't want to get into trouble. Meaning this is not necessarily evidence of something strange going on. According to one reports, when asked about what they thought had happened to Victor, one of his cousins is alleged to have said, "Somebody hiding behind a tree got up and grabbed him, or shot him." Victor Sr. believes that Tommy and Lloyd know more than they are letting on, although he does not believe the pair are involved in any way. Speaking to the Charleston Gazette-Mail, Victor Sr. said that when he attempted to speak to the boys after they returned from the woods, they wouldn't say anything about it. Both children were given a play therapy exam and a polygraph test shortly after Victor's vanishing, and both passed. One of the mothers of the boys was also given a polygraph test, as was Victor Sr. Again, both passed. Reportedly, Nettie, Victor's mother, was not asked to take one. There are many theories surrounding the disappearance of Victor Shoemaker Jr. Some suspect that he fell victim to a careless hunter, while others agree with the police theory that he simply succumbed to the elements. Reportedly, investigators ruled out the theory that the young boy was abducted because there is only one main road that passes through the remote area and it is rarely used. However, Victor's parents and some of the locals believe he was abducted by a stranger. According to several reports during the search, a sniffer dog kept its nose in the air and traced the 5-year-old scent through a field and then to a road before halting. This has suggested to some that perhaps Victor was carried through the field before being placed in a car. Of the abduction theory, Victor Sr. stated his belief that his son had been abducted and raised by another family. He says he likely has a new identity and remembers nothing of his old life. Others have speculated that perhaps he was the victim of an unfortunate accident, and his cousins were too scared to say. It has also been postulated that maybe Tommy and Lloyd saw something, but again, were too afraid to tell anybody. However, these are all just theories, and without any evidence, none of them can be close to proven. In 2004, the Charlie Project shed light on the case again, hoping to attract new information and jog somebody's memory. However, nothing substantial came of this appeal. In 2014, authorities revealed that all investigative leads had been exhausted. That same year, Victor Sr. gave an interview stating, "We're hanging in there, but we sure would love to hear something." Since the heartbreaking disappearance, the Shoemakers no longer communicate with their cousins or extended family. While it's unclear who initiated the silence, it has been noted that Tommy and Lloyd's families refused to speak to the media. If Victor is still alive today, he would be 32 years old. Anyone with information about this case is encouraged to contact the FBI at 202-324-3000. Moving on to the next case. Yves Donahue. The village of Serres, located in southern France, is a picturesque town bordered by the expansive Montier Bay forest and dotted with red rocks of varying shades. These very rocks, which tourists often photograph for their beauty, would prove to be the key element in a bizarre event that unfolded on June 7, 1987. Around 1:30 a.m., Daniel Bleuard, a nurse from Sarcelles, was found desperately knocking on the doors of local residents, asking for help. He explained that he had been involved in a car accident a few kilometers from the village, having collided with one of the notorious boulders on the roadside that had been highlighted in local tourist pamphlets. Remarkably, Daniel emerged from the accident completely unharmed, with no scratches or injuries on his body. He appeared to be in perfect condition, showing no signs of distress despite having run to seek help. However, the situation was far more grim for his passenger, Yves Donahue, a 41-year-old CEO of a small toy company. According to Daniel, Yves remained unconscious inside the car, and Daniel was unable to rescue him from the wreckage. Furthermore, Daniel claimed there was a risk of the vehicle leaking gasoline and potentially catching fire at any moment. He repeatedly expressed his fear of the car igniting, using this as his reason for not attempting to help Yves. Upon being alerted, local firemen and police quickly responded to the scene, located at a place known as Col de la Mort, or Dead Man's Pass, in English. The eerie name of the location seemed to have foreshadowed the tragedy that was about to unfold. When authorities arrived, it was already too late for 41-year-old Yves Donahue. The red Austin Metro he had been seated in was engulfed in flames, and Yves was found inside, unresponsive to the first responders' efforts. Eventually, firemen managed to extinguish the fire. What was left were the charred remains of Yves Donahue. The victim's family was notified as Yves left behind a wife and 5 children. During the subsequent autopsy, the task of identifying the body fell upon Marie-Therese Hirault, the deceased's companion, and Daniel Simonin, a secretary and former mistress of Donahue. The body was confirmed to be that of the deceased thanks in part to a pair of underwear. Yves Saint-Denis had previously expressed a wish to be cremated upon his death, and so his body was cremated just 2 days after its identification. In France, when entering into a life insurance contract, the insured individual is required to give consent and complete a medical questionnaire. This ensured that Yves was fully aware of the existence of multiple life insurance policies. These policies would grant his partner a significant payout upon his untimely death. It is important to note that his partner had also signed these contracts, making him eligible for the insurance proceeds. In April of 1987, just 3 months prior to his demise, Yves D'Antonio had procured 8 different life insurance contracts which would benefit his partner, Marie-Therese. These contracts amounted to a total of 11,900,000 French francs, equivalent to approximately a 1,800,000, a considerable sum, particularly considering the time period. Intriguingly, these contracts coincidentally stipulated that the payout would be doubled in the event of a road accident. Initially, investigators concluded Yves' death was the result of a mundane yet still unfortunate car accident, further attributing the cause of the fire to a short circuit in the headlights. No autopsy was performed on Yves' body, and Daniel Bleuard was quickly questioned about the details of the accident. Upon hearing about the fatality, Daniel was released, and the case was closed. However, one of the 8 insurance companies involved in Yves' life insurance contracts, a British company, decided to conduct a more thorough review of the policy documents before transferring the payout to Yves' partner. During their examination, the company found it suspicious that Yves had passed away in a car accident just 3 months after signing a multi-million-dollar insurance contract. Their policy alone was worth approximately €600,000 in today's money, prompting them to investigate further. They began to suspect that his death may not have been a mundane car accident but the case of SSS for profit disguised as a mere automotive tragedy. During the investigation, insurance adjusters discovered that their policy was only one of 8. Yves had accumulated 7 other life insurance contracts apart from their own and had failed to disclose this information on his application. As a result, the company dispatched one of their insurance inspectors, Bernard Gay, to delve further into the matter. This investigator swiftly uncovered several suspicious elements. During police questioning, Daniel Bleuard confirmed that the car had been driven in second gear, which would have resulted in relatively low speed. Investigators found it odd that the car had collided with a rock, the only obstacle on an otherwise clear road, suggesting an unusual stroke of misfortune and an apparent lack of awareness from the driver. The car itself was completely consumed by the fire, leaving only the metal frame and the charred remains of Yves. Evidence at the scene indicated that the fire may have started before Daniel's call for help. Fortunately, the vehicle had been stored in a garage for further examination, which allowed investigators to preserve any potential evidence for analysis. Such inconsistencies in the evidence were then magnified when it was found that just 4 days prior to the accident, Yves had sold all of his shares in his company and had named Marie-Therese as his sole heir, disregarding her 4 children from a previous marriage. Another insurance company, this time a French one, became suspicious and therefore enlisted the anti-fraud unit of the Professional Federation of Insurers, also known as Alpha, to investigate. The case was assigned Private Detective Jean Poisson, who uncovered additional suspicious elements in his inquiry, supplementing the findings of Bernard Gay, the first insurance investigator to question the story. The road in question was a straight stretch. Being so, it seemingly would have been quite easy to have avoided the rock. It appeared highly improbable that a car would collide with such a rock unless it was in a deliberate manner, or unless it was caused by the influence of alcohol or drugs. However, testing done shortly after the accident determined that neither drugs nor alcohol were involved. Additionally, it was suspicious that there were no skid marks on the road. When losing control of the vehicle, the inspectors explained, and approaching a large rock, it would be expected for the driver to brake the vehicle. However, a lack of skid marks showed that brakes were not applied. Furthermore, the car's wheels were facing towards the direction of the large rock. Investigators pointed out that obviously there existed an alternative route which was more accessible and less obstructed. The question arose as to why this alternative route was not chosen. In addition, considering that Daniel Bleuard was trained in first aid, investigators were suspicious as to why he would then leave an unconscious friend who was in a vehicle on the verge of catching fire without attempting to provide assistance. By August 12, 1987, with the submission of Jean Poisson's report, a complaint had been officially lodged with the Montpellier High Court. Convincing the courts that their claims were not merely part of fictional screenplay proved to be a challenge requiring an additional 3 letters from insurance companies and the involvement of their lawyer, Mr. Clistel. Major Albert Mallet, the head of the research division, was assigned to lead the investigation. Despite the strong suspicions of insurance fraud, 5 out of the 8 insurance companies proceeded with the monetary transfer to Marie-Therese Herald totaling over 4,250,000 francs. However, the remaining 3 companies suspended the transfer pending the outcome of the legal proceedings. They justified their decision by highlighting Yves's failure to disclose his long-term absence from work on the medical questionnaire. As anticipated, the investigation would ultimately confirm that the incident was in fact not an accident. Unexpectedly, there was a twist in the case when an engineer from the Center for Application and Research in Electronic Microscopy, a private laboratory affiliated with the French police, managed to recover 3.7 grams of bone. These bones would enable the reconstruction of a jaw which was missing 2 wisdom teeth. They believed it belonged to Yves D'Antonio. However, upon analysis, it was revealed that this jaw did not correspond whatsoever to the X-ray of the dental impression preserved by the deceased's dentist. Both the police and the public alike were perplexed. If the person in the car with Daniel Blord at the time of the incident was not Yves D'Antonio, then who was it? Furthermore, where was Yves? Was he still alive? Following the staged accident, Yves D'Antonio's escape had already commenced. Initially, he sought refuge in Charente Maritime and settled in a caravan. Eventually, though, the gravity of his and Daniel's unconscionable actions fully dawned on him, and he suffered bouts of intense insomnia. Equally ravaged by guilt and fear of apprehension, Daniel Blutschel, in a state of withdrawal, resigned from his job and fell into a deep depression. Nevertheless, despite his insomnia and anxiety, Yves still had the peace of mind to be able to invite Danielle and Marie-Therese for a weekend getaway. It was during this time that Yves' companion, Marie-Therese, began leading a double life, leading to balance raising the spirits of Yves' mother, who frequently called to inquire about her son and postulating about his last moments, along with managing her professional life at the clinic and having to conceal the fact that Yves was still alive. 2 days after the investigation was initiated in Montpellier, Marie-Therese Herald, Daniel Simonin, and her husband would withdraw 2,400,000 francs in cash from a post office in Paris's 15th district. The post office employees sensed something was amiss with such a substantial cash withdrawal and promptly alerted the police, leading to the detention of the 3 individuals. It was subsequently revealed that Danielle had made 2 prior trips to Calms, where she had opened a bank account under her maiden name on October 24, 1987. Her intention was to deposit the withdrawn money into this account during their visit. While there was considerable circumstantial evidence to suggest that the 3 were involved in something nefarious, the judge disagreed. The 3 were swiftly released and the money was returned to them. Worried about the precariousness of the situation, Yves decided to make a drastic choice to undergo plastic surgery in order to evade recognition by authorities. Now convinced of the inauthenticity of the preceding events, the Cantonais, through phone surveillance and through tracking his relatives, police eventually pinpointed Yves' whereabouts. He was certainly alive, and on January 15, 1988, after an intense manhunt, Yves D'Antonio was apprehended in a villa in La Jure in a town near Caen. In his bid to elude police, Yves had undergone 5 plastic surgeries. During his escape, he had attempted to assume a new identity as one Bernard Dupin. Following his arrest, exhausted from the ordeal, Yves quickly confessed his true identity and implicated his accomplices who were still in the Les Durance region. Within a matter of hours, the entire group had been rounded up and put into police custody. Once police were able to question all individuals, the true story was able to be brought to light. Yves had initially conceived of the idea of stealing a corpse from the morgue to take his place in the fabricated car accident. He approached Daniel Bleuhardt, who was a hospital technician experiencing depression and financial difficulties. Yves requested that he help remove a body from the hospital morgue where he currently worked. In exchange, he offered money which would help alleviate many of Daniel's current issues. However, carrying out the operation proved to be impossible, prompting Yves to seek further assistance from another friend, François Monnier. The plan was straightforward. They would locate a homeless man, murder him, and use him as a substitute for Eve in the accident. The chosen victim was Joe Alapa, a 40-year-old man. Ironically, he happened to be the son of a former police officer in the armed French forces and was himself a former CO, known for his brilliance as the youngest high school graduate in France. Gerald had a law degree and was proficient in multiple languages. However, following a divorce, his life had spiraled downward, leading him to become fully dependent on alcohol. At the time that he would cross paths with Yves Donahue in a park in Sarcelles, he was already homeless and deeply dependent on alcohol. To Yves, the homeless man resembled his father, and in his mind, he was deemed nothing more than human waste suitable for his plan. Together with Daniel Bruin and François Munier, they enticed Joel with a trip to the south of France, specifically to Zert. They told him that he would be retracing the footsteps of Georges Brassens, his favorite singer. On June 6, 1987, Yves and Joel departed Paris in a rented R21 car. Daniel would follow them in the red Austin Metro belonging to Marie-Therese Heralt, the vehicle that would later be involved in the planned accident. Prior to their departure that morning, Yves had left a note on his desk for his wife stating, "If anything happens to me, look in the binder in the insurance folder. I love you, my love." Throughout the journey, Yves made sure to supply Joel with ample alcohol which the man consumed in abundance. Unbeknownst to the man who thought he was on the trip of a lifetime, Daniel and Yves had mixed 50 Valium tablets into the alcoholic beverages. The combination of medicine and alcohol eventually took its toll on Joel, causing him to fall unconscious. Yves and Daniel, believing him to be dead, began arranging the staged accident by driving the Austin Metro off of a ravine to make it appear like it was a fatal fall. However, in the process, Yves noticed that Joel was still alive, leading the two men to postpone their plans. On June 7, 1987, during their lunch break near the Cols de l'Homme Mort, the trio enjoyed a picnic on the grass. Yves and Daniel made Joel consume 1.5 bottles of wine as well as a full bottle of whiskey. Eventually, Yves and Daniel left Joel under a tree and drove the car to scout the location of their intended accident. Upon returning to the spot where they left Joel, around 5 p.m., they discovered that he had fallen into an alcohol-induced coma. Throughout the night, Yves and Daniel changed Joel's clothes in order to match Yves' current attire. Then they placed him in the passenger seat and drove to the Col de la Mort. Deliberately, they accelerated the car towards the only obstacle on the road, the large rock, before exiting the vehicle after it crashed. They doused the car in gasoline and set it ablaze. Yves departed the scene in the rental car while Pluchar went to the nearest village to ostensibly seek help. With no autopsy conducted and Joel's body reduced to ashes, it remains impossible to determine the cause of death. Some wonder if he may have been alive when the car was set on fire. Family and friends of Joel grieve not only his loss but also the inhumane manner of his death. The trial of Yves Dentonou commenced on June 30, 1992 at the Montpellier Assize Court. However, Yves' lawyer, Alain Philparis, successfully obtained the postponement of the trial until October 12, 1992. This delay was granted due to the president of the court's pre-trial interview given to the press where he had already condemned the accused. The president's statement had read, quote, "Yves Dentonou had immense potential. He could have done very good things. He had an excellent situation and earned a good living. He chose the worst in a diabolical scheme. Human justice is going to come to this." All the hotels surrounding the courthouse were fully booked for the trial, indicating widespread interest in the murder and conspiracy narrative. After only 4 days, on October 16, 1992, the trial concluded. Yves Dentonou was sentenced to 20 years of criminal imprisonment. Daniel Bluard received a sentence of 14 years. François Munier was sentenced to 9 years in prison. Marie-Therese Heralt and Daniel Simonin were sentenced to 4 years of probation for each of their complicit actions and fraud. In the ensuing years, the media hounded Yves to explain his heinous actions. Yves, a former insurance agent, detailed how he had grown up in the presence of an alcoholic and violent father, a police officer who had an obsessive quest for treasure leading him to acquire vast hectares of land in the Herald region of France. Yves recounted that one night as a child, he witnessed his father cruelly breaking each finger of his wife, a violinist, as punishment for her returning home from a rehearsal slightly late. Eve said that because of this, he harbored the dream of establishing a school for children in similar abusive circumstances. He estimated that his project would require £8,10,000,000 and said his toy company was not generating sufficient profits to realize this dream. This is when, he claims, he had the idea of orchestrating a life insurance scam. After his story came out, many found it hard to believe that a man would mastermind such a fraudulent scheme, all in order to acquire sufficient funds to create a school on a Greek island specifically for children living in abusive households. Critics of his story say that for one to feign his own death, to kill an innocent man, to undergo plastic surgery, and to include 2 other women in the process seems not like the work of a philanthropist but that of a madman. As for the reasons why the others joined him in this endeavor, Marie-Therese, his partner, happened to be working at the same clinic as Daniel Bluro. She helped facilitate Eve's approach and establishment of a friendship with Daniel. This is how Eve was able to confide his plan in Daniel, who seemed to view this idea favorably, and had agreed to help him remove an unidentified body from the hospital morgue. François Monnier also became entangled in Eve's plan after learning about his dream of establishing a school for abused children. Inspired by the idea, François offered to serve as the cook at the future school. However, when Eve's initial plan involving the morgue failed, it was François who stepped in to help. Eve later claimed that it was François who suggested finding someone to impersonate him, but François countered this by stating that Eve had specifically asked him to find a very shabby man for the role. This contradiction added further complexity to the case, as the lines between deception, manipulation, and involvement blurred among the individuals connected to Eve's tragic and twisted plan. Daniel Simonin, who had been both Eve's secretary and his mistress, became a significant figure in this complex case. She had met Eve during his time in the insurance industry, and the nature of her and Marie-Therese's involvement in Eve's actions remains somewhat unclear. Some suggest that love played a role in their decisions, while others argue that financial motives were at the heart of their participation. Yves Dantonou, in his pursuit of his dream, had gone to great lengths, including orchestrating the death of an innocent man, hoping to fund his vision of buying an island in Greece and building a school for abused children. His actions, motivated by both personal ambition and a desire to help, left a tragic and morally ambiguous legacy. Moving on to the next case. Cheyenne Cluss. Cheyenne Cluss, a 22-year-old from Chicago, was known for her vibrant and outgoing personality. Her social media was filled with selfies and memes that showcased her fun-loving spirit. However, her life took a difficult turn in January 2016, when her mother, with whom she was very close, passed away. To make matters worse, she also lost her beloved dog shortly after. These devastating losses left Cheyenne struggling emotionally during an incredibly tough time. On September 4, 2016, she posted on her Facebook, "Unfortunately, just lost another part of our family. My puppy Micah. I had the opportunity to have you as my best friend for 11 years of my life. Go get mom and keep her company up there. I love you." Cheyenne's emotional struggles were evident through her Facebook posts, where her depression and suffering became more apparent. During this time, she started spending time with individuals who weren't the best influence on her. One such person was 31-year-old Gabe Sadakase. Their relationship took a turn when both Cheyenne and Gabe were arrested. Cheyenne faced charges for obstructing identification and illegal transport of alcohol, while Gabe was charged with possession of a controlled substance. On the night of November 27, 2017, Cheyenne left her home with her laptop and a few pieces of clothing. She then went to the house of 38-year-old Brian Biddle. While there, Brian posted photos of Cheyenne on her Facebook. The two of them spent most of their time partying and drinking together. Early morning on November 29, 2017, a friend of Cheyenne named Chad Chanapai received a few texts and calls from Cheyenne. He woke up 20 minutes after her last message. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Chad saw that Cheyenne desperately wanted a lift from him, and that it seemed like she wanted to get out of Brian's house. Chad tried calling her, but there was no answer. He then called Brian, who told him that he slept for 18 hours after all the drinking, and when he woke up, Cheyenne was gone. The day of when she actually was reported missing does not seem to be known. Some sources stated that it was on December 1st, 2017, while others say it is December 11th or December 12th. It is known that Cheyenne's father was the one that reported her missing. On December 11th, 2017, a 911 call was made from Cheyenne's phone. The person who made the call immediately hung up. It is not known if it was Cheyenne who made the phone call or someone else using her phone. Police were able to trace the call to Mallard Lake Forest Preserve, about 20 miles from Brian's house. The police searched the area extensively. They found a couple of items, but nothing that could be linked to Cheyenne's disappearance at all. The police stated that Brian Biddle is not a suspect and that he has been cooperating with them. He let them search his home, phone, computer, and other personal devices. Many people believe that Brian is involved. He is a known drug addict. After Cheyenne disappeared, he was arrested for having a firearm and narcotics. He is also the last person to have seen her. There are also people who think that their friend, Chad Chenapai, might be involved in her disappearance. It appeared like he was friend-zoned and cared more for Cheyenne than she did for him. In his interview with Crime Watch Daily, he made it clear how he disliked the fact that Cheyenne was with other men like Brian and Gabe. It should also be noted that on the day the 911 call was made from Cheyenne's phone, Chad put up this post on his Facebook account. Also on his Facebook, you'll see that pretty much all of his posts are about Cheyenne, even before she disappeared. Then, on January 16, 2023, Cheyenne's family posted on social media that her remains had been found. Cheyenne's sister, Mariah Close, posted this on Facebook. Dear friends and family, on behalf of the Close family, we would like to extend our appreciation to the DuPage and Cook County Sheriff's Departments, as well as other agencies involved in the search for Cheyenne. We have been looking for Cheyenne and information related to her disappearance since she went missing 5 years ago. While it was not the news we were hoping for, we have received confirmation from law enforcement that Cheyenne's remains have been found. As her immediate family, father, sisters, brothers, nephews are in mourning, we ask for privacy as we grieve the unbearable loss of a daughter, sister, aunt, and a wonderful human being. The Cook County Sheriff's Office did not disclose the specific details about where or how Cheyenne Cluss remains were found. However, they confirmed that they worked closely with the DuPage County Sheriff's Office and the FBI to identify Cheyenne's remains through dental records. In a statement, the Sheriff's Office expressed their commitment to continuing the investigation in collaboration with Chicago police, while offering condolences and noting the closure this brings to the Close family. Moving on to the next case. Jennifer Watkins. On November 6, 1999, Jennifer Watkins failed to return home after her shift at Memorial Hospital, prompting her husband, Michael Watkins, to contact the Fountain Police Department and report her missing. That same day, Irene Skinner, Jennifer's mother, who cared for her grandchildren, reached out to the Colorado Springs Police Department after her daughter did not show up to pick them up. A missing person report was quickly initiated by the Colorado Springs Police Department. In the early stages of the investigation, detectives and patrol officers conducted several interviews with Jennifer's family members and co-workers. With Michael Watkins' assistance, they were able to locate Jennifer's car in an employee parking area near Printers Parkway and East Ikes Peak Avenue. The car was impounded, but no evidence or clues linking Jennifer Watkins' disappearance were found during the subsequent search. Investigators continued their efforts, conducting interviews with people at the Memorial Hospital where she worked. On November 8, 1999, while at the hospital, detectives received a call around 10 a.m. reporting the discovery of a body behind a stairwell in a section of the hospital still under construction. 2 Dover elevator service workers, who had entered the stairwell on the 8th level to inspect and repair an elevator shaft, were struck by a strong, unpleasant odor as they approached the area. When the elevator staff peered under the stairwell, they noticed what appeared to be the outline of a body bound with duct tape and covered in plastic. On request, the scene was immediately visited by investigators from the Colorado Springs Police Department Homicide Unit, Metro Crime Lab, and the El Paso County Coroner's Office. After the investigators removed the plastic, they found a deceased white female adult with brown hair. The victim was dressed in a purple blouse, black slacks, and a teal uniform smock. Her clothing was laid out in a way that suggested a sexual assault had taken place. Detectives questioned a number of workers and contractors at Memorial Hospital throughout the course of the investigation. No suspect was found despite looking into more potential suspect leads. The deceased adult female's autopsy was soon completed by the El Paso County Coroner's Office, and she turned out to be 23 years old Jennifer Watkins, who suddenly went missing a few days back. According to David Bowerman, the coroner for El Paso at the time, Jennifer had died of blunt force trauma to the head. Her death was determined to be a homicide. The question of who killed Jennifer Watkins bugged the police and her family for years. Jennifer Lee Watkins was born on November 24, 1975 to William and Irene Skinner in Methuen, Massachusetts. She was the second of 4 children, and Joseph, her youngest brother, held a special place in her heart. Jennifer obtained her high school diploma from Hanover, Colorado High School. She enjoyed socializing with friends and caring for her pets. Jennifer loved playing volleyball and wished to help people. Her love for music made her join the school band as a clarinetist. Jennifer Watkins desired a career as a nurse. She and her husband, Michael Watkins, married on April 8, 1995. And roughly 3 years later, Michael was hired as a maintenance worker at the Memorial Hospital in Colorado Springs. Not long after, Jennifer was also hired there as a dietitian. The investigators worked tirelessly to bring justice to Jennifer's family. As part of the crime scene processing, a close inspection of the plastic used to wrap Jennifer Watkins' body turned up some hairs, fibers, and a yellow-whitish stain that was eventually identified as cement. At the autopsy, further biological evidence was also gathered. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation received a number of pieces of evidence for analysis. In addition to the victim's DNA profile, 2 other DNA profiles were created from the evidence items submitted for processing. The plastic wrap, the victim's pants, and semen samples taken at the autopsy were used to create these profiles. Although the semen found in Jennifer Watkins' pants and in the plastic wrap matched each other, they did not match the sample taken during the autopsy. A number of potential suspects had their biological samples taken, and all of them had been exonerated because their DNA did not match the 2 unidentified DNA samples. Although there were security cameras installed all over the hospital facility, the pictures were too blurry to be of much help. Police originally concentrated on those with access to the crime site, but there were no leads. They then shifted concentration on Michael Watkins, who worked night shift in the hospital's housekeeping division. Irene Skinner, Jennifer Watkins' mother, had her doubts about Michael. According to Irene, her daughter's life took a different turn after she moved in with her husband, Michael Watkins, whom she had attended grade school with. Irene Skinner reported that Michael Watkins struggled with drug use, and more often than not, Jennifer required multiple visits to the emergency as a result of domestic abuse. Also, in addition to his volatile personality and tumultuous relationship with Jennifer, Michael Watkins had wrought ends with the law in the past, which involved criminal mischief and a Peloton incident. He was, however, interrogated multiple times as the investigation progressed, and he complied fully with all the proceedings. Michael admitted he had an affair with Jennifer since one of the DNA found on Jennifer Watkins' body came from him. He, however, denied killing her. After obtaining a warrant, they searched Michael Watkins' home and discovered a pair of pants that seemed to be covered in blood. An analysis of the object revealed that it was blood, but it was Michael's blood. The 2 DNA samples that were taken from the crime scene didn't provide any answers. Even if the one from Jennifer's body matched Michael's DNA, It didn't raise a red flag because Michael was married to Jennifer. The other DNA sample from the plastic was unknown. The police asked Michael Watkins to take a polygraph test to which he consented and passed. Even though Michael was still a suspect, the detectives looked at other possibilities. They focused on a male hospital employee who mysteriously left town without warning or collecting his final salary immediately after the murder of Jennifer. During investigation, detectives soon discovered that the man was on probation for a murder in Louisiana, which he claimed was self-defense. When authorities located him, he rejected all accusations of involvement in Jennifer Watkins' murder and consented to provide a DNA sample. His DNA, however, didn't match the DNA discovered at the crime site where Jennifer was killed. Following a thorough investigation, no suspect was found, and the case eventually became cold. Numerous investigators have been trying to identify a suspect in Jennifer Watkins' case for the past 21 years without success. Jennifer's case remained unresolved for a while. Over the years, technological advancements in familial DNA analysis occurred. Between 2017 and 2018, cold case investigators with the help of Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based DNA technology business, used DNA phenotyping to determine the physical characteristics and ancestry of the unidentified DNA evidence at the crime scene. The suspect traits was predicted using the DNA evidence found in Jennifer Watkins' pants. Parabon made an individual prediction of the suspect's ancestry, eye color, hair color, skin tone, freckling, and face shape. A snapshot composite was created by combining these physical characteristics to show what the suspect would have looked like at age 25 and with an average body mass index of 22. Due to the fact that age and body mass index cannot be established from DNA, these default values were utilized. In an effort to generate leads, these photos were subsequently released to the public. The findings showed that the murderer had fair skin, blue or green eyes, blonde or brown hair, and was around 25 years old when the crime occurred. However, investigators were able to focus on a person who police had actually interrogated in 1999 after using genetic genealogy to narrow down the suspect. The killer was Ricky Sievert. According to a check of the original case report, Ricky Sievert, who was 29 at the time of the murder, was questioned by investigators on November 19, 1999 as a part of the initial homicide investigation. He was employed by Memorial Hospital and was a member of the maintenance team. He started working there in April 1998. According to Ricky Sievert's work schedule that he provided during his interview, on November 5, 1999, the day Jennifer Watkins was last seen, he would have been working a swing shift. Additionally, he denied ever having met Jennifer Watkins when asked. Finally, the culprit has been identified, but sadly, further investigation revealed that on November 2, 2001, 2 years after Jennifer Watkins' murder, Ricky Sievert was killed in a car accident on Highway 94, just east of Colorado Springs. The investigators, however, obtained DNA samples from the suspect's living relatives. According to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, the proportion of the population that may be excluded as a contributor to the DNA gathered in this case is 99.9994%. It means Ricky Sievert cannot be excluded. The 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office received the Jennifer Watkins case on October 1, 2020 for examination. The District Attorney's Office is certain that Ricky Sievert killed Jennifer Watkins. The investigation into the murder of Jennifer Watkins will be closed as exceptionally cleared, due to the death of the offender, Ricky Sievert, who passed away in a car accident in 2001. After all these years, we are grateful to finally provide Jennifer Watkins' family with the answers they deserve. Regardless of the time that has passed, we remain committed to serving this community. I am proud of the cold case detectives who, over the past 21 years, have never stopped working. For Ms. Watkins, they never lost sight of what was most important, finding the truth for the Watkins family. We also extend our gratitude to our partners who assisted in this case. We would not have been able to solve this case without your time, skill, and dedication, said Colorado Springs Police Department Chief Vince Nisk. Moving on to the next case. Lisa Ziegert. When 24-year-old Lisa Ziegert, who worked the night shift, went missing, both her family and the police feared the worst after traces of blood and signs of a struggle were found at her workplace. Despite an extensive search over the following days, their worst fears were confirmed when her body was discovered 5 kilometers from her workplace. For decades, efforts to apprehend her killer were unsuccessful. Finally, after 25 years, her loved ones have received answers about what happened to Lisa Ziegert. This case takes us to Agawam, Massachusetts, a small town near the western Connecticut border. Agawam is best known for the Six Flags amusement park, the largest of its kind in New England. The park features a wave pool, numerous water slides, and 8 thrilling roller coasters. Agawam also boasts Robinson State Park, a popular day-use park offering biking trails, fishing ponds, walking paths, kayaking, and cross-country skiing. The city's economy is driven by industries like construction, manufacturing, and retail, and its residents appreciate the convenience of living in Agawam. Most residents commute 25 minutes or less to work, making it an attractive place to live. Agawam is home to 3 elementary schools, including Agawam High School, which honors one of the town's most beloved teachers with a memorial. Lisa Ziegert, whose untimely death changed the city of Agawam forever. Lisa Marie Ziegert was born on March 24, 1968 in Holyoke, Massachusetts to George and Diane Ziegert. Lisa grew up in a loving, tight-knit family. She had 3 other siblings named Sharon, David, and Lynn. Lisa and her family were residents of Agawam. Lisa developed a deep passion for music while growing up, learning to play several instruments. She even joined school musical groups during her youth. After high school, Lisa attended Westfield State University, where she pursued a degree in education and graduated in 1990. Lisa worked as an intern and took on multiple shifts as a counselor at a children's camp, enjoying every opportunity to teach. Teaching was a profession she truly loved. She took her profession seriously and was active at it in every way. She had also taught Sunday school at her church. After her internship was over, at the age of 24, Lisa accepted a position as a teacher's assistant at Agawam High School where she had previously attended as a teenager. There, she worked primarily with a group of kids that had special needs. Lisa had a greater understanding of her students than any other instructor. She was also very professional and worked hard to ensure that every one of her students received the best education possible. Lisa was a very special person. With the kids, she always had a special rapport. They knew that she really liked them, and that she treated them like people, Lisa's mom said. In the evenings, after the shift at school was over, Lisa also had a part-time job at the neighborhood Brittany card and gift shop. One fateful Wednesday afternoon, on September 15, 1992, was typical for Lisa Ziegler. She had concluded her shift at the school. She left the school building around 4:30 p.m. and drove directly to the card and gift store where she worked weekdays from 5 to 9 p.m. Her sister, Lynn, briefly dropped by around 5:30 p.m. to keep her company because Lisa would always complain to her family about how bored, lonely, and scared she feels while at the shop at night. According to Lynn, during her visit to the store, there was no sign of Lisa being in a bad mood. She said her sister was cheerful the whole time that evening, and nothing seemed off. It was easy talk. It was sister talk. It was a little after 6 p.m. when I left. And then I went home and she was fine. You know, she was fine when I left, Lynn said. By 8:45 a.m. the next morning, Sophia Maynard arrived at the card and gift store, just as she did every day, to open up. She was supposed to start work at 9 o'clock. However, she was shocked to see Lisa's car in the parking lot, as Lisa typically worked at the school in the mornings and wasn't expected to be in the store while classes were in session. Sophia noticed that a light was on inside the store and the door's open sign was visible. At that point, Sophia thought that Lisa might have missed the school morning shift because of the incoming Easter celebration. She and Lisa intended to stuff some balloons for sale during that holiday. When Sophia entered the store, she called Lisa's name multiple times, but she got no answer. I called her name a couple of times, and I figured she'd just pop her head out. She didn't. I came behind the counter. All of her things were there, her drawings, her pocketbook, her car keys. And then, I just kind of freaked out, Sophia said. Everything looked strange to Sophia. She felt something was not right. She immediately dashed out the store and ran across the street to a restaurant there, and then asked them to call the police. As soon as the police got there, they started inspecting the store. The front of the building appeared to be normal, but the back had a creepy opening. Approaching the storeroom at the back, officers discovered numerous shattered bags that had blood stains on them. They also found several cards scattered across the floor, covered in blood, which indicated a struggle between Lisa Zetterauer and her attacker. Additionally, there were small dirt traces near the door, which investigators believed could have been from a shoe. Despite these clues, the investigators were unable to find any useful leads within the store. That morning, Lisa failed to show up at school, which was unusual for her. The principal called her mother to check if everything was okay with her, but Diane Zetterauer had no idea where her daughter was. Her news of disappearance traveled the town of Agawam, and within hours, all of her friends, family, and acquaintances began to do all they can to bring Lisa back home. The police's initial strategy to the case was to develop a robbery theory, but that theory was quickly abandoned when they discovered that the perpetrator had not accessed Lisa's wallet or cash register. The goods in the store were also not missing. The second approach the detectives took in the case was to retrace the timeline of what happened the previous evening. Investigators learned that Lisa's sister had left the shop around 6 p.m. They also spoke with store owners and neighbors near the card and gift shop. It was revealed that Lisa had a conversation with the owner of the carpet shop next door around 7:20 p.m. During their discussion, they talked about an ongoing issue with their local parking lot, which was being used by patrons of the nearby bowling alley. The shop owner informed Lisa that he wouldn't risk publicly criticizing the drivers who had parked in front of their stores. He claimed that many of them were crazy and dangerous. After about 15 minutes of conversation with Lisa, he left to go home. Police went through the cash register and discovered that the most recent time money had been deposited was 8:20 p.m. Investigators also located a woman who entered the store at about 9 p.m. She said the store's door was open but nobody came out to attend to her, so she left. Before taking her leave, she claimed to have heard noises coming from the back room. She said it was a banging noise, but she didn't think much of it and decided to leave. The police were able to determine the general time frame of Lisa's disappearance. She finished attending to her last customer at 8:20 p.m. and by 9 o'clock, something had happened to her. The detectives were then left with the questions of what had happened to Lisa Zetterauer within those 40 minutes. On the day Lisa was discovered missing, the local police together with the FBI and the Massachusetts State Police carried out a massive search for her. The search party on foot explored the vicinity of the store while the helicopter searched farther off areas. Additionally, police dogs were brought to the store area in an effort to follow Lisa's track. Sadly, none of these produced any favorable outcomes. On April 17, 1992, the head of the local police department announced that the case had been reclassified from a missing person case to a kidnapping case. This was done because investigators were confident that Lisa had not left the store of her own free will. 2 days after she vanished, the police were already looking into a kidnapping case. On Easter Sunday, April 19th, all the nearby churches prayed for Lisa Zetterauer to be found alive and unharmed. Even though it was Easter, there was no sense of celebration. Around 2 p.m. that same day, a call was made to the police. On the outskirts of the town, close to Route 75, a man was walking his dog. He spotted a woman's body while walking through the wooded area. He immediately alerted the police afterwards. When police arrived, they identified the victim as Lisa Zetterauer. They discovered multiple stab wounds on her neck and legs, which had been inflicted by a sharp object. Medical professionals later determined that Lisa had also been sexually assaulted. Investigators concluded that her body had been dumped 5 kilometers away from the store, suggesting that the perpetrator had likely transported her there in a vehicle. To preserve any potential evidence, detectives quickly cordoned off the area and proceeded in a single line to secure the site. At the time, It was raining and the muddy road was covered in tire tracks. Sadly, the cops were unable to locate the murder weapon or any other concrete proof. The sad news that Lisa Zert had been brutally murdered by an unidentified killer immediately went around the city of Agawam. The church where she taught Sunday school on Sundays, in her honor, organized a farewell service. Around 1,000 people attended the service. People said good things about her. Lisa was loved, and the news of her premature demise made residents of the small community of Agawam, who were used to living in peace and safety, experience a mood that was almost panic. Many store owners canceled single shifts and employees escorted one another to their cars at night. Within a matter of days, the self-defense instructors had a lot of students coming in for classes. Also, roughly 300 women filed for a license to possess a gun. The entire community was terrified that an unidentified criminal would attack one of them again. Amidst all these, the FBI and the police were fervently working on the case non-stop. It soon became public knowledge that they had obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene. The DNA sample might have belonged to the murderer. The investigators at some point brought Lisa's boyfriend in for questioning since they suspected him. He, however, had an alibi and the DNA sample from the crime scene did not match his DNA. Additionally, DNA testing was done on Lisa's friends, co-workers, and relatives, and again, no matches were found. Numerous tips were sent to the police by locals. On the night of Lisa's murder, there were several reports of a strange car. Others claimed to know the offender's identity, but detectives weeded out all of these leads since they were dead ends. The police concluded that a van or a large SUV had left the tire tracks on the road close to where the body was discovered. Despite extensive questioning of drivers with similar vehicles, detectives made little progress in identifying the offender. However, they eventually located a potential witness who might have seen a vehicle of interest that night. Around 9:15 p.m., a worker from a nearby store was heading home when she stopped at a traffic light. She noticed a large SUV pulling off the road and heading toward the area where Lisa's body was later found. Due to the darkness, the woman could not provide specific details about the vehicle but recalled seeing what appeared to be a man and a woman inside. She also mentioned the peculiar fact that the woman's head was oddly jerking as if she were dozing off or unconscious when the car pulled into the gravel road. Unfortunately, the information did not help in identifying the suspect. Since then, all leads have been exhausted. Police kept working on the case. But as each month went by, the likelihood of cracking this mysterious case diminished before Lisa's family and friends were given another opportunity to learn the truth. An additional year and a half had gone. National television aired an episode about the case in October 1993. The well-liked program featured unresolved case stories that received a ton of attention. This occasionally brought fresh witnesses to the police attention, giving the case new life. Lisa's case was not different. The police received 700 calls from callers with some kind of information within an hour of the broadcast. Most of these leads, as is usual, went nowhere, though all of them were looked into by the police. The cops claimed to have found a few worthwhile leads, but they did not say which one. Sadly, it also had little effect. The likelihood of cracking the case significantly decreased with time. The family of Lisa went to tremendous lengths to make sure her legacy was preserved and not forgotten. Despite the early end to Lisa's teaching career, her family had a significant impact on the Agawam's educational system. 3 years after Lisa's murder, in 1995, her parents donated $11,000 specifically to the school's science department, where Lisa worked. These donations were used to support genetics classes and to purchase equipments. Additionally, her parents established a fund for special needs students, which gave them around $35,000 in scholarships. 2002 made it 10 years since Lisa was killed. Still, her mother, Dee Zert, held out hope that the case will eventually be solved. She made considerable efforts to preserve her daughter's memories. She partook in every interview and responded to every questions from the media. Each year, she assembled a sizable crowd to light candles in Lisa's memory. During this time, investigators continued their relentless work on Lisa Zert's case. The only significant evidence they had was a DNA sample obtained from the alleged murderer. They tirelessly cross-referenced the sample with databases of known criminals, hoping the real suspect would eventually be identified. However, months turned into years, and the killer remained elusive. After 24 long years, on September 24, 2016, investigators decided to take a new approach to solving the case. They then opted for DNA phenotyping. The basic idea behind it is that specialists can determine a person's supposed portrait and physical characteristics from the data contained in their DNA. For example, with the use of DNA, experts can determine a person's gender, their approximate age, eye color, and hair color. Although the portrait created using this data may not always be correct, but occasionally, the coincidence of the portrait matching the face of the real suspect is remarkable. Based on the DNA sample of Lisa's murderer, investigators were able to produce two portraits of the culprit, one at age 25 and the other at age 50. After the photos were released to the public, more than 170 calls were made to the police department. People who made these calls claimed to have seen a similar man. However, the majority of these leads were fruitless. On September 18, 2017, just a year later, police made an unexpected prominent announcement. The offender had been taken into custody. He was identified as Gary Shara, a 49-year-old man. The news of his arrest immediately spread like wildfire throughout the media. Rarely do the police catch the murderer 25 years after the crime was committed. As a result, such stories immediately garner a lot of public interest. The moment Gary Shara was taken into custody, the detectives made public how they had located him. It was discovered that Gary was listed as a suspect in 1993, the year after Lisa was killed. Do you remember that federal television program that resulted in thousands of phone calls with leads for the police? Well, it happened that a Seattle lawyer was one of those callers. At the time, he informed the police that his client might know something about Lisa's death. His client was a woman who was divorcing her spouse at the time. The couple lived in Longmeadow, a town near Agawam. The woman reported that her husband had been unusually fixated on Lisa Zegert's case during the time it was being broadcast. She mentioned that whenever Lisa's murder was mentioned on TV, her husband would enter the room, fixate on the screen, and stare vacantly, seemingly unaware of anything else happening around him. This behavior raised suspicions, and the husband in question was Gary Shara. At the time of Lisa's murder, he was 24 years old and was married with a 1-year-old son. Gary Shara and his wife were always arguing and getting into fights. And soon after the birth of their son, they had already started their divorce process. In 1993, according to the police statement, investigators had already developed the notion that Gary was involved in Lisa's murder, but they couldn't find any proof to back it up. Also, his ex-wife, who provided the information, made the police doubt her testimony. And this is because she had a long history of alcohol abuse in addition to a long list of mental illnesses. Additionally, Gary was granted legal custody of their son after the divorce, but his wife secretly transferred the boy to a different state. It's also crucial to note that this wasn't the first time some wives contacted the police to report that their husbands might have been responsible for Lisa Zegert's death. There were a lot of calls like that, and the police assumed Gary Shara's case was one of them. Despite all these, at a point, Gary was questioned in an interview, but he claimed not to be involved in Lisa's murder and declined to provide a sample of his DNA. With no legal means to force Gary Shara to provide a DNA sample, the police were left with no choice but to focus on him as a suspect. They compiled a list of all the men who had been questioned about the crime but had refused to provide their DNA. Gary Shara's name appeared on this list, and he was repeatedly called in for questioning. In 2008, during his third interview, Shara displayed unusual behavior, trying to avoid touching anything in the room, including the table in front of him. Even when offered a bottle of water, he refused to touch it. He gave off the impression that his only thought was how to prevent the police from getting a sample of his DNA. In 2017, investigators compiled a list of 11 suspects, including Gary Shara. Each of them had declined to willingly provide a DNA sample after being interviewed at various points throughout the investigation. In reality, there were a lot more suspects on that list. But due to DNA phenotyping, detectives were able to exclude the wrong men. These men didn't fit some of the traits that experts got from the DNA sample of Lisa's killer. In August of 2017, having been refused many times by the suspects on the list to provide their DNA, investigators had no other choice but to compile all available evidence and go to court. They asked the court for an order requiring all the 11 members on the compiled list of suspects to submit their DNA samples, to which the court granted their request. The cops visited Gary's apartment on Lathrop Street at Westfield Spring on September 13, 2017 to inform him of this order. But Gary wasn't at home. His roommate with whom they shared the apartment answered the door. The cops gave him their contact address. They also requested that he promptly pass the information to Gary Shara. The following day, an unexpected event took place. Gary Shara's then-girlfriend called the cops and told them that Gary had left 3 letters in her house. To the investigators' surprise, when they opened the letters, Gary Shara had written in details his confession, a last will and testament, and a brief letter of apology to the Zert family. "I've never really been or even felt normal. From a very young age, I was fascinated by abduction and bondage. I could never keep it too far from my mind for long. On that fateful day, I let myself do something terrible," Gary Shara wrote. In his letter, Gary Shara confessed that although he had no intention of killing Lisa, the situation had spiraled out of control. He admitted to having had several opportunities to turn himself in but confessed to being too much of a coward to do so. Shara revealed that he had lived with years of self-hatred. In the letter's conclusion, he made it clear that he intended to take his own life. Upon reading this, the police immediately began searching for Gary Shara. And soon, his car was found in the parking lot of a hospital in Stafford Springs. Another suicide note was placed on the windshield. It was soon discovered that Gary had taken some harmful drugs to kill himself. But he immediately got into his car and drove to the closest hospital, where the drugs were flushed out of his body system. After the doctors were done tending to him, Gary Shara was arrested and taken into custody. A search warrant for both his apartment and that of his girlfriend's was simultaneously issued by a judge. The police discovered numerous items that contained his DNA there. When these items were tested for a DNA sample, it was not surprising that Gary Shara was Lisa Zert's killer because the DNA found on the items in his home 100% matched the DNA sample found on Lisa Zert's body. Aside from this, investigators also had several other potentially important leads. Joyce MacDonald Shara, Gary's wife, who had first raised concerns about him in 1993, had sadly passed away in 2014. Investigators uncovered disturbing documents written by Gary Shara's wife's attorney, which provided alarming details. One day, Gary had told his wife bluntly that he couldn't engage in intimacy unless he was holding a knife. The day after Lisa's murder, the woman called her sister, revealing that Gary had returned home late that night with scratches all over his body and appeared visibly disturbed. Furthermore, Gary gave his wife a music box, claiming he had bought it from the same gift and card store where Lisa worked. These details added to the mounting suspicions surrounding Gary Shara. But according to Gary, it was an older woman who actually sold it to him. The issue is that there had never before been such an employee at the store. It is unclear why the police was not informed about all of these details in 1993. And it is impossible to find out now because the woman who had the information has died. Gary Shara kept declaring his innocence while in custody and refused to admit to his wrongdoings. He most likely acted out of pure fear. But with that much evidence against him, there was no way out for him to get away with his crimes. He only succeeded in delaying his sentence, and that was all. The trial wasn't scheduled to start for another 2 years, but Gary, who had been in prison the entire time, decided to confess to his crime. According to Massachusetts law, a defendant facing a first-degree murder charge faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. Lisa Zert's family and friends were present in the courtroom, including her mother, Dee Zert, who had spent 25 years hoping for answers about her daughter's murder. She expressed her gratitude to everyone involved in the investigation, as well as to the compassionate citizens who had supported her family throughout the years. While Lisa had finally received the justice she deserved, Dee acknowledged that emotional closure would never truly be attained. Lisa Zegert's case being solved after 25 years is both a bittersweet and significant moment. It underscores the resilience of her family, especially her parents, who never gave up seeking justice for their daughter despite the long wait. While it brings a sense of closure and accountability with Gary Shara's life sentence, it's impossible to fully erase the pain and loss that Lisa's family and loved ones continue to carry. The case also highlights the importance of persistence in investigations and how advancements in DNA technology can ultimately bring justice, even when it seems elusive. It's a reminder of the long-lasting impact of such tragedies on families and communities, and the relentless pursuit of truth, no matter how much time has passed. Moving on to the next case. Patricia and Lloyd Dwayne Bogle. On a chilly December evening in 1955, 16-year-old Patricia, a high school junior, attended her cousin's wedding. It was there that she first met 18-year-old airman Lloyd Dwayne Bogle. The moment they locked eyes, the attraction was immediate and undeniable. Their connection was electric, something that went beyond physical attraction. It was as if they had known each other for much longer, an instant bond that felt deep and profound. Within a month of dating, Patricia and Lloyd were already discussing marriage. They seemed inseparable, spending countless hours together, going on dates, and sharing their dreams of a future. On the evening of January 2, 1956, nearly a month after they first met, the young couple went to Pete's Drive-In restaurant for a romantic dinner in Great Falls, Montana. Witnesses reported seeing them leave the drive-in around 9 p.m., heading west on Central Avenue toward a well-known Lover's Lane near Wadsworth Park. That would be the last time anyone saw them. Neither Patricia nor Dwayne returned home, leaving a mystery in their wake. At precisely 9 p.m., Patricia and Dwayne departed Pete's Drive-In, their final sighting. When Patricia did not arrive home that night, her family concluded she had run away with Dwayne. Familiarity struck her parents. Patricia's oldest sister had similarly eloped at her age. Patricia's parents initially assumed she had eloped with Dwayne. However, as they pondered the situation, doubts began to creep in. The question lingered in their minds: why would she elope? Patricia was not the type of person to run away without telling anyone, and this only deepened their concern. She held an unwavering commitment to her studies, attending high school religiously. College dreams bloomed in her future. Moreover, she valued her curfew, never staying out late. This made her sudden absence even more confounding. And when they thought about Dwayne, he was more than just a passing acquaintance. Dwayne had been embraced as part of the family, and there was no apparent reason for them to elope. His stable position as a rising sergeant second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base, where he was assigned to the 29th Fighter Interceptor Squadron, further added to the mystery. His life appeared secure and promising, which made his sudden disappearance alongside Patricia even more perplexing. Together, the couple seemed to lack motives for running away. That same night, 2 women and 2 airmen crossed paths with a man sprawled between a car and a tree. Untroubled, they brushed it off, assuming the man was too drunk to drive and had collapsed beside his vehicle. A moment overlooked, a life ignored. The next morning, January 3, 1956, 3 young boys exploring the Great Falls area stumbled upon a grim sight. The remains of 18-year-old Lloyd Dwayne Bogle were discovered in a chilling scene. His body, twisted and partially concealed beneath a car, was found in the morning light. His wrists were bound with his own belt, and a fatal wound had pierced his skull. The car's ignition was still on, adding to the unsettling nature of the discovery. Headlights piercing the early morning darkness, a grim scene. Authorities, spurred by a coroner's examination, advised an autopsy. The chilling truth emerged. Dwayne had been shot, yet the bullet remained undiscovered. The search to find the missing bullet continued. It was a very important clue to catch the perpetrator. In a haunting revelation during the autopsy, it emerged that Dwayne was alive for several hours after being shot, adding layers to the tragedy. Patricia was nowhere to be found. The search for Patricia became paramount. A day passed, the January 5, 1956. Patricia's remains were discovered in a rocky ravine, not too far from Duane's. Fully clothed, perched at the edge of a steep embankment off an isolated highway in northwest Montana, 8 miles from Duane. No signs of robbery or assault were noticed in the initial investigation. A puzzling scene. An expensive camera in Duane's car. A $5 bill in his wallet. Patricia was not indecently assaulted. Motives questioned, motives unclear. There were no apparent signs suggesting Patricia was forcefully subjected to any forms of inappropriate violation when her remains were initially examined. However, during her autopsy, it became apparent that she had likely faced a distressing ordeal by an animalistic abuser. The news reports on the incident merely hinted at this, perhaps due to the sensitivity surrounding the matter during that era. Remember, it was the 1950s. Although DNA analysis was unavailable then, examiners carefully stored a swab for a future investigation. Additionally, evidence of multiple injuries implied a vicious struggle between Patricia and her assailant. On that very day, investigators formally questioned a potential suspect. This suspect, an airman who was friends with Duane, had their identity kept confidential. Patricia's mother had sensed Duane's distress a few days earlier, prompting a conversation where he expressed feeling troubled and unable to rid himself of constant grief. He confided about a recent disagreement with a friend. Many believed it was he whom the authorities questioned as a potential suspect. However, this suspect eventually fell out of suspicion. For more than 3 decades, the case remained unsolved without any substantial leads. In November of 1989, investigators made a pivotal decision to search for the bullet, turning their attention to a nearby tree. Cascade County Sheriff Barry Michelotti revealed the tree's significance, as this cottonwood potentially holds the bullet inside it, highlighting the tree's central role in the case. The recovery of this bullet held immense importance, aiming to uncover the weapon's caliber and possibly connect it to firearms seized in other incidents over the years, offering a potential breakthrough in the investigation. Sergeant Dick Duncan knew about the prior unsuccessful attempts to X-ray the tree because of the challenges posed by its immense size and bark density. Towering at approximately 80 feet with a trunk diameter of around 4.5 feet, this tree stood as an obstacle. But this time, they had an audacious plan: to shave off approximately 33 growth rings from the lower portion, anticipating that this action might reveal traces of the bullet's path within the tree, a potential opening or tunnel, a silent witness to the past. Their plan paid off, and the authorities recovered the 33-year-old evidence. Optimism surged when investigators retrieved bullets from the cottonwood tree, reigniting hopes of uncovering the perpetrator. Yet these hopes were quickly dashed as the bullets failed to match with any firearm linked to other criminal activities. Despite the absence of significant breakthroughs, the investigation remained in motion, unwavering in its pursuit of every lead. A staggering 35 individuals were interrogated in connection to the case, showcasing the exhaustive efforts invested in seeking justice. Among the potential suspects in the case stood Edward Wayne Edwards, who had a criminal history dating back to 1956 when he was arrested in Montana for burglary. His criminal escapades intensified when he escaped from Akron Prison in 1955, embarking on a spree of gas station robberies nationwide. By 1961, Edwards had secured a spot on the FBI's most wanted list, an honor he held until his capture in 1962. Following his release on parole in 1967, decades passed before he resurfaced in the legal spotlight. In 2009, he faced arrest once more, subsequently confessing in 2010 to brutally taking away the lives of Billy LaVaca, Judith Straub, Tim Hack, Kelly Drew, and Danny Lochner. All the victims were young adults close to the age of Duane and Patricia. His dark deeds extended further as he admitted to influencing a U.S. Army soldier, Danny Boy, to go AWOL before ending his life too and burying him in a shallow grave. Although sentenced to be executed in March 2, 2011 for his involvement in Danny Boyle's demise, Edward Wayne Edwards passed away in prison merely a month later due to natural causes, evading the full extent of justice for his string of heinous crimes. The link between Edwards and the tragic deaths of Duane and Patricia was rooted in his disturbing modus operandi. Edwards had a chilling pattern of targeting couples in lovers' lanes, eerily similar to the location where Patricia and Dwayne met their untimely end. This unsettling connection raised suspicions that Edwards could be involved in their deaths. Another suspect under investigation was James Joseph Whitey Bulger, a notorious criminal in the area. Bulger's criminal history, dating back to 1951, included an arrest related to a misconduct case involving a similar assault to the one suffered by Patricia. During the period when the tragic end of Patricia and Dwayne transpired, Bulger was documented to have been present in the area. However, despite his proximity to the crime scenes, no substantial evidence surfaced to conclusively implicate him in the incidents. As the passage of time dimmed any hope for fresh leads, the pursuit of the elusive perpetrator hit an impasse. However, in 2012, a glimmer of renewed hope emerged when Sergeant John Cadner, taking control as the head of detectives for the CCSO, was tasked with resurrecting this cold case. Sergeant Cadner knew the crucial importance of the DNA evidence extracted from a swab 56 years ago. This key sample, originally sent to the State Crime Lab in 2001 by Detective Phil Madison during his tenure, only proved the DNA did not match Dwayne's genetic profile. Therefore, it was cataloged in CODI's Combined DNA Index System. The database, unfortunately, it failed to yield any promising matches, leaving the case to go cold again. Sergeant Cadner teamed up with Bode Technology to recreate the DNA sample when he got the case. By 2019, they had successfully made the sample again. This time, they did not just compare it with the samples in CODI's. They also checked it against DNA from regular people in open-source DNA databases. These databases are used by people who want to learn about their family history. Just a year before, in 2018, the Golden State offender was caught because some of his family members had given their DNA to a similar open-source DNA database. This helped identify and arrest him. The sample Sergeant Cadner uploaded matched 3 individuals. Investigators reached out to them and their families. They collected DNA samples and found that an individual named Kenneth Gould was the closest match to the foreign DNA obtained from Patricia Schwab. Sergeant Cadner expressed, "This was amazing because after 65 years, we finally had a lead and a location to explore. Everything was just theories before this. Now we had a solid lead and a name." It completely shifted the case's dynamics. Authorities encountered a new hurdle. Kenneth Gould had passed away in 2007, and authorities could not exhume his remains to get a DNA sample. Kenneth Gould was cremated in 2007. This presented a challenge, yet they contacted Kenneth Gould's children explaining the situation and the case. Surprisingly, the children agreed to provide their DNA for comparison. Initially unsure of their response, investigators were pleasantly surprised by their full cooperation. Sergeant Cadner shared, "I was not certain how they would react when I approached them about their dad being a suspect." Kenneth Gould hailed from Great Falls and was recognized for riding his horses around the Vineyard Road area where Patricia's remains were discovered. Intriguingly, he had resided close to Patricia's parents at one point, yet there was no apparent link between him and either Patricia or Dwayne. Notably, when Gould was 25 years old, he married a 16-year-old, the same age Patricia was at the time of the slayings. A month after Patricia and Dwayne's tragic end, Gould abruptly altered the course of his life. He uprooted his entire existence, relocating his family first to Tracy, then to Geraldine, and later to Hamilton before eventually leaving the state of Montana entirely, settling in Missouri without any intention of returning. Kenneth Gould was deemed the most likely suspect in the slayings. However, because he had passed away, his culpability could not be conclusively established without a proper trial. Sergeant Cadner shared his view that, although they could not definitively prove Kenneth Gould's guilt due to his passing, the accumulated evidence strongly pointed to him as the prime suspect. He acknowledged that while they couldn't physically place the weapon in Gould's hand, the overall information and circumstances provided a high level of certainty in his involvement. Kenneth Gould's daughter subtly suggested to Sergeant Cadner that her father may have had hidden secrets, implying that there were aspects of his life that no one else knew about. Once Gould was identified as the suspect, the families of Dwayne Bogle and Patricia Kalitsky were finally approached, offering them the closure they had long sought. While they were relieved to receive answers after more than 6 decades, the revelation also reopened painful memories for the families, particularly those who had personal connections to the couple. Sergeant Cadner empathetically noted, "The families are experiencing a mix of emotions. It is a bittersweet moment. Dwayne and Patricia were vibrant and well-liked by many. Investigators invested deeply in this case, leaving a part of themselves in the pursuit of justice, which makes this closure heartfelt yet challenging." Patricia Kalitsky's sister, the sole surviving member of her family, had succumbed to advanced dementia by the time the identity of the perpetrator was revealed. The Bogle family had endured years of turmoil with speculations about Dwayne's fate, including unverified rumors linking him to the mob. Dwayne's niece, Karen Bogle McCarthy, who was 54 at the time of the revelation, reflected on the impact of modern technology on their generation. She acknowledged that while technological advancements had their merits, they also reignited deeply buried wounds that had started to heal. In an interview, Edgar Wilson, Kenneth Gould's neighbor for a decade in Missouri, expressed utter disbelief about the accusations against Gould. Wilson described Gould as mild-mannered, not confrontational, and inherently good, portraying him as a genuinely good person who did not engage in vices like drinking or causing trouble. During his time in Missouri, Gould resided on a farm with his family, earning respect as an exceptional horse trainer. He also tended to sheep and goats at his farm. An unsubstantiated theory is that Kenneth Gould secretly loved Patricia, and when all of a sudden Patricia fell for Dwayne, and only after a month of dating they were thinking of marrying, is when Kenneth decided to take the matters into his own hands. He confronted the couple on the lover's lane, and when he saw the couple involved in intimacy in the car, it enraged Kenneth Gould, and he held the couple at gunpoint. He tied up Dwayne with his own belt and threatened him to leave Patricia. The theory that Kenneth Gould could have been motivated by an obsession with Patricia raises several intriguing but troubling questions. The significant age gap between Kenneth and Patricia, almost 13 years, does seem unusual, especially considering the societal norms and personal dynamics at the time. However, it is worth noting that Kenneth had married his wife when she was 16 years old, just 4 years before the tragedy involving Patricia. This fact could suggest a pattern of behavior or a predisposition toward younger women, which complicates the investigation into his possible involvement. The irregularities in the theory, particularly the timing and his history of marrying a much younger woman, add to the complexity of understanding the true motive behind Patricia's abduction and murder. The details of his relationship with his wife and how it might have influenced his actions toward Patricia provide a troubling backdrop that could point to unresolved psychological or emotional issues. Ultimately, these elements suggest that the case might involve deeper, more personal motivations tied to Gould's own life and actions, but without further evidence, these theories remain speculative. Kenneth Gould's daughter's words about hidden secrets carry a weight of uncertainty. Was she implying that her father had an undisclosed obsession with Patricia, or was it merely a passing reflection on the complexities of human nature? Without further insight into her statement, it remains a haunting ambiguity. The motive behind the crime remains elusive, especially with the passing of 3 individuals who could have provided clarity. Was the murder the result of a love triangle gone wrong, or did it stem from a moment of uncharacteristic violence from someone who otherwise seemed benign? The question also lingers, was it the act of one perpetrator, or did others play a role in this brutal crime? With the passing of those who might have unraveled these mysteries, these questions remain unanswered, leaving the case shrouded in the shadows of uncertainty. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.